for our lives to be over. He was a voodoo man.
While hunting down a merchant ship all round the rocky shore, we came around the island to a massive man of war. The captain said, now listen boys, we're about to meet our doom. And the boatman shouted, never fear, and he ran down to his room. We heard howls and moans and a bang and a crash. We saw thick black smoke and a fiery flash. We could smell the lightning and we just stared at his door. And when we started to relax, it started up once more. Fired 2 shots, he shouted, and they went off right on cue. Both shots found their target and their powder holding flew. The man of war burst into flames and it
Hi guys, my name is Edward and I'm working owner operator in DT Transport from 2009.
It's been 10 years I'm working with DT Transport. I still remember I started in February 14, 2013 and I'm still working here.
Started with DT 2014. DT is a very good company. That's why I continue.
I started about 2 years ago. I saw the ad on the internet and it seemed a good place to be.
I started off with a website search, looking for good benefits, pay package, as well as leasing options. I started with ET back in December 2022. I love it. I do. Working with ET, it's fun. Everybody seems to be really laid back.
We respect each other, start respecting each other.
They're some of the easiest dispatchers I've ever dealt with. Tracking crew, I've been driving about 8.5 years, and they're one of the easiest to deal with and communicate with.
I can say he's the best company for me. The reason why I worked from 2009, that means I cannot find another company better than DT Transport.
The atmosphere is like a family.
Yeah, it's kind of like a family.
I mean, you know, ET is more than a company.
Ugh, why would you want to work with your family?
Yeah, I have to come and see my family member every day. It makes me feel calm, it makes me feel happy, it makes me feel home. That means a lot to me, you know, that means very much.
I can say 100% I feel like my family.
All the drivers in that, they're pretty easy going. Some places, you go to try and say hi to somebody and they actually bite your head off. Here's a lot different.
As the war in the Middle East enters its 3rd week, AOC is already demanding that America accept Palestinian refugees.
Should Arab countries be taking on the lion's share of the burden to absorb what could be over 1 million, if not more, refugees from Gaza?
Yes,
I think there's
because if
something
they
to
are
be said about
refugees,
the
you're supposed to go to the
region's
first
partners
safe
who support
harbor,
Palestinians.
not the
However,
other
that does
side
not
of the
abdicate
planet.
The United States from our historic role that we've played in the world of accepting refugees and allowing people to restart their lives here.
No thanks. That seems like a bad idea. Maybe, perhaps, we could consider taking in the relatively small number of Christians living in the Palestinian territory. Not because we hate Muslims or anything like that, but because there are lots of Arab states around the Holy Land that could take the Muslims in, and America is a Christian country. And even putting Christian solidarity aside, that means there's a good chance that Christian refugees will assimilate. And the ability to assimilate matters because peoples and cultures are different.
Not only the
And
ability,
there's one
but
more
willingness
concern,
to assimilate.
which might resonate more for AOC. Why would liberals want to bring these refugees to our awful, oppressive, Islamophobic country? All we ever hear from the left is how terrible and evil and oppressive America is. especially toward persons of color and Arabs
I hate that
and Muslims in
Persons
particular.
of color.
Does AOC just hate these people? Want to make them even more miserable? Or is that argument, like so many of the liberal arguments, totally disingenuous? Nothing more than a fact-free rhetorical cudgel for beating Americans into submission to the left's political interest. I'm Michael Knowles. This is the Michael Knowles Show. Welcome back to the show. Joe Biden's brother wrote him a $200,000 check right after one of his shady business deal closed. We'll get to that in one moment, because Joe Biden keeps saying, on all of the accusations of his corruption, he keeps saying, where's the money? Show me the money. Where'd the money go? Well, we have a check. We have the money. So we'll get to that in 1 second. First, though, I want to remain on this point about the differences of peoples for a while. There's a story out of Italy. Italy has this lady prime minister, Giorgia Meloni, heralded as a great conservative hope in Italy. And Meloni has just announced that she's split from her long-term romantic partner. They were not married, but they have a kid together, and they've been together a long time. This guy is an Italian TV journalist, and they split because he cracked a joke with some of his colleagues about having a threesome or a foursome, something like that. It's unclear how serious he was about inviting the colleague to have a threesome with him, but in any case, Meloni said, okay, we're through. And my main take on the story, forget about marriage and family and what this means about Western decadence and what, put all of that aside for a second. My first reaction to the story is the Italians, man. You know, a zebra doesn't change its spots. Is that how the saying goes? The peoples, this coming after decades of the political influence of Silvio Berlusconi, the former Playboy Italian PM, who would hold bunga bunga parties with the young niece of Muammar Gaddafi and make jokes about how he had to turn his Playboy charm on to speak to lady foreign ministers and prime ministers around the world. And this guy just lived a lifestyle of a Casanova, of the classic Italian Playboy. And I think, man, these Italians, they don't change. This has been true going back to antiquity. Because cultures and people are different, okay? This is actually one of the major themes of The Godfather. In The Godfather, you got this Italian family, and they come to America, and they believe in America. We all believe in America. They're going to assimilate, and you got the young Michael Corleone, the son who, even if the rest of his family is going to be in the business of the mob, he's going to be the clean-cut American war hero. He's going to go to Dartmouth. He's an Ivy League graduate. He's going to be the American. As Don Corleone says, you're going to be the senator, Michael. You're not going to be buying off the senators. You're going to be the senator. You're going to be the American guy. But the culture just pulls him back in. Just when he thinks he's out, it pulls him back in. The pull of culture, the pull of one's tribal identity, from the family all the way up to the nation, the people, is very, very strong. And what multiculturalism and liberalism has told us for the past many decades now, 5 or 6 decades, is that peoples are all basically the same. So you can transplant a guy from Timbuktu into America, and within 5 minutes he's going to be eating hot dogs on the 4th of July and eating apple pie, indistinguishable from somebody whose family came over 400 years ago. And that's just not true. Assimilation is very, very hard. That's something we need to keep in mind when AOC is suggesting that we need to import 1 million people, the majority of whom elected Hamas in 2006. Not a good idea. Not going to be very good for American prosperity. If you want to think about your own material prosperity, you got to check out Birch Gold. Right now, Tex Knowles to 98, 98, 98. The G20, or Group of 20, is an international forum for governments and central bank governments. It was established in response to the financial crisis of the late 1990s with the aim of promoting international financial stability. Last month, the G20 announced a plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on their respective populations. Central bank digital currencies essentially allow the government to track every purchase you make, even if you don't follow international economic policies all that closely. You should be concerned, and you should consider diversifying at least some of your assets into physical gold with the help of Birch Gold Group. Call Birch Gold Group. I want to have a different take. Big flag, and it says Queers for Palestine. And everyone's attacking this guy, mocking him, I want to have a different take here. I'm with him. I stand with him. I strongly support sending all American LGBT activists to the Palestinian territories immediately. I know that we have a spending problem here. We've got major deficits, a whole lot of national debt. I don't care. Money is no object. I am strongly in favor of Congress allocating funds to send every single American LGBT activist, not just the ordinary people who kind of do some weird stuff in the privacy of their own, but I'm like the activist types, you know, the ones with the signs and the flag and the yelling and the screaming and the changing our curricula and our standards of public life. I want to send every single one of them to Palestine immediately. If we need to send them with first-class airfare, I'm fine allocating that money as well. Whatever it takes, we need to support the Queers for Palestine. Now, the Queers for Palestine, their behaviors will be received there, but they can find out firsthand. I don't want to ruin the surprise for them.
They throw them off the roof. It's not hyperbole,
Queers,
that's policy in Hamas.
Queers generally. Maxim has just named a... Now, speaking of digging deeper, where's the money? Where's the money proving that Joe Biden is a crook and was peddling American influence overseas to enrich himself and his family? Where's the money, Jack? Come on, Corn Pop, show me the check. Well, we got the check. James Comer, who's running the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, has revealed bank records that show a $200,000 direct payment from James and Sarah Biden, Joe's brother and sister-in-law, to Joe Biden. In 2018, James Biden got $600,000 in loans from AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps was a financially distressed and failing rural hospital operator. So it goes to bankruptcy court. Bankruptcy court says that James Biden received these loans, quote, based upon representations that his last name, Biden, could, quote, open doors, and that he could obtain a large investment from the Middle East based on his political connections, which was probably true. So James Biden gets the $600,000 loan. On March 1st, 2018, AmeriCorps wired a $200,000 loan into James and Sarah Biden's personal bank account, not their business bank account. So you got 600 is the big number. 200 goes directly to the personal bank account of the brother of the now President of the United States. And on that same day, James Biden writes a $200,000 check from that same personal bank account to Joe Biden. What more evidence could we possibly have that Joe is taking bribes? There's no more. Couldn't have a more smoking gun.
Stand up between checks.
In a way, I'm kind of surprised that Joe was this sloppy. I figured that as a crook, he would have at least hid the money a little bit better, one or two more shell companies, before going basically just straight into his brother's personal bank account, straight from that, not even from a different bank account, from that bank account to Joe. That's all the evidence you need. I mean, we had all the evidence we needed when we got the Hunter Biden laptop, where Hunter Biden is saying, yeah, we're giving 10% to the big guy. Sometimes I got to give half my salary to my dad. I'm not going to do that to you, though, kids. Yeah, I'm the bag man for the Biden family. That's essentially what he was saying. We already knew all of it. And it doesn't really matter. The reason it doesn't really matter is because of the crisis of regime that we're facing. We nominally live in a democracy. Sometimes people draw a distinction between a republic and a democracy, but broadly speaking, we're talking about the same thing. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. But there's a dark side to democracy, which is mob rule. Just as you can have a monarchy, but you can have a dark side to monarchy, which is tyranny. Just as you could have an aristocracy, which is theoretically good. Aristo means good. It's supposed to be government by good people, small group of good people, but governing for the common good. The bad side of aristocracy is oligarchy. What distinguishes the good from the bad version of all of these regimes? What distinguishes it is whether you are governing for the common good or for your self-interest. That's the classical distinction, going all the way back to the ancient Greeks, going back to Polybius. In modern political philosophy, people make less of this distinction. Thomas Hobbes famously said that distinction is basically bunk. and we just view our own regimes as good and other people's regimes as bad. But I think the distinction is pretty real. There have been good monarchs throughout history, and there have been tyrants throughout history. There have been good democracies throughout history, and then there have been states run by mob rule. The problem here is the American democracy, such as it is, has already decayed so significantly that people are ruling openly for self-interest. And so this $200,000 check is not going to bother the Democrats, because the Democrats are going to say, well, at least he's our guy. At least he's on our side. Yeah, he's enriching himself, but who cares? He's going to enrich me too. He's going to give me handouts. He's going to punish my enemies. He's going to let me and my friends off the hook for committing the same or worse crimes as the conservatives and the Republicans. So, yeah, he's governing out of self-interest, but he's our guy, and we're governing out of self-interest too. This is the line of, I think it was H.L. Mencken, who said, democracy is the theory that people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard. Now, when you want to talk to your fellow citizens and deliberate, persuade them, and one hopes governed for the common good, you got to start out by talking to them, and that's why you need to check out Pure Talk. Right now, go to Pure Talk. They offer unwavering sympathy, and I think Jim Jordan is a good guy, and I wouldn't want to wish the worst job in Washington, D.C. on him, but he would have been a good speaker, would have been great for conservatives. Anyway, he's out, couldn't get the votes. So now we have new people in the race, one of whom is the young Byron Donalds.
I am a candidate officially. We put out a notice on our X that telling the American people and my colleagues that I throw my hat in the ring to run for Speaker of the House. Look, let's be very clear. Our House right now, we're having some issues. We can repair those issues, but it requires us to be unified, number one, go back to business and secure our border, actually fund this government responsibly, and then continue to lay out that conservative vision for the people who sent us here. That job can still be done. I believe I am the leader that can get that job done. That's why I threw my hat in the ring to run for Speaker of the House.
He's in the race. He's in the House Freedom Caucus, so he's siding with the conservatives. He's close to President Trump. He is a favorite of at least a good portion of the GOP base. 44 years old. He was first elected to Congress only a few years ago. So obviously, ambitious guy. His critics are going to knock him and say he doesn't have the experience, he's too new, he doesn't know how to work the levers of power. For Speaker of the House, that's maybe the most important thing to do. Any kind of congressional leadership, you got to know what buttons to push, what levers to pull. So it'll be hard, I think, for him to get the requisite support. But on the flip side, any congressmen who vote against him are racist. I didn't make the rules. The libs made the rules. But those are the rules. This guy could be the first black Speaker of the House of Representatives. And so anyone who votes against him is a big racist. And
it is a big racism.
Good for the goose is good for the gander. If it gets us a Republican speaker, you know, that's fine. The word racism doesn't mean anything anymore, so I don't even think it's dishonest. It's not dishonest to call someone. That just doesn't mean anything. So, okay, you vote against Byron Donalds, you're racist. There are other candidates for Speaker. Actually, as of this morning, I think everyone is running. I think I'm running. Matt might be running. Candace, Brad, she's in Hungary right now. She's probably running for Speaker, though. Every Republican in the world is running for Speaker. The first few guys, though, to throw their hats in, well, you've got Byron Donalds. Then you got a few other people. You got Representative Kevin Hern. He's the chairman of the Republican Study Committee. You've got Congressman Jack Bergman. He's an impressive guy, former Marine Corps Lieutenant General. He's been in office since 2017. You got Pete Sessions. Pete Sessions has been in Congress for a long time. He served for 11 terms, but he was defeated in 2018, and then he got reelected in 2020. And Sessions also formerly ran the National Republican Campaign Committee. So he was in leadership, doling out money. That might give him a slight advantage, though it was a long time ago. He ran the NRCC back in 2009 to 2013. So, you know, what have you done for me lately? Does prevail on Capitol Hill. I don't know who's going to win it, and there are about a billion other people who are going to jump in the race, too. The thing that surprises me most about this is that these are all pretty solid guys. Maybe Sessions, just by virtue of having been there for a long time and having been around leadership, maybe he's got a little bit of the upper hand. Maybe, I'm not even convinced of that. But these are all pretty conservative, pretty solid guys. All four of these guys are at least as solid, I think actually significantly more solid and conservative than the previous speakers we've had, than Kevin McCarthy, than Paul Ryan, than John Boehner, maybe even than Newt Gingrich. I really like Newt Gingrich, but 90s were a different time, but he had some liberal eccentricities when he was speaker. That's not a bad situation for us to be in. We need a speaker then. And if this works, if we end up getting an effective conservative speaker of the House, then Matt Gaetz' stunt will have been worth it. It will have been vindicated.
Stunt.
If we don't, and we end up with some squish compromise candidate that the Democrats are
No
controlling,
squish.
then things will not be looking very good for Congressman Gaetz. Now, speaking of candidates, RFK Jr. has just come out and endorsed some form of reparations for slavery. And I love this story.
Yeah.
I love this story. Some conservatives are really upset by it. I'm not. I'm so happy about it. Here's what he said. He said we need federal tax dollars to, quote, rebuild black infrastructure, like banks and businesses. He supports, quote, direct redress payments or tax credits to black people by virtue of being black. He says communities that were specifically targeted for destruction need to be specifically targeted for repair. During Jim Crow, black banks, businesses, hospitals, schools, and farms were targeted for destruction. Racists knew that without these, the black community had no chance of building wealth. We must set aside federal dollars to rebuild black infrastructure. These programs complement direct redress payments or tax credits to the descendants of the victims of Jim Crow and other victims of persecution. RFK Jr. will find ways to offer this redress that are legal, fair, and win the approval of Americans of all races. Okay. You know, I hate to say I told you so. I called it when Americans, and when the right-wingers in particular, were saying, RFK Jr., he's a right-winger. That guy, he's a conservative candidate. We should back him over Trump or DeSantis or somebody. I said, he's a liberal. That's no knock on him. Exactly. He's always been a liberal. His name's Kennedy. He just sides with us on COVID vaccines, which is good, but there are other issues, you know, like the economy and abortion and immigration and national security and like everything. And he's with the liberals on pretty much everything. Environmentalism, energy. And he happens to be with us on COVID vaccines.
Look for your destination.
To RFK's point, the actual point he's arguing here, he says that black people were treated unfairly, so we need to give them money in different forms. Of course, that was the point of the expansion of the welfare state in the 60s. That was the point of the Great Society. That was the point of the laws that followed the Civil Rights Act. It was about transferring wealth and investing in black infrastructure and giving handouts and tax credits and different sorts of things specifically to black people. And it didn't really improve things at all. So when you hear about a Kennedy Democrat, this is exactly what we're talking about. The Kennedy Democrats have not changed one iota since the 1960s. The problem is those policies from the 1960s didn't help anything. In many ways, they hurt the country and the position of black people. So it's just more of the same. But the other reason I love this story is we've been told that from all the geniuses, even on the right, they say, oh, if RFK Jr. runs, he's going to take votes from Trump. And the reason that people have said that is because Trump, he's a kooky populist. And RFK Jr., he's a kooky populist. And the kooky populists are going to take votes from one another. The people who have the opinion that RFK Jr. was going to take more votes from Trump than from Biden are the kind of people who really don't like Trump. And they write off Trump as some eccentric, populist, unmoored man who has no principles whatsoever, who just appeals to the basest appetitive elements in society. That's not my view of Trump. I like some of the other Republicans too, but I also like Donald Trump. And I have long thought that Donald Trump appeals to a basically coherent, in fact, rather traditional kind of American conservatism. And there's a coherence to his political program, even if he sometimes says things that are somewhat contradictory or eccentric. And therefore, if a liberal comes around, he's not going to be able to pull the wool over the eyes of Trump voters. That Trump voters are not as gullible and deplorable and irredeemable and whatever else the establishment tells us as the establishment might have us believe. And then guess what? You see polling Americans, even in certain decisive places, on who they would vote for if it were Trump versus Biden, and then who they would vote for if it was Trump versus Biden versus RFK Jr. And guess who RFK Jr. takes more votes from? Guess who hates to say I told you so? I'm the one who did it. Speaking of the Republican primary, Ron DeSantis looking really, really good over the weekend as he himself evacuates more Americans from the Holy Land as war breaks out.
Happy to report we had another flight bringing Floridians back from Israel land in the wee hours of the morning. We've been able to help hundreds of people get back from the war zone safely to the United States, to the state of Florida. We've also put a lot of supplies that have been donated over to Israel, and I know they're really appreciative of it. And we've got another flight coming most likely tomorrow morning. So federal government dragged its feet. A lot of those folks didn't have any options. We stepped up, showed the leadership, and are delivering results.
This is the best thing DeSantis can do for his country.
Come on. Let's go. Machine, hurry up.
route. Building route. Drive to route line behind you. Or reroute from current location.
It's also the thing that's going to give him a path if this primary doesn't go his way. Ron DeSantis is never going to beat Donald Trump at the charisma game. Nobody is. It's not even a knock on DeSantis. Nobody is. Ron DeSantis is not going to beat Donald Trump on the rhetoric game. DeSantis might have more controlled or disciplined rhetoric. It's not as exciting. Ron DeSantis is never going to beat Donald Trump on the debate game. Trump's not even going to go to the debates. DeSantis is not going to beat Donald Trump on the rally game. Trump's always going to have more exciting rallies. The thing that Ron DeSantis can do is get results from his political office. Donald Trump does not currently have a political office. Ron DeSantis does. So Donald Trump, I guess, could send his airplane as a private citizen out of Israel. Might be kind of difficult to do. Ron DeSantis is governor of Florida, with potentially constituents and family members of constituents in the Holy Land. He can send airplanes over there, and he can get results done. And what's great about that strategy is, one, if Trump stumbles, he'll be able to point out, I've been doing this, I've been doing that, I've been very effective, I've been doing my job, I'm not just selling out my second term as Florida governor to run for president. I'm still getting stuff done, which he's doing. And if the primary doesn't go his way, he won't have completely blown his career on one failed bid for president. He'll still be able to point to momentum and achievements to make the most of his time in the office that he's sitting, especially as the presidential election does not appear to be going his way. Speaking of evacuating the Holy Land, some good news. 2 American hostages have been released by Hamas. These are a mother and a daughter, dual citizens of Israel and the United States. They were freed on Friday. Hamas turned them over. According to a spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister's office. This is really great news. Thank God. Wonderful that they've been released. There are still over 200 hostages. And until the hostage situation is dealt with, the war is only going to escalate. There's nothing, that is still just such a tense point. They've got to deal with that problem before you can resolve the war. This would never have happened under Trump. I don't want it to seem like I'm just shilling for Trump or something. This probably wouldn't have happened under any Republican president, but it definitely wouldn't have under Trump. In the same way that this kind of thing wouldn't have happened, most likely, under Reagan. Don't forget, in 1980, we were dealing with the Iran hostage crisis for a very, very long time. And then the day that Ronald Reagan is inaugurated president, the Iranians released the hostages, which was a big middle finger to Carter. But it also, I think, expresses the legitimate fear that Ronald Reagan was a cowboy and was unpredictable in his foreign policy. And Donald Trump took that principle up to 11. Donald Trump's unpredictable. He would drop the Moab. He would say he'd be hugging Kim Jong-un, and then he'd take a...
no.
Going to do. And if there was a 5 to 10% chance that he was going to blow you to smithereens, then you'd behave. And you didn't get too feisty. During the 4 years of the Trump administration, that is the only time in the last 22 years that Vladimir Putin didn't invade a new country or didn't go further into a country he'd already invaded. It's the only time in those years that we didn't have wars breaking out in the Middle East. You actually had peace agreements being signed in the Middle East. That you had relatively global peace. And it's amazing how quickly things can fall apart. We are now on the brink of World War III. We still have hostages overseas. Amazing how quickly things can fall apart. The question is, can you restore things just as quickly if Trump gets reelected, or if Trump loses the primary and Ron DeSantis gets elected, or if Vivek gets elected, or Nikki, or whoever? Can you restore what has been broken that quickly? Maybe. It's much harder to do. Maybe you could, but it better happen fast because the world is descending into conflict. Are you still getting your chocolate from woke companies? Well, you should get Jeremy's chocolate instead. Right now, you can send Jimmy a 90% target young people over the weekend. It was very nice. And I found out that the sister, not of the Zoomer, or millennial, or even Gen X generation, the sister of a certain age, watches the show regularly. And I was so honored by it. And I realized I got to make sure that I have properly formed content based on solid philosophical and theological principles, and we keep this show wholesome. It's a family show, no naughty language, but I'm really honored that we can get the youths and the tiny grandmothers and lots of people in between. Speaking of Israel-Palestine, this is a story that was going around last week. I wanted to get to it then, but I'll get to it now. There's a pizzeria in Gaza, the Eiffel Bakery and Supermarket. Or I guess, actually, okay, it's located in Judea and Samaria. The pizzeria posted an advertisement of one of the hostages who happened to have been a Holocaust survivor holding a pizza, when it was basically mocking this hostage. And then Israel decided to completely destroy the pizzeria. Understandably so. This is war. And Israel sees one of the hostages being mocked by this private business, and Israel just goes in and levels the pizzeria. I get it. If I were the prime minister, I very likely would have done the same thing. But what is the legal basis for that? What is the legal basis for leveling the pizzeria? I don't think anyone's claiming that the pizzeria was housing Hamas leaders or weapons or anything like that. The justification for leveling the pizzeria is because they were mocking this hostage, and that's extremely provocative. And Israel and the Palestinian territories are at war right now. And in war, people break things. That's the argument. But that's a reminder, too. We are in all-out war. You're going to hear all sorts of legal justifications and all kinds of arguments for why this side is doing this or that side is doing some other thing. This is war, and there is deep, deep enmity here between these peoples that goes back millennia and has been inflamed recently by the Hamas terror attack that killed over 1,000 Israelis. And things are going to get really, really ugly. And it is just a reminder to me, something I've been saying repeatedly since the war broke out, which is the U.S. interest in the war in the Middle East is to contain the war. That's not the Palestinian interest. The Palestinian interest is to destroy the state of Israel. That's not the Iranian interest. The Iranian interest is to destroy the state of Israel. It's not the Israeli interest. The Israeli interest is essentially to destroy the Palestinian territories and maybe to have regime change in Iran. That's not the Saudi interest or the Syrian interest or the Lebanese interest or this interest. We have different interests here, okay? And that's understandable. Nations are different, peoples are different, they're in different parts of the world, and they've got different strategic interests. But ours remains to contain the war before it spirals out of control, if it hasn't already. Now, speaking of the role of reason in human behavior, I've got a very stupid article that just came out. This is from Stanford University professor Robert Sapolsky. He's a neurobiologist. He's a winner of the MacArthur Genius Grant, which often goes to big libs. I think that guy Ta-Nehisi Coates got it. It's where they basically give you like $500,000 or more, might be $500,000 a year, to just spout your inanities, and it tends to focus on libs. Robert Sapolsky at Stanford says that as a result of his studies, he's concluded there is no free will. And here's his article. He says, the world is really screwed up and made much, much more unfair by the fact that we reward people and punish people for things they have no control over. We've got no free will. stop attributing stuff to us that isn't there. So he's not just saying that we punish people for the ordinary things that we have no control over. You know, we do something accidentally, or we've got some impulse that we can't quite control, or we're mentally deficient, or children have no impulse control very little. So we say anything we do, anything, is something that we have no control over, because we have no control over anything at all. The article goes on. If it's impossible for any single neuron or any single brain to act without influence from factors beyond its control, Sapolsky argues, there can be no logical room for free will. And there we see. And what is his argument? What is his argument for us having no free will? Is it that he's discovered some bizarre fact that we act before our conscious thought kicks in? You sometimes hear those arguments against free will. They're pretty dubious. Do you hear that, I don't know, did he discover some magical cell that told him we don't have any free will? No, none of that. What he discovered is that we are influenced by things that are not consciously our own choice and autonomy. Which, like, duh, yeah, obviously. And we live in the world, and we're influenced by any number of things. We're influenced by our friends, by our family, by our upbringing, by the beliefs that we were raised in, by the weather, by everything. Yeah, we're influenced by all sorts of things. How does that negate free will?
In 5 miles.
It negates free will. And I see how this MacArthur genius could fall into this trap. It negates free will if you believe that freedom is total autonomy. That's what the liberals do. That's what we in our civilization have believed for the last few hundred years. That freedom is just the perfect autonomy over our body, perfect choice. That's not what freedom is. That's not the classical conception. It's not the Christian conception of freedom. The classical conception is that freedom derives from willingness. And will presupposes reason. So if you've got a strong reason, if your intellect is well formed, and if your will is well disciplined, such that you can resist taking the third cookie after dinner, such that you can resist from sleeping with the girl at the bar, such that you have control over your appetites. If your will and your intellect are well formed, then you can be said to be quite free. But if they're not, if you're extremely ignorant and you're poorly educated and you're poorly brought up, you fall into all sorts of vices, you haven't practiced virtues, your will is very compromised, you can't see a drink without having the drink, you can't see a girl without sleeping with the girl, you can't resist any of your base appetites even if you consciously don't want them, then you are not free, then you're a slave. Then you are a slave to your own passions. Being influenced by outside forces will depend on how well formed your will and your intellect are. If you've been brought up the right way and you practice virtue, then even if some hot lady walks in this issue, you can chase her out of the room like Thomas Aquinas did with a torch. Say, get out of here, lady, I don't want you. Even if someone hands you drugs and booze and all sorts of things, you can say, no, I don't want any of it. That's freedom. The very fact that this Stanford professor, this genius, alleged genius, says that you're influenced by something, that means you're not free, shows you how degraded our will and our intellect have become in our society, especially among the so-called intellectuals. The rest of the show continues now. We have a song from Music Monday that I've been told to mention was picked by producer Danny. So if you hate the song, do not send your death threats to Mr. Davies. Do not send your death threats to Professor Jacob.
Happy question. Let's take a look and have a conversation. We've got some stuff to get into. All the day. All right, folks. So Tucker Carlson breaks the internet, reviving the topic.
It could be time to revisit some of the other slogans we've been assured are true in order to repeat. Are they in fact true? Did, for example, a racist white cop actually murder a man called George Lewis in Minneapolis on Memorial Day of 2020? And we've been told that happened, told it relentlessly for more than 3 years. So at this point, we've been told it so much that pretty much everybody seems to believe it. And because everyone does kind of believe it, a small group of people has been allowed to make massive changes to American society. They include, but are not limited to, decriminalizing stealing, defunding the police, adding a new federal holiday to the calendar called Juneteenth, the ceasing of hiring all white men in corporate America, and of course, significantly, they also sent a cop called Derek Chauvin to prison for more than 20 years. He would be the racist white devil who murdered George Floyd. But the question is, did he actually murder George Floyd? And the answer is, well, no, he didn't murder George Floyd. We're not guessing like that. We know it conclusively, thanks to a new court case now underway in Hennepin County, Minnesota. The case was brought by a prosecutor there called Amy Sweezy. She sued her boss. So the case is not actually about George Floyd or Derek Chauvin, but it tells you an awful lot about both of them. In her deposition, which you should read, Amy Sweezy describes a conversation that she had with the county medical examiner, Andrew Baker, right after George Floyd died. Quote, I called Dr. Baker early that morning to tell him about the case and to ask him if he was performing an autopsy on Mr. Floyd. Please recall this under oath in the deposition. Quote, he called me later in the day on that Tuesday, and he told me that there were no medical findings that showed any injury to the vital structures of Mr. Floyd's neck. There were no medical indications of asphyxia or strangulation. Oh. In other words, George Floyd, according to the official autopsy, was not murdered. He died instead of what we used to call natural causes, which in his case would include decades of drug use, as well as the fatal concentration of fentanyl in his system on his spinal bed. This was not a killing. It was yet another narcotics case. In the country records more than 100,000 of them every year. The medical examiner clearly understood that and in fact articulated it, as we explained. He said to me, she recalls from them, Amy, what happens when the actual evidence doesn't match up with the public narrative that everyone's already decided on? And then he said, quote, this is the kind of case that ends. In other words, everyone lied about it from the very beginning. The people who knew the truth hid the truth and allowed the revolution to proceed. Now they've been exposed. Now we know the truth. What happens next? Well, they're going to ignore it. The Biden administration just issued a long purple statement celebrating George Floyd's birthday. He's a martyr. Despite the fact that we know that he was not murdered. By the way, Derek Chauvin is still languishing in jail for the rest of his life.
Why is it always and only Tucker who seems to be the only one with the balls to ask these kinds of questions? Every other mainstream drone continues to remain silent. It's an absolute disgrace considering somebody's life is on the line. Somebody who is possibly innocent. And yes, that is a real concern. It's not a conspiracy theory. I'm not making that statement because I'm a racist. Not at all. It's just that, you know, this document kind of exists. This is an official George Floyd autopsy. Folks, threatening injuries. Or, I'm going to butcher this, conjunctive. Go to med school. No injuries of anterior muscle or laryngeal structures. No scalp, soft tissue, skull, or brain injuries. No chest wall soft tissue injuries, rib fractures, other than a single rib fracture from CPR, vertebral column injuries, or visceral injuries. Incision and subcutaneous dissection of posterior and lateral neck, shoulders, back, flanks, and buttocks negative for occult trauma. Then on the toxicology report, blood per milliliter, norfentanyl, 5.6 nanograms per milliliter, as well as 19 nanograms per milliliters of methamphetamine. The guy was literally on a deadly fentanyl dose, a deadly cocktail of substances based on very basic research. You'll find this exact number online everywhere. Quote, the estimated lethal dose of fentanyl in humans is 2 milligrams. George Floyd had 5 times the average lethal in his system. And anybody who understands you essentially stop breathing and die of suffocation. You know, shouldn't we be asking these questions? Shouldn't we be a little bit curious? Now, of course, there were 2 conflicting autopsies. But again, shouldn't we be asking the question, where did this come from? Why was one autopsy prioritized over the other? And just considering the fact that this guy had 11 nanograms of fentanyl in his bloodstream, just based on that alone, don't you think that there's a little bit of doubt as to what was the actual cause of this individual's demise? It's not like I have a horse in this race. not like I have any personal interest or personal connection to Derek Chauvin or the individuals around him, but I just can't seem to understand, considering all the facts that came to light regarding this case, not to mention the video evidence, which spawns so many other questions, like the placement of Derek Chauvin's knee. It never actually seemed like his knee was ever on. On his back or his shoulder blade. Some of the quotes and some of the things that George Floyd was saying before Derek Chauvin even had him on the ground. You know, major question marks, major issues that bring in a whole lot of confusion. I don't understand, considering everything that we saw and considering this deadly cocktail of extremely powerful substances, how a jury could have possibly come to a unanimous decision in reaching a verdict of guilty in this case. Intention was to take his life, not manslaughter, but rather murder. It's incredibly confusing. And again, the point that I was making is that I don't have a personal connection to Derek Chauvin, but I do have a personal connection to, I don't know, the truth, or not finding somebody guilty and sending them essentially to life in prison when there's such a major red flag in the case. Just the fact that George Floyd had fentanyl in his system in the first place, in my opinion, is enough to throw the facts of this case in the air entirely. And I think about this case constantly. In fact, not too long ago, maybe a week and a half ago, I tweeted this. I released this on the 12th of October. I still can't wrap my head around the whole George Floyd thing. This was before Tucker Carlson's X segment. I think about it all the time, and it's confusing to me why other people don't. Politics and narrative farming, in this particular instance, seems to have taken precedence above the basic curiosity for the truth. That's what I find so odd. You know, it's not a political stance. It's a simple question. Did we get this one right? Or is it possible that an innocent man is now rotting behind bars, unjustly, for the sole purpose of supposed police reform, demonizing police officers trying to do their job? Well, like usual on videos like this, I'm curious what your opinion is. Let me know what you think in the comment section. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you feel like it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
The following is a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, his second time on this podcast. He's the CEO of Meta.
Stay right to continue on I-5 North. Proceed north on I-5 North in 13 miles. Take exit 4 on the right for Northeast 7th Street.
Wait, the
was
current guy
dating.
that you're with, you gave him the ultimatum?
No,
The
no.
barber or the guy
I
before
told
him?
him, no, him. I told him, the barber. I told him that our relationship had an expiration date, but it was because we had a bunch of separations in our 5 years, short ones, but we had them. And I was getting older. He was getting older too, but I'm older than him, so I felt like I wanted something either new or this needed to be like more serious so that we can start working together and build a life together, because it just kind of felt like we were like boyfriend and girlfriend living together. And I just
What
didn't
made
feel
you
like I
what
wanted
made
that.
you like feel the need to like put the pressure on him to marry you?
Like I wanted to start building like my business. I wanted to start building a life that is prosperous, and so I felt like.
But couldn't you
let's
do
not
that
be
as boyfriend and girlfriend though?
I didn't feel like he was stepping up to like be the kind of man that I needed in that time to be able to build a life together. I felt like we were boyfriend and girlfriend, and I needed like a husband that we can start like buying stuff together, building stuff.
So what did he want?
Well,
Did you even know?
like he grew up culturally thinking that marriage is not a thing that you do. Like you don't.
Yeah, she bullied his ass into the marriage.
say,
bro. He didn't want to do it. She just bullied his ass.
I don't think so, because I told him it's fine. Whichever way we go, it's fine. But I don't want to waste any time. We're not going to have to get serious.
You have this show on Netflix. How old is he, by the way?
He's 25.
Oh shit! Have you seen that show on Netflix?
I love it.
Have you seen that show or no? It's called Ultimatum on Netflix. You seen that show?
No, I haven't really watched that.
Very good show. But yeah, he's younger than you, so I feel like you kind of like bullied him into like marrying him. Honestly.
And I just don't get, like, if he's not doing what he should be doing, if he was a husband while you're in a long-term relationship, what makes you think he's gonna then do it just because he got married? Well, he did. Like, he completely transformed. The wedding and everything just had a huge impact on him, and he just stepped up into his role as, like, man
It
of
is
the
your
house.
second marriage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man of the house, paying bills, stepping up with my youngest kid, and it's not like foolproof. He's still working on it because he's still growing himself, but
Is he the
married-
breadwinner, or both you guys work and go 50-50?
We both work. I make a little bit more than him, but he puts pretty much everything, so it evens out.
Okay.
I help when there's not enough.
Okay.
He puts everything that he has, and then I put whatever is remaining.
Okay. Alright.
What
So-
happens though if you get married and then like he doesn't step up? Is what happens. Well, then there's always divorce, but that didn't happen.
There's
I think
therapy, yeah.
Ultimately, like we love each other and he loved me, so he wasn't bullied into it. It's just that he realized like, okay,
I mean, if you didn't give him the ultimatum, he would have never married you.
he would have married me, just maybe not as soon
At
as
that
he
time,
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just granny this
Yeah.
year since it's bingo night? So what I'll say is to the young ladies listening is, you got lucky this man changed when you married him. That is not normally the case. Yeah, that's it. So that's luck. It's not normally the case. Do not marry somebody in thinking that saying these words in front of a few people is going to make them change. A woman doesn't change. A man doesn't change. If you're not getting what you need before the marriage, you're not getting it after. Walk away. Walk away. It's hard, but it's a lot freaking easier than a hard marriage.
And to after a point as well, just because he changed right now, doesn't mean he won't change back to how he was before. So it's kind of like you're hoping he stays to it, but again, he's young. So.
I mean, and I can definitely like validate that that's a reality. We go through phases where he kind of regresses in some areas, but I just recognize we have a very good like spiritual connection as well. So I recognize that he's just kind of like shedding layers, and he's just really willing to change and get better, and that's kind of why I've stuck with him.
Guys, this is very important. If you want to connect with a girl on a deeper level, just like you're spiritual. Tell her to be connected, stars align. Tell her that, you know what? I see in you a connection, a spiritual connection. You will feel it every single time. Tell her great.
He didn't have any of that. I pretty much have like gotten into spirituality.
You brainwashed him, yeah.
No, I didn't brainwash him. I just put a couple spells on him.
Poor guy, man. Poor guy. Okay. All right. And then I believe you.
Like, okay, y'all basically said,
okay, just a reminder that a man should be judged if he can't produce anything, which I agree with. But at the same time, well, you said you can judge your man, which is actually even worse. Nice try, though. However, when I asked you, should a woman be judged on her body count, all of you said no, pretty much, except for you.
Sex nuts. I said,
That's true. That's true. But men have to go out there and create their value. Women have to preserve it. And let's be honest here, preserving something that's valuable is much easier than going out there and creating something that's valuable. Because you already have it.
Like, it's not like that. Like,
Yeah.
if that's good, then obviously you're going to preserve it.
Yes, your sexuality is your most valuable asset, which is why your looks and your sexuality are the two most powerful things that a woman has. I'd argue it's probably your main bargaining chips with men, because quite frankly, men don't really care about anything that's besides it. Everything else is a plus. Be cooking clean, like you mentioned, cool. But if you're not hot enough, it doesn't matter. So I just found it interesting now. Men can be judged for being lazy, but you should be judged for making personal decisions that affect you. See the contradiction there?
So why are you choosing to choose sex and that specifically as an example?
A woman's utility typically comes from her sexuality. A man's utility typically comes from what he creates. This is why an ugly man that has status can still get a bad bitch, whereas an ugly woman that has status can't necessarily get a top-tier guy.
That's also because of certain ways that men think. Certain men think certain ways. So they think that they're...
Explain.
I feel like certain men think like that it's just like a teen and a man. Like certain men feel like they're above them. So it's like even if the woman is like above them but she's not cute, then they're just gonna disregard her.
Okay, realistically speaking, do you want to lead a relationship or do you think your man should lead a relationship?
I would rather a dominant relationship. I don't want to be able to.
Would you prefer to lead the relationship or would you prefer your man to lead the relationship?
Go ahead and leave.
Okay, what about you?
I'll say both.
That's impossible.
We both can be leaders.
No.
If it's a partnership, you could
You
be
do
a
realize, in order for someone to lead, therefore someone must follow, correct? That's the very definition of a leader. So someone must follow. Who must follow, the man or the woman?
But what if his
Let her
decision is
finish.
bad?
Let her. What about you? The man. Okay, what about you? Really? Both of you are leading the ship?
I do.
Name one successful country that has two presidents.
I don't gotta name no successful country. That's
Okay.
how I feel.
Well, how you feel versus what's real are two different things. Let's operate in reality here. Fuck your feelings.
Is
What
I
actually works?
I actually have been in a relationship where we both are literally working together and there's nothing wrong with it. That's
Okay, why is that relationship not here today?
Because we just don't want to be in a relationship.
Because it doesn't work. Now, going back to what I was saying, who leads a relationship, a man or a woman, if you had to pick one, for it to actually work?
So,
Well, I'm just asking your opinion.
okay, so then
I'll
you're
answer
asking
that,
my
don't worry.
opinion and I'm giving you the answer that is my answer, but you're telling me that that's not going to work. I'm telling you.
No, I'm saying if you can't have two leaders, there's got to be one. Just say the woman if you think it should be the woman.
No, I don't feel like it should be the woman or the man. I think that you both can literally lead. That's how I feel. That's my opinion. That's my answer.
But that does not adhere to reality because by definition of leading, someone has to follow.
Okay, you can move on to the next girl.
I mean, I'm speaking the English language. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. There has to be a leader and a follower in any type of dynamic. Who is If you had to pick one, what do you think is optimal?
My parents led together. That's why I feel the way I do.
Someone made the choices, right? After the whole
No, my mom and dad literally would make choices together. That's what I'm saying.
No, but somebody made the final call, right?
Yeah.
They made it together.
Bro, that's what you think. Someone made the final decision.
All I'm saying is, you guys can feel what you feel, but I'm just telling you my opinion, and that is what it is.
It's not about what we feel, it's about what's real. You can't have two leaders.
My opinion.
There's not one Fortune 500 company that has two leaders. There's not one country that has two presidents. There's not one type of organization that actually works and functions properly that has multiple leaders. Nothing gets done by committee. There has to be one final decision maker. This is how the world works. It's not what I think, it's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't agree. That's just it.
You don't agree with reality once again.
Okay.
You're delusional.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you? Who do you think should lead man or woman in a relationship?
If I had to pick one.
Yes. Okay, and then you were saying something before that you were trying to say as far as like what if the man can't lead?
Partnership.
Because what if I have a certain knowledge that he doesn't have? And then we're going to have to go 50-50 and do this and do that.
Let me ask you this. In an optimal relationship, would you prefer them to be the leader and you don't have to go 50-50? Or do you actually want a 50-50 relationship with a man, optimally speaking, if it was your choice?
No, he can lead.
There's the answer to your question. Women want leaders by your own show, besides one individual. Huh?
That wasn't my question.
No, but you were trying to say, well, like, man, like a hierarchy, blah, 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 and you couldn't really articulate yourself. I'm trying to tell you that nature creates a hierarchy.
I'd rather my man be a leader.
Congratulations, you and 95% of other women. So what are you trying to argue, saying that men want hierarchies and stuff? Women want the hierarchies.
But don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with 50-50 relationships because a lot of 50-50 relationships actually work out.
There is
Really?
a lot of wrong with it. Please explain to me when they work out.
When it's just an understanding for both.
Continue straight towards Northeast 7th Street.
In the United States? 50-50 partnership?
I mean, it just depends. It just really depends on the people and the situation.
We do have a culture of 50-50 relationships nowadays, and I'd argue, writing a book on this shit, it does not work. And there's the stats to prove it. About 50% of marriages end in divorce. 70-80% of them are initiated by women. These are supposed to be men that women love and adore, but yet they're the ones initiating divorce. I mean, 50-50 partnerships typically don't work.
Turn left.
I would argue that women don't want an equal. Do you want an equal? Do you want a guy as tall as you, makes as much money as you, and is competent as you know?
No. Proceed
Okay,
west
so
on
you want
Northeast
quite literally
7th
a
Street,
superior, not
quarter
equal.
mile. Continue straight on Northwest 7th Street.
See, when you actually put the logic to it, you're like, well, women want everything. The 50-50 partnership stuff sounds great on paper, but so does communism. It doesn't work in practice.
Continue straight on Northwest 7th Street.
I'm going to say 50-50. Like, I want a man to do everything. But if he's doing everything, I will return
Proceed
that at
west
some
on
point. Like,
Northwest
I'm going
7th
to take
Street
you out.
in 1 mile. Turn left to Northwest Fruit Valley Road.
That's what I mean. I just said it. I just said if he's doing everything, then it's like, and I really think for me, then it's like, I want to treat you right back to me. Like, I don't want you to do everything.
That short effort every now and then, it's talking about like the whole relationship, who's in charge, who's making choices. Look, we can talk about it, but like at the end of the day, my man got it, I'm gonna tell him how I feel, but if he didn't make that choice, that's up to him.
Now let me ask you guys a better question. Earlier you guys said society shouldn't judge you for your body count. Let me ask you this. If you meet a guy that's attractive, a leader, dominant, assertive, these traits that we talked about earlier that define a leader, you think he's gonna care about a woman's body count? Yes or no?
Possibly. It all depends on the guy, honestly. Depends on the guy. You never know. Some guys, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a guy.
Okay. What about you? What do you think?
I think again, people have a certain point of themselves.
So do you think yes or no? You think yes?
I can't answer the question for how a guy will feel.
What do you think you would?
What do you think then?
Would be like?
If he would care about my body count.
Yeah. Do you think a guy that on that level that has his shit together would care about a woman's body count? Do you think he would?
The guy.
Interesting. What about you? You think it matters enough? Why?
Turn left to Northwest
So
Fruit
I
Valley
found a
Road.
story the other day. And basically about this guy saying if you're gonna hire, well, you're interviewing two different people for a job, right?
Yeah.
One person, the last 5 years, they've had 5 jobs. So one job per year. The other person, they've had like 25 jobs within 5 years span. Who are you gonna hire? The person that has multiple jobs or the one that's at least stuck with 5 jobs?
Good point.
I don't know who said that, but I said
That answers your question about the bodies versus how many times you've had sex versus how many bodies you have.
I wouldn't say though that's not necessary. In my opinion, not necessarily.
No, you stated earlier, you want to know, the question for us,
Proceed
if
south
have
on
multiple
Northwest
bodies,
Fruit Valley
guys,
Road.
well,
In
one
1.5
person makes
miles,
sense.
look
What's
for your
better?
destination
He's
on the
saying,
right.
from an employer, the one hired person has one job for 5 years versus 5 different jobs.
But I say not particularly because I personally have had multiple jobs. But it's like,
Do you not see that it's an analogy?
I do, but I've had
But you
jobs.
refuse to accept the analogy.
I don't refuse to accept it. I just feel like,
You refuse to accept the analogy.
I just feel feel like I've had jobs. Oh my god. No, I feel like I've had jobs and it's just like I don't like the job, so I leave. Like I could be at the job for a week. It doesn't matter how many jobs
I would hire you knowing you're gonna leave your job. Think about it. If I'm an employer, one of the best employer possible, why am I gonna hire you? You're gonna leave.
I mean, that's literally how I am, but I'll lie my resume. Like I've had multiple jobs, but like I will work at a job for a week and not like it and quit.
The internet, false documents.
I will work at a job for a week, and if I don't like it, I will quit and just go into something better. It's all about moving up, in my opinion. So I feel like work is not. He's using an analogy. I understand the analogy, but work is not the same as sex.
This is incredible.
Working is not the same as sex with somebody. I've had multiple jobs, and I will work a job and not like the job and leave and go to another job.
Our world, bro.
The point is, work is not the same as a sexual relationship. But that's why he's working it as an analogy. I understand the analogy, but I feel like okay, am I tripping?
You are falling.
I want to ask you, am I tripping? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I feel like you're kind of like disregarding the analogy a little bit.
I understand the analogy, but I feel like work is work.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Only women. I'm just gonna be honest about this. Only women have the privilege of being stupid. I'm just saying one. I agree with you, bro. Like, yo, people could call me asshole or whatever, but this podcast says it all the time. If you're pretty enough, you can be stupid and no one will care. And no offense, right? I'm sure you probably have a or they won't tell you. But I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like. You're pretty, you probably don't have trouble, getting dates or whatever, but as a guy, right?
Morning.
Morning.
What kind of number are you looking for, sir? BOL number, appointment number?
All kinds of numbers. Truck number, trailer number, BOL number, serial number. It's like you list the number, odds are I'll probably want it.
All right. I got a BOL whenever you're ready, sir.
Oh yeah, thanks. Let me just grab the truck and I'll move things on over.
Yes, sir. Do you need me to open the back?
Nope.
Okay.
Do you have a seal number on you?
No, it's empty.
Oh, okay. In case, what was that BOL number you had?
672
672
435
435
13.
13. Well, it's kind of an old code, Lord Vader. Should we let him through anyway?
I believe we should.
Nothing can come wrong from that decision.
Of course not.
All right, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Salt Lakes, hit it. would you park there? So far out.
asking for route.
Don't be 30 miles.
Building. Proceed south on Northwest Fruit Valley Road in a quarter mile. Continue straight onto Fruit Valley Road. Dispatch ST-166910636 has been deleted. Dispatch ST-166919309 has been activated.
Another way out of here? Does not look like it. I'll go see what this clown is doing.
Out of route. Drive to route line behind you. Or route. Proceed south on Northwest Fruit Valley Road in a... Out of route. Drive...
Empty. I'm coming back tomorrow.
Proceed south on Northwest Fruit Valley Road in a quarter mile. Continue straight on Fruit Valley Road. Continue straight on Fruit Valley Road. Proceed south on Fruit Valley Road. In 3/4 of a mile, turn right to West 4th Plain Boulevard. Then, after 700 feet, turn sharp left to West Mill Plain Boulevard. Turn right, then turn sharp left. Proceed west on West 4th Plain Boulevard. In 700 feet, turn sharp left to West Mill Plain Boulevard. Turn sharp left to West Mill Plain Boulevard. Proceed southeast on West Mill Plain Boulevard in 1.5 miles. Continue straight on to East Mill Plain Boulevard. Proceed southeast on West Mill Plain Boulevard in 1.5 miles. Continue straight on to East Mill Plain Boulevard. Proceed east on East Millway Boulevard in a quarter mile. Take exit on the right for I-5 South and Portland. Take exit on the right for I-5 South and Portland. In a quarter mile, continue on to I-5 South. Continue on to I-5 South. Proceed south on I-5 South in 1 3/4 miles. Continue straight on I-5 South, then, after 35 feet, take exit 307 on the right for Marine Drive, Oregon I-90, and MLK Jr. Boulevard.
MLK Jr. Boulevard. Okay. MLK Jr. Boulevard in Portland. This will be interesting. Come on, people, splurge together. Get in there now. Go in now.
And I'll say something, you'll nod in acknowledgement, but then you'll say, I disagree.
Because, like, you know, I'll not acknowledgement, like,
That too, right, Chris? Yeah.
I mean, what can I say? That's how I am. Like, I'm acknowledging your point. You know, you're talking, you're acknowledging. Like, that's just respect.
No, but body language says a lot. You know what I'm saying is the truth, that women are not good long-term provisioners. However, if you don't like the way it makes you feel, so you say, I disagree. Then I ask you to explain why you disagree. If you're not necessarily able to emphasize the fact that I might have said it in a way that you didn't like. But that's the fact that it's biologically true. I just revise the men in general. I just say, and if they do, there's studies that show this. When a woman out-earns a man, the likelihood of divorce or
Gotta get out of here.
I agree. Well, that proves my point that women are good long-term provisioners.
In 1 mile, continue straight on I-5 South, then after 35 feet, take exit 307 on the right for Marine Drive, Oregon High-Miami, and Bellgate Junior Boulevard.
I said what is, and you're saying why. I don't care why. Women just aren't good at it. They can't do it. You might say, they can't do it. The why is this. No one cares about the why. The reality is they're not good long-term provisioners. The why is irrelevant.
You care about the why. You ask me why. Why I disagree.
When did I say why? I just made a statement that women are not.
On that point, and I'm telling you why. I disagree. I said I agree with you on the point that, like, you had said that in relationships where women are the breadwinners, they tend to end up in divorce more often than how it is the other way around, like traditional conventional families, right?
Yes.
And I agree with that point. Why? Because, I mean, in society, it's built so that men make more money than women.
Incorrect.
That's not incorrect. If you look at the UN, there's a wage gap, there's a gender wage gap.
Really?
Yes,
Is it true?
it is. You can look it up on the UN. If you look at every single country in the world, there's a gender wage gap everywhere. And not one of them is having women on top making more money than men.
Continue straight, then take exit 307 on the
Deserve
right.
less. And the reason why women deserve less is let's get some numbers here. Women on average work, we already went over the jobs that they work that get paid less than men. Women work less hours than men. Women work less hours jobs. They will take more time off vacation. They take more paternity leave. They are less likely to take risks. To leave the workforce. And women are more agreeable. They don't argue for higher wages. There's a multitude of reasons why women get paid less, and all of it is based on choice, not gender. The reason why women get paid less is because they choose to not make more money. They choose to not work hard. Women make less because they deserve less. Men work hard and period, point blank period. And every metric of labor, men work harder than women.
You can say that, but
one more thing. Here's another crazy part. Women dominate university attendance, and they still make less.
they just said that earlier. But what I was trying to say.
Yeah, but they should be making more. If they dominate university attendance and higher education, why is it that they still make less? Well, because they go into use of professions a lot of the time.
Not necessarily always the case. There's such a thing as like companies preventing wage transparency among coworkers and that kind of stuff. Like not being able to talk about wages, how much they're making. They discourage. It's illegal, but there's a lot of companies that discourage.
And women left for the same job as a man.
It's illegal, but not many people know that they're being dipped when it comes to like their labor. Why? Because companies tend to encourage, discourage wage transparency between coworkers and staff.
Okay, let's use your logic. Let's say I could actually get away with paying women less than men. Why would I hire men?
Why would you hire
northwest on
Yeah.
North Marine Way in 700 feet.
Think about that. No, hold on. Let that sink in, marinate. If I could actually get away as an employer paying women less than men, why the hell would I hire men?
Because you want diversity. Why wouldn't you want diversity? You want all females, you want all males. It depends on the industry too.
Big guys, that just flew over your head. What I just asked.
There's not enough women, like you said.
Because men are.
Ladies, those are rhetorical questions. You can't, like, if that were the case, right, there'd be women in the workforce and no men because men can actually get them. Most entrepreneurs will hire women because they can get away with paying them. But the reality is, women get paid less because they work less and they go into professions that, quite frankly, aren't needed by society so much. I just read the top professions by men versus the top professions for women. Women have very little interest in creating infrastructure for society.
That might be true, but I'm not talking about men and women having different career choices. I'm talking about like men and women in the same position getting paid different amounts. Like a woman typically, like, I mean, I can't speak for like the whole world. I don't remember the exact
Hold on.
statistics.
There's a study that they did. Actually, when you equate, okay, when you equate education, experience, profession, where they're working, etc., the wage gap almost disappears. And a matter of fact, in some cases, the woman makes more. They did this at Google. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the statistic I was giving you was from the United Nations.
250 parking spaces.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
About the wage gap.
the UN is just quite frankly wrong because, again,
The UN's wrong.
yes, the UN is wrong because they don't take because any economist with half a brain would know if that were truly the case that you can get away with paying women less, there would be only women in the workforce. They would not hire men. It would be stupid for you to hire men. You would just hire women because you could pay them less if you could actually get away with it. Yeah.
Well, no, because men and women have different abilities. Like men tend to be more logical, so you want logical workers. But you also want women that are more emotionally in tune, customer service, that kind of stuff. They tend to be better at customer service. So you kind of want both, depending on the industry. So you want both, but it's in your best, in you, like the employer, in your best interest to, I guess, pay women less, just because, like, I don't know.
They don't,
always
though. That's
been
what I'm
like
trying
that.
to explain to you. They don't pay them less. The reason why women get paid less on average is because they work less and they deserve less.
But I'm also not talking about like minimum wage jobs, like you're working at Burger King, like whatever. Everybody there is making $50 an hour, like that sort of thing. I'm talking about when you start moving up in positions and that kind of stuff. Women tend to be held back for
No, they're
like
not.
promotions.
Women are promoted more than men, and they're given the job position even if they're not qualified because of affirmative action.
That's tokenism. You gotta have like a token woman or like whatever, a token person to like certify and show the whole world that like, yeah, we're a diverse team and like whatever, but you just have that person there.
There are job postings right now for police departments and law enforcement agencies in STEM, etc., that are female only. Could you imagine if we had job postings that are men only?
Why do you say that?
Sexism inherently benefits women. It does not benefit men whatsoever.
I want to give a shout out to my friend. She's a female plumber in Philly.
That's great, but she's probably one of a few. We actually brought in
She is one of the
You know,
few.
speaking of plumbers, you know
I
what?
just brought her up.
Hey, story, right there. We had a female plumber come on the show that was in trade school. This was about a year ago. Guess what? She went through the plumber test. She couldn't squeeze the wrench. They have like a test where they're supposed to show grip strength and being able to open a pipe or whatever. She failed the
Rainfall amounts a quarter to a half of an inch. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. Rain showers, mainly in the evening. Lows in the upper 30s. South wind 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 80%. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of rain showers. Highs in the upper 40s. Light wind. Forecast for the mountains of the northern Cascades from the Columbia Gorge to Mackenzie Pass. Winter weather advisory in effect from 5 p.m. this afternoon to 5 p.m. Wednesday above 3,500 feet. Today, rain and snow this afternoon. Snow level 4,000 feet. Little or no snow accumulation. Gust wind southwest 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Rainfall amount a tenth to a quarter of an inch. Tonight, rain and snow. Snow level 4,500 feet, decreasing to 3,500 feet after midnight. Snow accumulation of 2 to 5 inches. Pass wind southwest 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Rainfall amounts a half of an inch to 1 inch. Wednesday, snow showers. Rain showers. Snow level 3,000 feet. Snow accumulation of 1 to 3 inches. Past wind southwest 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts. So you captured this video. What were they thinking? Well, here's my question. What were you thinking taking a video, shaking your ass in the bathroom at a Dolphins game just to intentionally get the reaction of others? And all for what? For some likes and attention on social media? Really? And I'll tell you what they're thinking. They're thinking, I would love to go to the restroom in peace without being recorded by anybody.
Thinking she needs a diaper change. Is this actually attractive? Because I feel like there's a threshold she's surpassed in the wrong direction. This level of narcissism and self-importance is truly alarming. When you get a DIY BBL kit from Teva, trying to look sexy in a disgusting ass football stadium bathroom is crazy. How are they not embarrassed doing this stuff in public? If I had a diaper that full, I'd be mortified. Do this on your OnlyFans, nobody wants to.
What you saying about what you in?
I'm sick of these. I'm sick of these bitches. See what they got going on the side. With the IV. Around the left and I'm a charcoal reporter before.
So you want to work from home then? Would you contribute to the housework if she's contributing to the bills?
I didn't necessarily say she has to contribute to the bills.
She just has to work.
Yeah.
Why?
I want to be able to build with my partner. I want to be able to say, yo, let's do this or let's do that. And look, everything has to be on me. You know what I'm saying?
But you're not. Everything is supposed to be on you.
Yeah, that's fine. But what if something happens to me and I get injured and I can't work? I need
better get up there.
We're a partner. We're a partnership. We're a team. I need to be able to rely on everything.
Yeah, if she will nurse you back to health, so you can get back to work the next day. So you're very modern.
Anything can happen in that time. It could be 20 years.
Okay.
I might be ill for a couple of years. You know what I'm saying? I need to rely on you now.
Oh God, no. Don't rely on me. No, I don't want you to rely on me. Don't get ill. Just stay working. Okay?
I'll see what I can do.
Thanks.
She's a lovely woman and she'll make a great wife. Don't rely on her, don't get ill, just go to work. And if you do get ill and you can't go to work, she'll probably leave you.
You ever feel bad about getting rejected? Remember the time I told the guy I missed him? And he said you wouldn't miss me so much if you had a full-time job.
Be calm. Who do y'all be dating? Chimpanzees?
How much should a guy earn for you to date him?
Over 500k, close to $1 million. If he doesn't, I'm not gonna say yes. Do you hear me?
How much should a guy pay for his engagement ring?
He needs to pay again. 500.
Delusional. Do you suffer from a mental illness?
Someone said the food bill alone is like over 500k.
Nah, sleeping at the club is crazy. You should already know she could get charged. I'm gonna be this out. Bitch, get up.
She can check anything other than Clash Royale, that's just too far.
Let's not take a piss. I'm scared of pressing the button. Last time I pushed the button. Nothing. You said you prefer a guy who does self-defense using other methods. Are we talking like this one?
Not like that. I just mean like I think a gun is a bit extreme. Like if because most people would argue like the legally obtained firearm in like circumstances of self-defense. Like if someone breaks into your home, like most people would argue for that. I'm just saying that I personally would prefer a different. I don't know.
There's 5 home invaders. All of them don't have weapons. They're ready to throw down with their fists against your husband. Would you prefer he has his hands or a gun?
Hands.
You don't want these.
I don't want them flying if they're just coming in my house.
What about if you want him to have a gun?
Whoa, I didn't think you were gonna kill him.
Well, I mean, you're home invaders. He's gonna
That doesn't. It's gonna be from a phone is in your pillow.
Well, there's a chance that can happen, you know. If you think your boyfriend's got a chance going up against 5 men of his own, you can be delusional. I don't think John Jones would be able to farm 5 men of his own.
I'm single as hell. I ain't got no food, no fame, no snickering, no nothing.
Stop.
But this lady literally put the camera under the stove. I hope you got my good side of the
show their emotions?
Because they don't show their emotions. A lot of the time you have to guess what they're feeling, what they want from you, and what they want in their life. They're not all that upfront and honest all the time.
I think women want men to show their emotions because they're human and they have no like it's a very normal thing, but society makes it seem super crazy for a man to talk about anything that shows like how they feel, which is just so wrong. Please talk about your emotions.
In reality, they're not actually looking for one man to show his emotion. So it kind of goes like they're double talking when it comes to that, I believe, in my opinion.
I think the women's feelings are always like looked at as like more important.
A lot of men don't want to share their emotions because they're scared of getting judged by other men, and also because they don't want the woman to use it against them. How many women have said to men, oh yeah, share your emotions, be open with them, and then when the man actually does it, she uses it against him in the future.
Why are you still playing PlayStation at this age, Siri? Oh, please be it. I can't like hear it. Like get a full-time job. Thank you. If I was to be playing Sims right now. No, forget things. If I was there doing weed, dance, just dance. You guys would go down and start the day. You guys would cook me and stuff like for season. Playing cards.
All of a sudden, there's an age limit for it.
Yes, yes. Because, no, do you know what it's like? Okay, do it for an hour. There's so do you don't have things to do? Like, you should be a busy man.
Play PlayStation or Xbox. If you're a complete nut doing nothing, you just sat on your ass and potato chips,
You have all these ideas of what it's going to be, you know, plan out the fairy tale wedding.
Because I just can't help it when they're not looking for things and every day with those explanations. Right away, I can have those things, I can have everything. The people who know that there is for them. I found the one and also how are they doing, but yourselves bring me. So hopefully this is something absolutely amazing. We get my technical and auto camera, or automatic editor, really does have damage to monsters, so they're really a lot of damage to monsters. I found more shallow iron, exactly things like that's pretty good sound. I find a lot of iron, but it comes in some recent people who ordered shells that have large blast radius. I do enjoy good blast radius. And the best part is I'm pretty sure we're going to be like one monster in the show. But we got the cloud monster to start with. You got a PA cannon as well, so we can just go like that and have some monster. Then when we go into there's a giant the monster might do something. Turns to me that we're going to be very fast. Only $4, we get just that. We'll get a rigid to the surface quicker, but we'll get 35 at a time. And that's a big one here. That's as many things as we can about. Now another iron deposit not going up the last one. And then it's getting worse because actually I think it's picked up this artillery. Maybe artillery fires pretty good in the so we're gonna fire on right there. We're gonna shoot this guy with the end here. The motor can start that again, but it's gonna get a little bit but when I rack and skill knowledge, I get enough more things. I should probably buy some upgrades on top of it. We're gonna increase our real strength just so we can bust that ground. There's a lot of
no!
because we can only get by very good on the surface. And we'll actually definition of why we're here. I'm also going to spend $4 on movement speed, just something else. I found another track I don't know how it's going to write it the next quarter of the day. So there's another project I just wants to be rich for so much so that I can already do this one here on the surface. I can all that I would now we carry this much to the surface. I can't have that high, so I'm also going to go with my anti-gun because I find that I'm also going to
remember the goldfish you guys released. It's a supplement. We're going to do automatic goldfish, but once you're in combat, that would get more certain death without consuming resources. And that's good because that is better resource explosions. They were goldfish by 2 shells and 6 seeds. Bringing for the laser, like this one, see there's iron hiding and there's always iron hiding. Okay, we're going to try this one thing. I'm ready now. The timing of this, it went through the borders, so they know this one. So that's, I'm just going to respond every few rounds so I can pick it up and be super straight and speedy. I'm also going to use my speed as soon as I can. So some places, that's going to make me get quicker. I feel like I can do this all the time. The second I get down to the center, I just want to go to the next spot and the lights are easy. This is what this is fast as they tell me where it's going to see. But another 40 minutes later, there should be a power somewhere. There's also higher than the one shopping. If that was not higher than top, we had to wait for it. We started going to 2 holes and now this time I'm going to 2 holes. More tell explosives to you. If you know the fire shots and everything, that's really useless. Yeah, we just gotta find out what shooting is, some of these little guys, we find like that. That's a huge explosion. He's gonna be great. And we're just gonna go and go for that guy. I feel like this is gonna be a little bit of a problem. You don't really have to aim it because firing vaguely in your direction. What do you ever know from your guys? There are the birds too, but I don't have that many as many as if the birds say, I don't even know what the birds do. This one is power really close. There's not a lot of ways of power and oh, okay, good return for this. This star. Because it's high enough with time. It actually is a ton of iron around this whole second. So it tells me we're getting more kills. And also faster firing. I didn't really interest in power, but I did find it high. Also, you realize how close we are to the next wave starts, so we can get creative like the other things on this game. But we're not going to get it stop. So just go ahead and drop the wheels on the stand. That's actually that's impressive. That's a big gun. Wow, that blocking on everything. And so since I'm obviously a little bit slow, we're really going to speed up our other and I'm going to get control of all of this little bit here and also I'm going to get some treatments in. And I believe there's like an iron deposit in this big dark spot and I'm going to show you this. And those are these growth because there's so quick to get to this surface. But now that we're on our way down to the very, very hard dirt where this table is slow going. But if you find the next little layers, you should be able to find this stuff, these surface limits. And I'm going to see what's responding so we can get the capacity. Because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get down to this. I was doing this strong with this qualities. I found that using iron was going to be put on the surface. Iron and the road. So before they make it real straight, on top of that, so just get you can't work. Okay, we're starting to get some hand sites, we're going to have a ball that big, and T6 to be dead, we're going to have a ball that big as well. It's also going to die. Really sure what that does. It gave me a new symbol in the bottom now. This was a really big deposit of iron. I want to see if there's a power here before picking that up. There might be some variation in how far away from the border this is. I'm not entirely sure. We sure didn't find a power. What I did find was another massive iron deposit. I always collect so much water. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it all. It probably actually has a use. I just can't be bothered to figure it out. I guess the water could be spent on adaptive wave water, which is actually good, because that will actually tell me what the wave is on. Also $37 I didn't realize, so we're going to go with quadruple shell. So now instead of firing 2 gigantic shells, we're firing 4. So that's probably going to kill everything ever. Our first customers have arrived. Have or giant shells. I think these guys are going to be the same. I just don't think anything can stand up to this damage. AA guy's gotta go. The autocannon's actually killing things all on its own too. That was almost a joke. Is that it? That's fine. Back to the greedy iron gathering for us. I found another power. It wasn't right on the border. It was above it. Not that we really need this at this point, but I do want it. This power is giving us either drill work or blast mining. Blast mining means explosions, and we're all about that. So we're going to increase the blast strength right away, and then we're going to increase the blast strength again. Then we're going to take our new bomb straight to the bottom, where it's going to open up big spaces for us, so we'll be able to see more of what's going on. We're going to give it just a little space so it has maximum impact, and since the ground is getting hard, there you go, you can have all of that. Then we'll hopefully find some iron or anything at all. If not, we'll at least get ourselves that much deeper. I also found another one of those things, but I also found a bunch of iron, so it's a good day. I feel like I already just have such a giant surplus of iron that I don't really know what to spend it on. I guess we get a fast fire and 2-bar anti-air gun to just make ourselves even stronger. And then while we're waiting for the wave to start, I'm just going to probe down to the big dark spot because I know there's got to be some good stuff down here somewhere. And there's even my seed prep thing. It's a little bit late to utilize the seed, kind of I should have done that sooner, so we're just going to try and bring everything to the top, and whatever happens, because that seed's just going to land where it lands.
You know, we need more speed.
Also the murder things. We have a better, wow, that is a machine gun now. Okay, well, things are going to have trouble dealing with that. I'm going to try and, whoops, not sure what just happened there, but that's fine. Okay, these guys are going to be pretty big and strong, so we're going to fire 4 mortar shells at them. That seems to have done the trick. Yeah, just firing mortar shells in any direction is enough to do it right now. And our other seed thing is returned, so we're going to poke up this way for a sec since we have super speed and strength to just grab whatever extra resources we might have left behind, like all this iron. This feels so alarmingly quick, and we can actually still move faster potentially. Even using a superpower, we're going to fly this stuff to the surface like a rocket ship to the moon. Well, I found where the seed thing landed, right at the very bottom of the hole where it's not going to be much help. Luckily nearby, there was a absolutely giant deposit of iron. I just realized we already have 24 iron. We just got all this to the surface and there's still so much below. So we're going to take drill strength 4. Just because I don't have the patience to wait for drilling through a lot of this stuff, I just want to punch through it in an instant and be on my way. I guess we'll get wider rotation for our mortar, even though I don't think it's going to be an issue. Oh, I can actually aim it right down to the surface now. That would actually make it quicker for landing shots near the dome, but that's okay because we're doing fine without it. But let's give it a try since we have it. Okay, that guy died anyway. I don't really have anything to shoot at. Okay, we can double shot here. Get them. These things look like chickens. I guess the AA gun is nice to have near the surface. This is sort of a lot to keep track of though. Okay, we're going to kill all these guys because they're bombing in on us. We'll fire a mortar as soon as we can to just sort of clean up this side of things. The dome finally took some damage, but that's because there's lots of these little guys. I'm not very good at hitting a lot of these little guys, but if we fire the mortars, we get everything. But for the first time, I actually need to repair the dome a little bit. And our beloved bomb is respawned. Well, I found this thing, so we're just going to go ahead and let the bomb do all the work there because that can be really annoying to deal with. Then we're going hunting for all the iron that's left. There's actually a lot of little chunks of iron hiding out there, so we're going to find a lot of it. I kind of want to upgrade my autocannon, because you can actually make a shotgun out of it. I didn't know that, so we're going to get up this shotgun too. And then I've still got a lot of resources left over, so that should make this battle even easier. It's already firing a shotgun up towards the bird thing in the sky, which will also go ahead and shoot with our super gun. That's still alive, and it's dead. Quick mortar shot at these guys, never mind, they're already dead. I don't really have enough time to react to things because the mortar is so strong. It just sort of kills everything before I really have a chance to even process what's happening. The shotgun actually works really well against whatever those things are in the ground. Oh, they hide in the ground. That's what I'm having trouble getting them. They burrow so I can't see them. Found probably the last giant iron deposit that exists on the map. And it's so big that I still have to do it in at least 2 pickups. But on the bright side, my bomb did respawn. And so did my magic beam. So now we can discharge to anything we want. Well, there's a reasonably big dark spot there, so we can just let the bomb go there, and that's going to just sort of tidy that up for us. And there were actually some resources in there. We can also have a double barrel anti-air gun. That sounds like something I need. Pretty much got all the upgrades we could ever ask for. I did find another iron deposit actually close to the surface. I guess the only thing left to do is faster rotation for the mortar. Because as stupid as this sounds, I didn't realize that also made the AA gun faster. And it's firing a lot of bullets now. So this thing in the sky is going to get double AA guns. Those creatures over there will just, if you just fire a mortar at the edge of the map, it probably kills everything. Okay, we got lots of things coming in. Double AA gun to the rest.
10 guns. The government comes and takes 10, confiscates 10 of your guns.
How many guns do you have? 19. I have 19 guns because I lied to those phony bastards.
and also make the shield just a little stronger because it already will spend our money on something. So now I can put water into this thing and make my shield stronger for whatever that means. Then I think it's time to replace the big wave of morons. Between all of our attacks, I think we're going to be okay with this. Give us a big boy coming in there, but a few mortar shots should have them about taken care of. There's also a flying crab we need to deal with. We're firing a lot of shots at us. We need to get a mortar going as well, so we can have that. We can back to the up top of the AA. This one's a lot stronger than I remember. That thing's got to die. We need some mortar shots going. It's tricky to use both things at the same time, actually. So that guy's going to get some shots. Can we mortar him, actually? I want to fire mortar straight up. Does that work? No, we just hit the dome. So I put some money into repairs. We need to start firing back down at things that aren't dispersed. So once the mortar is done, we go like that. That should hit just about everything there. We got to repair the dome again. Yeah, the problem was I wasn't focusing on the right things. So if I fired out there, that'll take care of him. Then that's dead. And I think we actually just, we completed the hard wave without any help. We did that ourselves with artillery. And that was a complete mess. I was completely screwing everything up there. So we win.
Perhaps the least shocking headline I could have chosen. Elon Musk says we are sleepwalking our way into World War III. And he's correct. And I decided to use this story from the Post-Money to lead off because it was the least shocking.
I don't want to wait
with the Pentagon
for our lives
saying
to
they
be
will hold
over.
Iran accountable for attacking our military bases. There's Bloomberg, U.S. carrier strike group deployed to Middle East after Iran is deemed responsible for attacks on U.S. military bases. Israel has declared to the press yesterday that Iran was involved in the Hamas attack on Israel, the terror attack that killed over 1,000, around 1,400 Israeli civilians, many more taken hostage. And it would seem the conflict
Why wouldn't they
is
say
going
that?
to eventually wrap into World War III or induce. But again, I decided to bring this one up because perhaps it's a more domestic warning, perhaps it is sentiment, I don't know. You know, I've got a couple stories for you, and it seems that there's no answer for us. I have an article from Ben Shapiro talking about the need for the United States to intervene lest this become World War III. I have an article out of the UK from the Mirror, which has a military official saying the U.S. getting involved will make this World War III. Pick your poison. We are sleepwalking into World War III. Perhaps we are already there. I wonder how history will judge us. And as I often state when it comes to great wars, you don't know you're in it until sometime later. In the first couple of years, I believe it was the first couple of years of the American Civil War, they did not call it the Civil War. I think it was the first called like a rebellion in the South. History books decided to say, like, here's the time period of the Civil War. It's fascinating. But it was isolated mostly to Kansas. For those that are familiar, it was a 7-year period before the start of the Civil War, based on the history books, in which there was a civil war being fought in Kansas over whether or not the state would become a slave state or a free state. And now we are staring down the barrel of World War III. It will be interesting how history judges us, looking back at all these articles, and they'll say they truly did not know what they were in. You know, when you read history, and I recommend you read as much as you can, you'll see time jumps. A lot of people don't think about this. It'll say, you know, on this date in this year, let's say 1940, this thing happened. By 1941, this thing had happened. At 1942, so the launch of like, whoa. That's 2 years that went by. Now think about where we are. 2023. This conflict with Ukraine has now been going on for, what is it, over almost 2 years now? Has it been that long? The Ukraine-Russia war. And has it been that long? Maybe it's crazy, right? I wonder if in the future they're going to look back and say that the U.S. efforts to to change the leadership and back Ukraine joining the EU and NATO resulted in an assault from Russia. And, you know, it'll be written by those who think they know best. Perhaps they'll argue in the history books that Russia's invasion was the start of World War III. Many have already stated it. But right now, the big news is that Iran attacked the United States. That's it. What they're saying, and they're saying it very softly, is that Iran-backed militias, they're very different, attacked U.S. military bases in Iraq and Syria. That's a very different picture. Either way, the grains of sand are being added to the heap. This will build sentiment in the United States in favor of war with Iran, but the more worrying story is that Hamas sleeper cells and Iranians have entered through the southern border. If there is an attack, Joe Biden will take the blame for it, and the general public of the United States will likely support some kind of expansion, some kind of war. Now, I don't know, because today we have the internet and things are very different. I can look at everything going on and say, oh man, there's similarities between the war with Iraq and what we're seeing now. But there's no guarantee, because sentiment in this country is split. Young people in this country, they side with Hamas.
No, we don't.
I have a poll, I think I have it pulled up. And not only do they side with Hamas, but they believe that what Hamas is doing is genocide against Jews. And they side with that in the majority. That doesn't mean that everyone who sides with it believes it's genocide, but there is like at least a rollover of, I think, 12 or so percent that absolutely do. No, it might be like 17%. And that's not an absolute number, that's like a minimum. Let's read the news. And I'll start here with the sentiments of Elon Musk. Most Millennial reports. Elon Musk spouted off on a Twitter space on Monday with insights into the current state of global affairs. He said that a potential World War III puts civilization at risk, that the U.S. is lacking an advantage in terms of industrial output when it comes to China and Russia, and that those two nations are being pushed closer together in an axis of immense power against the West, and laying the groundwork for World War III. Quote, and so Russia has the raw materials, and China has the industrial capacity. It's frankly a perfect match from a war standpoint. So I think we need to stop doing that. It's unwise. And I think will lead to an immense risk to civilization. I want to emphasize like that. There's civilizational risk. There are tragedies at an individual level, tragedies at a community level, and then there's civilizational risk. We just need to make sure that we're not putting civilization itself at stake, which is World War III. He said he sees no benefit in prolonging the war between Russia and Ukraine. He called for peace in that conflict and a normalization of relations between the U.S. and Russia. Citizens of the two nations, he said, are essentially cousins. Presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy joined Musk in the space hosted by David Sachs, along with two others who were intrigued to hear the tech billionaire's perspective. I think we are sleepwalking our way into World War III, Musk said. Really, people should be deeply self-reflective. If they make their predictions have not come true, and it was a typo there, they should consider whether perhaps there are other predictions might not come, where their other predictions may not come true. They use voice to text to translate this, guys. What is a track record here, he said? Noting that no one alive today remembers the horror of a world war. As World War II vets have all passed, people today don't know what it was like. Musk said that we've all essentially grown up coddled. He's correct. He is correct. Politico reports. Pentagon says it will hold Iran responsible for attacks on U.S. troops. The U.S. has ordered additional forces to the Middle East to protect personnel there. Do they need to call it Iran? They're militias, trained and backed by Iran, they say, and therefore, that's it. It's Iran. I think this is a choice being made. They could say, in fact, I don't think this would even be news in any other period. Militias have attacked U.S. bases. In some instances, no injuries reported. So is it breaking news? It is. It is when you're trying to drum up sentiment in the United States for mass.
Warning, this video contains aggressive.
That I dated when I was 25 just came back into my life, and he's in the best fucking shape of his life.
Taco Boggle. Older guys, 100%.
Older guys.
Older guys.
Mature men know definitely what the things are, 100%.
They know what they want in life, you know?
Because they're more intelligent, they've got more money, which means they won't ask you for anything, more interesting, often better looking.
I'm 31.
and I have wrinkles on my forehead, saggy titties, and jowls, and he gets new gray hairs in his beard and his mustache, and he's never looked sexier, ever.
Jealousy because my ex is really out there working it.
It's like so bad segments. We're talking like 35, 40.
Today we're going to be talking all about why younger women like older men. So,
Younger women think of older men.
True. Yeah, that happened. So anyways, if I'm not allowed to be critical on the platform, then let's be positive on the platform and talk about why men are so amazing. With all of this man bashing.
Okay. Wine.
Welcome back to the new Professional StarCraft 2, where I am incredibly excited to introduce, in the bottom right of the red, one of the best Protoss players in the history of the game. It's the Shield of Iron. It's Stats, a global finalist, and so much more. But, speaking of more than a global finalist, a global champion. It is the reigning 2023 champion. It's Oliveira, a normal man. And perpetually the underdog, but with the greatest story, goes up against one of the most storied players of all time, a best of 3 TVP from the Kung Fu Cup, as these two will duel it out. Stats has been bad for a little while, but he struggled to break back into that top professional level that we kind of expected from it. It's a volatile time. And that will, well, those Cyclones do have bonus damage against the Stalkers. The battery's out of energy, and oh my god. Who's the Stalker now? The Cyclone locks on and just absolutely murders him. Stats with some very calm and controlled micro. But it wasn't enough to deal with those early clones. But when you go for 2 early clones, and Blink is now finishing up for Stats, that means you got a lot of map control. He lost one, he traded for the Stalkers, but Stats is correctly recognizing that Oliveira can't be following this up with anything particularly aggressive. He's going to get his 3rd Nexus up. He's going to poke and prod at the front. Robotics facility is on the way. But if you go for multiple Cyclones, it's probably not super quick Widow Mine drop. It's unlikely to be a big bio play, at least immediately. He's even got the defenses ready for a potential likely mine drop follow-up. But Stats already locking things down. And very importantly, while he lost the Stalkers, he didn't lose the probes. A big part of setting up your base, or a big part of being a solid defensive Protoss, is setting up your base correctly. You can't float those gateways over to the right spot. You can't lower the pylons into the ground, because Protoss don't get that sort of technology. Making sure you have pylons in a place that you can, well, pylons are the powerhouse of the Protoss, as you know, but it's so easy to set them up in a way that ends up screwing you over later. So I'm interested to see how Stats sets, just like Oliveira setting up the depots now. I might be attributing a bit much to, well, a lot of players have been setting things up to defend against Charizard weapons, like the edge of the main, just quarantining essentially your mineral line when it comes to the I mean, that may be one of the closest, and now both players truly made some mistakes. They got locked into these unit compositions, but it's those well, it certainly makes it less effective. he's going to be able to deal with it in a relatively timely manner. I'm still recovering. I don't know. I may never recover. So right now we're at the Lendren Ice Patch in south central Norway. We are currently at our base camp, which is at about 1,650 meters above sea level, and behind me is the last remains of the ice leading up to the Lost Mountain Pass. And we can already see that the ice has receded a lot since last time we did field work here.
Cool. Good.
When the snow from the winter has melted, in the beginning of August and mid-August, we are out to find new locations and rescue things just come out of ice. I was here first in 2006, then the ice went all the way down to where I'm standing now, here. I know it's 200-300 meters maybe up to the ice. Maybe 70% of the ice patch has disappeared in 18 years or something.
First find today. Well, furthermore here we have a part of a scaring stick. It will be a mobile fence for reindeer hunting. It's been lying here for maybe 1,500 years, and it melted out a few days ago or yesterday.
Lendren is an extraordinary place, and that's mainly because of it's been a traveling route over the mountain pass. We are now at the top. We know that there have been a route here, at least from 200 AD, and with a lot of transportation in the Viking Age. But after that, this route was forgotten. Now we find different items from up to 6,000 years ago. That tells a whole new story about the importance of the mountains in the past, both in Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. Where I'm sitting now is more or less the Vikings highway from the inland to the coast.
The island? Chris, iron there? This here is the bit for a horse made of iron. And it also has part of the bridle preserved, which is exceedingly rare. This should be like 1,000 years old, maybe more.
It's a woven textile, but we don't know what type of material it is yet, or what the age of it might be.
As they were lost on the ice, these objects, they just ended up what is pretty much a giant prehistoric freezer. They get frozen, there's nothing there for them to decompose, turns loose now, and they come out mint condition. Rescuing these objects is pretty much a race against time. We have a small window of opportunity to save these for the future generations.
The next step is to carefully bring them down from the mountain and get them to the museum in Oslo. And there will be different types of analyzers. We have found old tunic, 1,700 years old. It's the oldest garment in Norway.
When we started collecting these finds, there was more medieval and Iron Age, but as the years have gone by, progressively more stuff that is older keeps coming out. This is the only place in Europe we have a continuous 6,000 years of hunting equipment. It's a unique opportunity to study the past.
We have the best preserved pair of ski from history in the world, 1,300 years old.
We have shoes from the Viking Age and the Bronze Age, but also some inspired by Roman fashion. It just connects us to all the other things that were going on in the world at the time.
These finds have changed us everything in the understanding of the use of mountain and traveling.
You suddenly have this whole world that you didn't know about 10, 15 years ago.
These snow patches, they are slowly dying. It has to do with climate change, warmer climate, or rain, humid. The snow ice is melting rapidly. So it's a huge change.
We think these ice patches, they'll be gone sometime in the next 20 to 40 years. And they've been here for 7,000 years.
No, they have
Every
not.
time we are walking around looking and you see something you know is extraordinary, it's just your heart starts beating very fast.
So they've been there for 7,000 years, but the Vikings were underneath them 1,300 years ago.
I feel it knowing how it would even will be in 50 years. But I also can be very excited when we find things, sailing things.
All right, welcome back to Thunder Songs Podcast, episode 118. Today on the show, Ron DeSantis lost the internet, and we helped. Then, things continue to escalate between Israel and Hamas. We'll tell you why it's smart to stay out of it. Then, everyone is waking up to what really happened with George Floyd's death. We're going to tell you about that and how it plays in the 2024 election. And last but not least, in Cringe of the Week, bold people are up to some weird stuff on social media, and we're going to show you some of the worst offenders. All this and more is Thunder Songs Podcast, episode 118, ranked the best new podcast of all time. Because words are just words until action actually starts. And actions speak louder than words. But at the same time, words speak louder than words, because sometimes.
We'll come back to that. Let's do a little wandering. Just do a little wandering. Just gonna do a little wandering around. Wandering around. Just gonna do a little wandering around.
torch.
Episode is brought to you by our friends over at Allegiance Gold. As a lot of you know, we are teetering on the brink of an economic meltdown that's threatening to wash away your savings and retirement. Check with floodless.com today or give them a call. Episodes I thought weren't our best. This one is gonna be the best one yet. Oh my god. Alright, let's start off. DeSantis lost the online war. Can you read that headline?
Yeah, the New York Times published this, I think, over the weekend, how Ron DeSantis lost the internet. The GOP contenders campaign tried to take on Donald Trump's online army. Now it just wants to end the meme wars.
Frontliners reporting for duty, Your Honor. It feels good. It feels good to add a scalp to the wall. I actually don't feel good about it. Yeah. Like, I mean, DeSantis, where we have to kill, it's like fighting the Civil War, the brothers up in the north, the south. We had to do it. Yeah. I mean, they took a lot of time. Did a big thing. Told you. Now we have to add stealth wall. On our stealth wall, we have the handcuffs that were used to arrest the luggage claim. Yeah. And we also have the registrars for the iPad. Yeah. And then now we have some boots that are stapled to the wall with really high heels. Yeah, we're going to add the high heel boots to the wall as well. Ron DeSantis' secret weapon was Christina Pushaw, Deep State Christina.
Yeah, it went from a secret weapon to the heel that's ruined your whole campaign. DeSantis' secret weapon that Democrats and Trump should fear, published on December 10th, 2022.
So that's Christina Pushaw.
That's like a freezing cold take now.
That one did not age well. I was going to make a joke that Christina Pushaw looks like Jack Nicklaus as the Joker, but I decided not to because it's not really right to make fun of a woman for her looks.
Yeah.
And the same goes for the Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
So we're not going to...
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. It's low class. But for real, is Ron DeSantis done?
No, right?
Do you think he's done with politics after he finishes out his governor term?
I mean, Ron DeSantis has been in politics basically his whole adult life since the military, right? So, I don't know. I don't think he's done. I think he's hungry for more. But
do you think he can recover from how bad he's gone?
If he bends the knee a little bit,
starts apologizing, fires Christina Pushaw.
Yeah, fire Christina Pushaw, do some begging, some light begging to the right people, not in public, of course.
Come out barefoot and be like, I'm 5'4.5".
Yeah,
I played shortstop at Yale, 5'4.5".
I don't know, like a position in a Trump admin, ending a Trump win, that type of thing. I don't know.
All right,
there's a path, but it's going to be longer and harder than if he just stayed in the wings and was doing good governor shit, because he's the best governor. He's the best governor.
That's true. He had some stuff going for him. I think there is a road to redemption, but it is an uphill climb.
Yeah,
that's for sure. All right, let's move on. Lots of people talking about George Floyd's death again. People are starting to see what show watchers already knew. If you guys are show watchers, you know what we've been saying for a long time.
Yeah.
That his death wasn't actually caused by Derek Chauvin. George Floyd killed himself. And,
With fentanyl.
Yeah, exactly. Just to remind everybody, George Floyd had almost 3 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. He ate that fentanyl on camera before being restrained. He was also saying, "I can't breathe," before going down to the ground. And last but not least, the knee on the back was police protocol.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the facts of the case, and you know, but the cause of death, all it takes, you can ignore all that, and all you got to do is get the coroner to go cause of death, boop, boop, boop. Whatever I say, I'm ignoring all that shit, and cause of death, restrained by police, blah blah blah. Then you get 9 Muppets in the jury who all kind of ignore protocol as well. You convict a man who is one of the most famously imprisoned people on earth, and he's working his way up to the Supreme Court right now. So
yeah, and when that appeal gets brought, I think they're going to let Derek Chauvin off, rightfully so. I think it's going to happen right before the election, and I think that is going to end in shit really popping off.
Yeah.
Racial tensions will be higher than ever. Anti-white crimes and violence will be higher than ever. And I think it's going to get really ugly.
They're already very high, extremely high.
It's going to keep going, and it's going to be uglier than ever. And I think, here's my little 2024 parlay. I've said this in the show before. I think Michelle Obama, after the chaos, is going to announce she's running. Joe Biden's going to step down and say it's time for a woman of color to head this ship. And I think she's going to run in 24 off of all this act.
And then another thing, the black people in general just being like, man, it's big racial shit always happens every 4 years. This is crazy. It's like clockwork.
Hopefully they notice.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Someone's trying to rile us up every election. I'm pretty riled.
Yeah.
I gotta vote Democrat, but damn.
It keeps working.
And it's something to think about too. You know how everyone was pretending George Floyd was a great guy?
Yeah, of course.
Good guy.
Well, that's part of it. You have to immortalize him. You have to pretend.
So they pretend George Floyd was a good guy, even though he was the bad guy. And then we're pretending Derek Chauvin was the bad guy, even though he's the good guy. Is there a chance Derek Chauvin's not even a bad dude?
No, I don't think he is. And also, imagine a world where he just kind of like let George Floyd sit in the back of the police car, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't bring him out to give him air and then do the thing, the little knee on the back, which is protocol. There's a whole different timeline where George Floyd just peacefully died in the back of a police car. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like, what happened? I don't know.
He was on a bunch of drugs. He ate him. Here he is eating him.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Make sure you guys use this opportunity to tickle the post. Help us juice the algo. You've been so good about that. Leave us a comment. Leave us a comment again. And then whatever you want to talk about later in the show, leave a comment for that too. Make sure notifications are on as well.
Type in your personal sandwich of fall. This is final entry for Friday's episode.
Yeah.
We will be making a rule.
And also social security numbers.
Yeah, type out your social security number, no dashes, so it's easy to copy and paste into my own little hacker program thing.
And we're gonna pick out a mortgage.
Yep.
All right, moving on. We have some updates with Israel Hamas. Things are obviously escalating there. Greta Thunberg posted about it, and then she had to delete it because there is a stuffed animal in the picture that people said was anti-Semitic.
Yeah, so Greta had a little stuffed animal with a frowny face. She obviously stands with Gaza, you know, the Palestine, all that. You know, that's what you have to do if you're Greta. You have to check every box if you want to stay Greta.
Mm-hmm.
And so they said that it was reminiscent of a anti-Semitic cartoon from the Hitler days, which is the Jewish octopus spreading across the globe. And then they said, oh, Greta, this little stuffed animal.
Was an homage?
I don't know. Hat tip? Yeah, Greta does hat tips.
Because I guess octopuses were used to describe Jews and how they're involved all over the world. Here's the picture they said it referenced.
Yeah.
So Greta may have been doing a tongue-in-cheek anti-Semitic thing.
Or someone in the group, or
is it just an autistic stuffed animal thing? It has like a sad face and it reverses to a happy face, and it helps her show people how she's feeling.
Is that what she said? Or
well, that's what it is. That's what she said. It's
so it helps with her autism.
Yeah.
Blame it on autism.
Yeah.
But obviously, like, you know, I'm not on Greta's side for anything. But the people who are going, that's anti-Semitism, that's this. Remember the Hitler drawing? The little kid drew the Hitler thing? It's like they're examples of anti-Semitism and like hate crimes are just everyday toys in little kid drawings, and it's getting worse and worse, you know?
Of course. And also what I've noticed with the situation was there were people taking down photos of kidnapped Israelis.
Missing posters.
Missing posters of like missing Israelis. And the pro-Palestine side was taking those down.
Some dentist in Miami got fired.
Yeah.
There was a couple other ones, yeah.
And it's interesting that they do that because those were the same people that were telling us that those Trump supporters in Charlottesville yelling, Jews will not replace us, were like the worst people of all time and like irredeemably anti-Semitic. But then there's a missing Israeli person and then they're taking those posters down, which is like, isn't that way worse?
Yeah, than some words or something?
Yeah.
Well, I actually kind of had a weird thought on that. Like, obviously, we caught you. You're ripping down the missing Israeli poster, but it's like, what is a missing Israeli poster doing in like some random town in Massachusetts? Like, I get it. So then it's not to find someone. It's to raise awareness, right?
Well, yeah, well,
or whatever. And then it's like, then this other side, we already know the Palestinian types are storming every city that they can. So it's like the other side is going to take it down. It's like an information propaganda war. So it's like you're not actually insulting the individual missing person. It's just two sides doing their propaganda war. It's not that crazy. It's not like you just insulted and stepped on the graves of 1,000 people. It's like, no, both sides are going to do their
that's what it is. So when it comes to that, I think that there's the idea that like, oh, we posted the poster and that's going to help raise awareness because this person's missing. But in reality, it's just bait. They're just posting that poster so a pro-Palestinian side can come and tear it down. And then they'll go, you tore that down. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
I was filming you.
So it's all fake. It's all bait. I'm less engaged in this conflict than ever. I'm obviously paying attention to it.
Yeah, me too.
But there's no correct side. Obviously, innocent people are dying on both sides, and that's what we are against. I don't want anyone innocent to die. I think it's very sad when people die. But in reality, it's kind of like, oh, who are you rooting for? The Harlem Globetrotters or the other team? And, you know, at the end of the day, it's just a big show.
Yeah.
It's not necessary. It's not what it is. It's a big show. And there are some questions that need to be asked that I think are important. Okay? Like, where did Hamas come from? Who created Hamas? Who created ISIS? Because then I'm looking into this whole situation with a controlled opposition angle to it, and that's what makes me really not want to get involved.
Yeah.
Because controlled opposition is something that happens throughout history. We've seen it a million times, and we look into where these groups came from.
want to do some laser engraving, see if this works.
Perfectly melted, quickly putting it into a glass bowl. So we're gonna add just like a little bit of water, just that much. We're just gonna keep this on a low setting. Pick up our glove and we're just putting this in. Make sure that it's on there pretty taut. We're taking this soap and we're putting it into the glove. You're just gonna squeeze those into the fingers, just like that. You're just gonna take one of these squeegees, but you want this side on the end. So you're gonna push this down. Now we're gonna let it sit until it hardens. It has hardened fully. I'm just going to cut that latex glove. Look at how smooth that's coming off. And it looks just like this. So do you know what it does yet? So you just put this right next to your sink, and when you're washing your hands, so you just go like this. And it's a fun way for your kids to wash their hands every day because they can just shake a hand.
Yeah, that's fun for kids.
Are these guys doing a bit? Is this like a bit?
I don't know. Kids love shaking hands.
Kids love soaping their
Kids
hands.
don't even look at you in the eye when you talk to them.
Yeah.
They love shaking hands, though.
Yeah. I love Paw Patrol.
But this is
Paw
more
Patrol. I don't know what to tell you.
This is more fun, and then every time you eat steak, it tastes like an Irish Spring. Yeah, smart. Has a little bit of a soap to it. All right, well, that's the end of housekeeping. We are moving on to Cringe of the Week. But before we do, guys, I have an important message for you. As you know, we are moving into the final push before the 2024 election. And if you guys like the show, we need your support to ensure that Fleckus Talks the podcast can continue to exist as we come into the most important election in American history. Please sign up for Bonus Land today over at FleckusTalks.com, or Fleckus Talks the podcast, as you know it, will go away. FleckusTalks.com is the website. That's where you sign up. Bonus Land happens after every episode. We give you guys a 30-minute bonus land after every episode, and after the free month, it ends up being like $5 a month. Everyone pisses away $5 a month on something, whether it be Hulu or Netflix or Amazon or tipping Uber Eats people. Let's give $5 to Flex Talks the podcast so we can keep doing what we're doing and we don't lose any steam coming into the election. Because our show is important for you, Richard.
I do.
And we can't do it without support from you guys. So if you've been on the fence and wondering, should I join FleckusTalks.com? Should I join Bonus Land and be a part of the community and hang out in the Discord? I think the answer is yes. Now is the time. We need it more than ever. We give you guys 4 hours of exclusive content every month.
Hello.
30-minute bonus lands after every episode. Today on the show, we're talking about election fraud. We're talking about a street.
Okay, fantastic. I'll be there soon. Have a great day. Bye.
That said the N-word. A little kid's a rapper in the hood, and he's rapping really bad stuff. There's some twink art and a really interesting clip where a woman is accused of stealing, and you won't believe what her excuse is.
She was digging around somewhere.
She was digging around somewhere gross. So FleckusTalks.com is the website. Sign up today and join the other people who have joined and became members and supporters, and ensure that this show can continue to exist as it is. We can't do it without your guys' support, so please sign up today. All right, we have some good clips in Cringe of the Week. The fat woman on the beach. Let's start with that.
There she goes. Wow, 7 of them, baby. Look at her. Oh, that's too slow.
So yeah, there they go. And you probably had a funny tweet about this. What did it say?
I said, this is how I run in a dream. From a bad guy chasing me, just in slow motion.
Yeah, that's funny. It's a dream, and that's not how either of us obviously run in real life, because those people are fatter than both of us.
Yes. Are you going to ask me?
By a lot.
Everyone's fatter than you. You don't even need to ask.
No, look at the video.
Yeah. And this is kind of like, I don't know, something I'm noticing.
Load ready.
In the world, like on social media, everywhere, people are leaning into their extraordinary and or freakish stuff. A lot of people on social media are just some sort of version of a freak.
Yeah.
And we talked about this, how, you know, the modeling is becoming the freak show, and it's old circus time stuff. But people are doing it on their own, and like everybody who goes viral, you're either genuinely great at something and undeniable talent, or you're just an average guy who's a freak, kind of. And then these girls alone, you're not. You're just a morbidly obese woman, very bottom heavy, hair shaped, if you will.
Fat bottom girl.
Well, you get them together. You get a group of these people together. They start oiling each other's giant asses up, and they run around and start causing a scene.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they're powerful.
Yeah, that's very true. A lot of people are leaning into their bad things.
I guess. I don't know.
Instead of like,
or just monetizing it on social media somehow, I guess.
yeah, like the thing that they have that is not great. Instead of saying, hey, this isn't great and I'm going to work on it because I'm not a perfect person and I want to improve constantly, instead of doing that, they kind of lean into it and then they get rewarded for it on social media.
The algorithm rewards.
So the days of self-improvement are going away for a large group of people in society.
Yeah, for sure. The laws of physics, I don't know. These asses, man. Some crazy shit. They all just start running. Like, what's the point?
What's the word for a group of hippos? Like a pride?
Yeah, there's got to be a word for it. I don't know.
That word is theirs.
Yep.
All right, let's move on. The queer Halloween person.
Yeah, let's see who this is.
Here's a gender inclusive tip. Don't be your child's first bully. If they want to dress up, whatever they want to dress up as long as it's not cultural appropriation, let them play. Remember that witches and warlocks, vampires and werewolves, princes and princesses come in all genders. Halloween and dressing up is often an opportunity for a kid to feel joy, do something fun. So if your child wants to gender bend with whatever they want to dress up for Halloween, let them play and enjoy it. Otherwise, they will find you.
Light threat at the end.
Yeah, like man threatening you.
Yeah, as long as it's not cultural appropriation too.
So they have some rules.
Let kids be whatever they want, as long as it's not like an Indian or a cowboy.
Not a fucking Indian. You better not.
In a situation like this, it kind of goes back to our overarching theme of like, why did we start listening to kids and thinking kids know best?
Yeah, and then also this adult, period.
Yeah.
This man, this confused man with makeup was threatening you at the end of the video. Why are we listening to him? If you want to become a doctor and you're like a 19-year-old kid and you're in college and you're pre-med, you want to learn, okay, oh, that guy's got a white coat. He's a surgeon. I'll go ask him about what it's like to be a doctor, you know?
Yeah, if you want to be dumb and retarded, I know a guy.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to be some gender freak, or if you want that for your kids, then yeah, maybe listen to this loser, this dork on social media, right?
Yeah. I used to have a phrase, only listen to who you listen to.
Yeah, and then this guy's not on the fucking list at all. It's not even close.
Not on the list at all.
But yeah, there's countless other things. Like, if you want really good food, you don't go ask the fattest guy you know, you ask a Michelin chef, you know? And this is like, well, if you want your kid to be trans at the end of it, then sure.
Yeah.
Ask this guy.
This is who you steer it towards.
Yeah, go ahead. He's got a whole playbook. But no cultural appropriation, though. Yeah. But, like, I mean, it's just, why would you listen to this person in anything other than, like, how a man should apply makeup? Even then, it doesn't look that good.
Yeah.
You know?
That's a good point.
So,
yeah, I don't know. Listen to the kids, whatever they want to be. When I was 15, which is, like, close to an adult, yeah, I wanted a Texas Longhorn tattoo. And I would have gotten it if we found a guy to do it.
Yeah, I know.
My parents would have killed me.
It doesn't even make any sense.
It would have been so stupid.
And you'd be paying to remove it sometime in the last 10 years.
I would probably pay to remove it when I was like 18 or 19.
Yeah, what, you sobered up.
Yeah. So that's why I don't think listening to kids is ever a good idea. All right, let's move on. Queers for Gaza person?
Yeah, let's see what else they're up to.
I keep getting comments that if I was in Gaza, I would be killed for being queer. And first off, there are queer people in Gaza, and they're being killed for being Palestinian. Secondly, I don't need to move across the ocean to experience violence for being queer. I literally had to evacuate my place 6 months ago because people were so violent and sending me death threats, literally hunting me down for being trans. This is in the United States of America.
Somehow I don't buy it, dude. Just get that feeling that you're lying to us. Bro. Alright, guy, come here.
Asking for route. Building route. Drive to road behind you. On road or reroute from current location.
Hunting me down for being trans. This is in the United States of America. The United States of America for trans people is in stage 7 and 8. Palestine is in 9 and 10. There is a reason why the United States was the only country who vetoed a United Nations.
We get it. Stop yapping. Yes, Queen. Shout it from the rooftops. Shout it from the rooftops, and then they dump you off in America. Yeah, in America. Relax. Relax. In Denver, shout it from the rooftops. Yeah. At least you know it's not a skit. That's what I was saying. When someone's like this and the voice is like this and it's Elliot Page, little Elliot, at least you know it's not a skit. You know they did it. You know they really did it. That's real. A girl wouldn't grow her mustache out like that. Just a mentally deranged person, which is fine. It's just a young, this looks like a young woman who took an insane amount of testosterone. Yeah. Like shit that you should never even do.
Stay
So,
right.
we'll see what cancers form later, but for now, he's got a message. He has a message on Palestine. Palestine and Gaza and Israel. Yeah. Some doctor wrote him a testosterone prescription in 20 minutes, but he's at threat of genocide in America. Yeah. That's what this guy is up to, this bro. And what's going on with the orange blush? That could have been cute. That could have been cute, but you botched it. Like, why does transness need botched makeup? It's always botched makeup. That's a tenet. It's part of their, it keeps you off balance. Yeah. Because you're like, makeup's supposed to look this way, but that's a little boy, man, girl with a mustache. He's got the blush and it's all shitty. So that's part of it. Yeah, that you did shitty orange blush. That could have been cute. Yeah. I saw a saying on Twitter that was pretty situation. Sure. It said, "Don't be ashamed of who you are. That's your parents' job." Yeah. Well, that's true. There are parents who are doing some shameful things themselves as well. Yeah. And this section is, I guess, kind of like the aged out social media people. Yeah. Which this is not a typical cringe, but I kind of like it. Yeah. This next section is interesting. We have 3 examples of older people doing not the best stuff on social media. Who do you want to start with? The dwarf fighting her, how the dwarf fights her ass. This is a 53-year-old woman.
On road or
How do you like your ass? Imagine getting this question almost every day of your life. I got this step stool, that's how I get up onto the toilet. Get some toilet paper, I keep that close by. The holder is across from the toilet, but I can't reach it with my T-Rex or anything. Get a big wad of toilet paper, ball it up, and I've designed these sticks I use for various things, light switches, pulling my pants up and down, but I use it in the bathroom. So this is what I do, everybody get ready. Big wad of toilet paper, shove it between the bits there, get up on the edge of it, and I sit on the toilet paper. And then I scooch back and forth. Oh yeah, sometimes you gotta get all the way to the back. You happen to know you have some cling-ons, you gotta go deep with that. And when you're done, what's the next step? Flush in the toilet. That's right. See, exactly.
He uses a shit stick and says, "I'm not looking for solutions from strangers." So she's not taking tips. She's not taking tips. 53 years old, she's set her ways with a shit stick. She's using a shit stick and a squirm technique. What if it's a really messy shit? Well, I think it's a messy shit. She probably just runs to that. Why? Like, I'm sure, like, if she gets, like, Chipotle or, like, Top China, she probably just runs to that before it gets there, and then just eats it and then takes a bath or whatever after. Are you admitting something with that? I mean, I'm just assuming, in front of that. That's very standard. Yeah, in front of that. Yeah, throw on the underwear after. Yeah. Dude, this 53-year-old woman is talking about how every day someone asks her, "How do you wipe? How do you fucking wipe?" It's like the paparazzi when she walks out of the house. How do you wipe? How do you shit? Like, dude, maybe, like, have some, it makes me sad to see this. Yeah. It makes me sad. How do you shit? How do you shit? How do you wipe?
Take exit on the right.
What's the shit stick? If it's from your shit, answer it for everybody on social media, 53 years old. That's what I thought. I thought there would be a whole hands-free optimized thing. You're telling me 53 years you're not taking tips and it's shit stick with shimmy the day plus the shit stick with the squirm. I think
take exit on the right.
You know, I hate to be rude. This person obviously is living a very different life. I think this video is
implicitly admitting that she has shit that she can't fully get all the time.
1.5 miles. Continue on to I-5
So, I don't know, we're not going to be... She gets acid every day. She gets acid every day, and she has a shit stick and fully acts it out for us on social media. You shouldn't be doing this on social media. That's what this is. I don't know, it makes me sad, it makes me frustrated. Someone did this and said, hey, I'm going to tell the whole world exactly how I shit. So, that shit stick is disgusting.
5 miles. Take exit
I think that shit stick's clean.
Northeast 7 8th Street.
Alright, let's go move on. We have to kind of go faster to the last part of the grid. Alright, the old men on Hinge. There's a thing where these old guys are on Hinge, and there's like a little voice thing where you can, it's a prompt where you can answer a question with your voice, and these are what people over the age of 60 to 100 are doing on Hinge.
Fish tacos.
Continue on to I-5 North.
I love to please my partner in every way
North
possible.
on I-5 North in 5 miles. Take exit 4 on the right toward Northeast 7 8th Street.
You know what I like to do.
So that's what these guys are up to on Hinge. What's worse? Fuck who likes to fuck or the shit stick? I think they're both just horrible. I know. This is why we have this section. If your parents are acting like this on the internet, guys, enter me. I am so grateful that I had like really nice, normal, modest parents. You know, where I never saw them like drunk or doing like inappropriate sexual stuff out or like saying anything like out of line with my friends. Yeah. Everything was real professional how I grew up. Yeah, and these Hinge ones, I feel a little bad. Some girl just did this and screen recorded them, exposed them. So like, this is less putting it out there. Our next guy, he put it out there. And this guy we covered on Bonus Land with a different section of boomer type adults, not boomer, but older adults acting out on social media. We had Bill Jason Aldean, that was in Bonus Land. But look at this guy. This guy's got like daughters and stuff. It says when she says she's dying to see you. I gotta put the music all the way down because it's copyrighted. But imagine some corny song, and then he comes up to the camera and starts like biting his shirt. You're someone's father. Your daughter could find this. And even if you had a girlfriend and then you sent that to her, okay, that's not so bad. Still crosses the line. Still crosses the line. You put that on TikTok, and TikTok and Instagram Reels, it gets millions of views. It gets shared 100,000 times because people go, look at this. It's not because they relate or the content's good. Yeah. Say, look at this fully grown 40 plus bordering 50-year-old man beats their pet. And it's weird because that thing, that shame thing that he should have, he doesn't have. It's off. The governor's off. And he knows that people are making fun of him, but the likes and the squirts he gets from the likes, it overrides. It overrides. And it's like, yeah, I might be getting made fun of, but a million views, man, that feels fucking good. You never got a million views. That feels good. Yeah. So that's kind of cringe. That was a solid cringe. Atypical cringe, but which is nice. Yeah. I like to switch it up. So if you see it, if you see something, say something for these old people who are acting a fool on social media. Let the pics, if you're a hippo black woman, join this group. That's fine. Get with them. Just the old people need to stop it. That's a good point. All right, let's move on to Urban Decay. There is a guy who is a child predator on the sex registry. He's arrested. Who is setting up shop outside of a school in a tent, and he's offering free fentanyl to the kids. Here's the video, and I think we may have had an update recently. Like he did finally get moved. Yeah, but we'll play it out first.
In San Francisco, basically was for 26 years. 46-year-old Adam Moore tells me he has lived on the side across the street from Stella Maris Academy for more than 2 years, and that his sign offering free fentanyl for new users is no. Moore says he's just passing on the drugs that other people give him in exchange for blankets and supplies he provides.
They feel bad if they don't reciprocate, so they bring me trash that they've scavenged, things that they think are valuable. Or they give me some of the drugs that they have, which I don't do.
You are exposing grade school kids to this.
Mm-hmm.
This is not right. You know that.
No, it's,
I mean, it's
shallow.
The kids come out of the school and they see this.
Yeah, I only live by 2 rules. be kind to others, and make it look easy for children.
The Richmond District Police Captain told me they recently tried an undercover sting on Moore, but he didn't have any drugs at the time. However, it's his past that's led to some concerns. Moore is on the Megan's Law website for lewd and mischievous acts with a child under the age of 14.
I was innocent.
He goes on to claim he's innocent.
Yeah.
It's over. We've seen all we need to see, right?
Yeah, so the progressives are out their ideas and their police policy is stupid because of it. Yeah, that's basically what I'm realizing. And outside of the school, and the tweet or the article, it said cops can't do anything about it.
And if that's true, if cops can't do anything about it, sex offender in a tent outside of the school, like, oh, the cops tried an undercover sting and he didn't have any drugs on him at the time. Okay, let's leave that out. Just do sex offender outside the school.
Yeah.
You can't do anything about that. We are in a failed state.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, if we need to redo the whole thing, right?
Yeah. We're deep in a failed state. This guy is advertising it on the sexual predator registry list for children, and cops can't do anything about it. But we need to,
the cops have no tools at their disposal.
We can't do anything, but we also need to get really involved in Israel and Hamas and what's going on over there.
Yeah.
We need to send a country. Cops can't do anything about it. This
Yeah.
pedo kind of defend all the kids outside of the school. Cops can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
We need to get involved in the Middle East, make sure things are okay over there.
Yeah. We need a warship in the Mediterranean. Yeah. John McCain.
It makes you wonder, what would Tony Soprano do?
He would stomp the guy's teeth. He would pistol whip him and stomp his teeth out like he did Coco after he told Meadow Soprano she had cream on her lip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he would do.
Do it again.
And
you're dead.
But she's there saying, don't do it. Tony does it anyway, because that's the kind of guy he is. And then this guy, yeah, so part of the update that I just recently saw, a parent punched him, apparently. So once the story got out, a parent came, Tony Soprano did. But I think they're still working on getting this guy out. Karen gets arrested, yeah.
And that's why they crack down on that stuff, like the Proud Boys, for example, they go so hard on them. Because that's kind of illegal to put this type of thing on.
Yeah.
And they don't want that, and all the other weak men are watching pornography and aren't able to actively participate in society.
Yeah, they're shouting at the TV because the Broncos didn't get the over.
Proceed west on Northeast
Alright, let's move on.
7th Street.
Mom tries to teach the kids that cops are bad.
Northwest 7th Street.
Yeah, well, you know, I kind of agree with her. If the cops can't get the child predator out, maybe I'll be switching to her side.
Cops don't do anything.
Yeah, so, exactly.
Alright, let's move on. Mom tries to teach the kids that cops are bad.
Northwest
Yeah,
7th
well, you know, I
Street.
kind of agree with her. If the cops can't get the child predator out, maybe I'll be switching to her side.
Cops don't do anything.
My white mom. All right,
Proceed west
how
on
are
Northwest 7th Street in 1 mile. Turn left.
Yeah, my daughter yesterday showed up with a little sticker that looked like a police badge. Apparently the police just like showed up at her daycare. They ran their lights, they're like, whoop whoop, we're here. And they were passing out badge stickers like they were candy. My daughter got to hold a walkie-talkie. She came home, she said, Mom, I'm a junior ranger, I need a police car. I was like, what the? Okay. We all know that my child's experience with the police is going to be vastly different than children that don't look like her. We all know this, okay? And I need to make sure I crush the idolization of police in her.
Yeah,
We're done with her, right?
Yeah, and she's asking TikTok for advice.
Yeah.
Problem number one.
Hey, maybe that trans guy who was talking about Halloween earlier, he can help you out.
He has a view on policing and the right way to talk about not being a bootlicker.
Yeah, and he knows how to groom kids, right? So let's put you two together and you guys will be, oh, wait, you'll just be San Francisco.
Yeah.
So then you'll have pedophiles outside. The cops don't do anything. You see where the cycle goes? See how slippery it gets?
Yeah, exactly. And there is like this thing where you have to get to the kids early to teach them.
Yeah.
Because if they get older and understand stuff and have common sense, this is like a stupid idea that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You have to like teach them early so they have like this preconceived notion for the rest of their life that like cops are bad. I just know because I was told when I was a kid. And it's like you have like this thing where you paint with these broad strokes. So, oh, there's a generalization. Oh, cops are so bad, they're going to kill you, they don't look out for society, they're evil. And then so those are the bad guys. And then the bad guys who are doing crime, those are the good guys.
Yeah.
They're misunderstood. They're only getting arrested because they're black or cops are racist. So you have like this whole inversion thing happening where you're the mother of a child, and instead of teaching the kids good lessons and normal smart stuff, you teach them the opposite of how the world works, probably because you hate your husband
and you think you're smart leading the family, and you hate your husband. And it's all boils down to you didn't see the video where George Floyd put the fentanyl in his mouth right before 2020 ramped up, and so now you have to, dissuade the police outreach program that like literally makes the community stronger. Whoa, hey! Your kid gets lost in the mall. Oh, and like, who does she see? She looks and she's a cop. And she goes, no, Mommy taught me the police officer was bad. She looks and sees a black man. And goes, Mommy's always talking about how good black people are and they're always innocent. Like, little kid who's lost runs into the arms of a black guy instead of a cop. And so, whatever happens there is, as we say, a coin flip. Hopefully it's a nice guy. Yeah. The odds are decent, They're not totally bad, but yeah. And here's next clip, what a world without cops looks like for students, because all these kids are getting jumped after school.
Walk home from Ballard High School has become a high-stakes gamble ever since a group of armed robbers started going after students.
I know, they've jumped a few people.
I was waiting on my friends to get in the car, and they get a call from my buddy saying, we just got mugged around the corner from you.
Henry Howard, says he's raced from his car to where his friend was at, ready to jump in to help.
I went up to them, they're fine, they just got things stolen. Usually they get beat up pretty good, but they got lucky and they didn't get hurt.
Police say as many as 6 people wearing ski masks or hoodies have committed a series of sometimes violent street robberies in recent weeks. One student is so concerned she has us not to show her face.
Today I can probably name 5 or 6 people I know from Ballard who have actually encountered them. I feel pretty scared, yeah. I mean, it's just crazy that this is happening so close to school, especially that it's with real guns.
Yeah, and then the Ballard High School had a sign out front that said it's Hispanic Heritage Month. Oh, great. What about us getting robbed on the way home every day? I've lost 3 laptops this year, at least 5 students. And then that's another part of this societal woes. And just obviously we're in the urban decay section. But you're going to see it more and more where it's like, that kid just came from the school. I know that kid has no weapons. So they're doing just targeting the softest, most vulnerable, or people who are a guarantee to be vulnerable or not have a gun or not have anything. So it's elderly, an Asian woman who just left the ATM, high school students walking through class, and how much money could a high school student have? Yeah, nothing. What was the max money you ever had? $80 tops? That's what I'm saying, lunch money that you spend that day. Multiple days. So it's what's the yield? What's the yield for these high school students? But, I mean, it's a guaranteed soft target, right? Soft targets is the key. Yeah. All right, let's move on. We have to not rush, but we have to get through. Let's quickly show that person trying to kick the cop's knee.
Empty. Let me see your CDL, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, you're good to go. You know where to go, right?
I think so. Around the back, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Shipping all the way in the back.
All the way in the back.
And then what happens to them? Yeah, this should be an uplifting, but that's what you got. Hey, it's called instant farming. I like to see it, right? Oh, that's what you get. All right, let's go to the fake police home invasion. Okay, this is a good one because we're going to give you actual tips here that you can use in your real life, right? Yeah. Washington homeowner fires at 3 masked men who kicked in door claiming to be Seattle police. Now, listen very closely to the Seattle police calls.
Yeah, police.
Sends him running. Feels good. The giveaway. Go ahead. Seattle police. Seattle police. And not knocking in the door immediately. Do you hear that? That's not enough anymore for me to assume it's the cops. I need to hear something very clear, a baritone white guy voice that says, Pasco County Sheriff's Office, open up, this is a search warrant. Like a clean phrase. Yeah, exactly. We the police. Yeah. Just the police. Yeah. If you hear, it's the police, we coming in, fly the police. Like improper grammar, you can just spray the door, right? Yeah, exactly. So, we the police, open up. This reminded me a lot of that one viral video that we showed that was security. People trying to catch their flight. You got some people coming to gate C-17. You got some people trying to catch their flight. Security. So, hey, guys, it's got to be pronounced. You got to know what your local police departments are. What county you're in. Cook County Sheriff's Office, open up. Executed a search warrant. You know, like the voice needs to sound like the guy has a mustache. Yeah. All right. So keep those tips. And if it sounds a little hood, you go. This is not real advice, because if you go and say Richard Rathbone told me, then you know you're on your own in court. All right, last two clips. The walkout on the bill. All right, which ones are we going to? Homeless porta potties and walkout on the bill? Because I want to say this new type of crime too. All right, this will take 2 seconds. Let's do new type of crime. This is whenever it's urban decay, we always try. Let's take a second. Slow down. We can speed through Uplift and Gold instead, right? We already got everyone watching. You guys are in for the long haul. Let's take a breath. Let's calm down. Everyone's tucked in. They're watching the show. Might be a longer episode today. All right, so this was a tweet from Bowtied Olive, which I don't know, who are these Bowtied people? I see a lot of people with bow ties.
It's like a network of influencers.
Okay, I kind of like them. I like some of them individually. So,
Yeah, they have good tips.
I don't know the thing. So this is where I got this crime story from. We always like to show new crimes or new hustles because the tip of the spear changes quick, right? So this said, heard the craziest story a few weeks ago. A friend's few days later, 2 parents came to the house with the grill. They said they found their son with it and made him tell them where he stole it from. They apologized profusely and offered him Cubs tickets as a gift for the game that week. He took the tickets and went to the game with his girlfriend. They got home and their entire place was robbed. Be careful out there. So some people, hey, there are some smart criminals out there, and they take the time. They do a 1-2. It's called a 1-2.
That's smart. They get the grill back too.
Yeah, they get the grill when it's all said and done. So it looks like they're giving it back, but really they're cleaning out. So head on a swivel out there.
Head on a swivel. Be aware of scams. I honestly, that's more impressive than just busting down the door with a gun and saying, you know, police open up.
Of course, that's social engineering.
That's smart.
Yeah, I know.
Those people got luck. All right, Seattle porta potties. They have some porta potties set up for homeless people to use the bathroom, and here's what they do with them. This is who society is prioritizing.
Yeah, this is who all the money goes to.
And this is how they treat the resources they get. Let's take a look. Door number 1.
Knock to make sure nobody's there.
Wrote on shit on the wall.
Hepatitis.
Handle.
Knocks on the door.
Anyone in here?
Oh, it's human shit.
Human shit everywhere. Worst thing of all time. Seattle too. So Seattle, we had.
I thought that was Portland. Was it not Portland?
I think that's Seattle.
It's one of those West Coast cities. They're interchangeable at this point. San Fran, Portland, Seattle.
But the Seattle kids were the ones that got robbed after school.
Yeah.
The
greasy out there, guys.
All right, last 2 clips. The people walked out on the bill. 20 people at a restaurant walked out on the bill. We're going to do some math and tell you what they walked out on.
Out of a group of 20, 18 were Dine and Dashers, folks. Get a load of this. This is the Crazy Cajun restaurant on 290 in Hollister. According to the people I spoke to that sent this video in, the folks here that you guys see were not happy with that gratuity fee. They did not want to pay that. So what they did was walk out. Only 2 tabs were paid for. This is sad.
The 20% gratuity was included because it was a party of 20.
Pretty much every single restaurant on earth has parties of 6 or more. 20% gratuity will be added.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone.
So the bill was $542, which divided by 20 is $27 per person, and that includes tip. And if you got rid of the 20% gratuity, which was $84, and divided that by 4, it would only be $22 per person.
So we're talking about a $4 tip per person.
We're
that
talking
caused
about less than $5, and then that caused that woman to threaten to shoot the person with the gun.
Yeah. So, I mean, the lesson here would be never underestimate a black person's desire to tip 5%. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're allergic to tipping 20%.
I know, as evidenced by here. And you know what's funny is we're very anti-tipping culture. Flipping an iPad, fuck you. You know, Cernovich actually has a different take. Like, whatever, it's hard out here. But
I'm more on that wave. I tip everybody.
I have to stand up against it because I know what life used to be like. You know, the people who lived through it, they have to make the stands. Gen Z who just grew up now, they can eat. I'm the guy who used to just get a Chipotle burrito and nobody would flip it. Of 20 is insanely bad for a waitress. That's the worst. So that's like the one time it's cool. And these people, it was an end-all be-all for $4 and change.
The difference
Isn't that sad?
Yeah, $27 per person or $22 per person, and then that makes you $5 makes you walk out and then threaten to shoot someone with a gun.
If it was $22, everyone would have paid, and the tip would have been this. It would have been fucking $0. But you know, they still would have paid. And in this case, the restaurant and the server lost instead of just the server losing, which is what this group of 20 wanted.
And it was after a funeral, and that's probably what the dead person would have wanted.
It's like kids. That's like kids. Nobody's an adult there.
Mm-hmm.
So sad to see.
And the people that stayed back.
Yeah.
That's what we would do. Of course. I might get guilted into paying the whole tab. I might pay the whole tab and track down every single fucking person there and say, are you really that much of a scumbag that you can't pay $5? So shout out to the people that stayed. Yeah. I'm not rewarding that. Honestly, that whole party, I guarantee everybody, it's a group of people I would never personally want to hang out with in my life. Me too. All right, last clip of Urban Decay is the Target altercation. This is just a quick clip to remind you guys about the battle cry. Whenever you see a fight happening with, most of the time it's black people. Yeah, well, but I actually have an addendum after this clip. So. Okay, let it rip.
I'm not leaving out of shit. 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 I'm not leaving out of shit.
So he should know he's about to strike. See?
City boys! City boys!
The security guard did it at the exact right time. Yeah. 7th holler, the 7th repeat. It's gonna escalate. You hear the repeating over and over, you know it's about to pop off. And the worker did a good job too, told people to get back. Yeah, I like how they handled this guy. Yeah, that was the right way to they're working up into a frenzy too. So that's the same kind of principle. That is the same principle. But they do less random violence and swinging. So it's more organized and like, this guy is the more important one. He gets over him. Blue guy gets in his face like, that's what you get. So it's adversarial now. It's not just doing your job. It's like, oh, it's an opportunity for these security guards to go viral, have a moment on TikTok. So I think when we're going to see more and more, it's not going to be, hey, let's just catch this guy and restrain him. You're going to see more characters. It's like lay opportunity. Lay him down. Lay some detailed HD Zelensky forearm tattoo. Yeah. So this is uplifting because at least we're not the dumbest people out there. At least there's at least one person more retarded than all of us, every show watcher, everyone in this room. Yeah, at least there's a bigger, dumber fucking moron out there than us. Feels good. Feels really good. Sometimes you gotta compare bucks. Yeah, some high detailed, multiple 8-hour tattoo session. Paid a lot for that. Same goes for Pete Davidson. He got the Hillary Clinton tattoo. Oh yeah, no matter who he dates or the hot girlfriends. Oh, fucking idiot. He thought that was a good idea. Bad. All right, uplifting goal. We have 2 things left. Billy Joel. Billy Joel had a street named after him in Oyster Bay, Long Island. That's where he's from. That's where he lives. Billy Joel's a huge Long Island guy. I'm a Long Island guy. Yeah. Town known as Oyster Bay, Long Island. Yeah. That's that right? Oh, Billy. The ballad of Billy. Yeah. So I sail my down easter Alexa. Learn on the Block Island Sound. So yeah, Billy Joel, he likes him, you know. That's Billy Joel, Americana, and he gets a street named after him. Nice to honor someone while they're alive, instead of like, oh shit, Billy Joel died, now we gotta name a street. Give him his accolades now. Yeah, let the old guy collect. Yeah, and he's a real legend. And he's got what, like a 40-year younger wife now at this point. He's the kind of guy who's still making kids. He's got like 2 young kids, and he's married to Christy Brinkley, I think, or used to be or something. And then I think his kids look exactly like him. Oh, so Christy Brinkley, Billy Joel, and you get a Billy Joel out of it. That's okay. That's okay. Or maybe they're talented. They're maybe talented, but we love Billy Joel. He's one of those guys that.
How you doing? Loading.
All good to go.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Doesn't have a bad song. But he wrote his own stuff, all hits, unique sound, and it's all hits, and I know every word and everything. And it's pure Americana as well. Allentown. They're sitting there in Allentown where they're shutting all the factories down. Yeah, so that kind of dovetails in with that. Yeah, exactly. All right, so Billy Joel's Americana. All right, last guy is a person with a very entertaining talent. He's a new PvP or pet of mine. He knows all about science and stuff. We showed him in Bonus Land last week because he made, what was it called? A magnifier or something. But so here, Fleckus likes this guy. I'm convinced he's just pretending and has basically virtually no science knowledge. No, he has science knowledge. Are you sure? I've only seen a couple clips. I watched a video of him replace a gasket on like a 1929 Ford, and he knew everything about it. That's not that hard. So he's smart. He's smart, and he made like a magnetic optimizer or something. Okay. And he's like a really smart history guy too. Okay. He's my favorite person at the moment.
Okay, today I'm going to be doing the transit at Regional Laboratory and Southern Pathway, which the address is just like 221 South Lake, Jackson,
Northwest 7th Street.
It's really cool.
So this is the Charleston. Oh, shit. Yeah, he has it in him. Oh my god. And just as soon as we were saying that accents go away on Gen Z, this guy comes in with the most insane accent I've ever seen in my life. Hey, yo. Accent, whatever it is. Isn't that nice that someone's keeping the culture and the history alive, and he likes stuff and he cares about stuff that's old, and he like is proud of his heritage, and he's proud to be an American. He knows all these weird facts that are like no one his age knows. Everyone doesn't know anything. He knows how to fix a car. Yeah. I'm still not sold on this guy though. I need to see his whole body of work before He's very good. Right. Well, that's the end of the episode. Another Fleckus Talks in the books. Thank you guys for watching. Like, share, subscribe, all the good stuff. FleckusTalks.com for Bonus Land, which is dropping right now. 30-minute bonus episode. We have a lot of fun topics. FleckusMerch.com for the best merch in the game. Best episode? It was a good episode. I don't do bests. Not our best, but we made a promise that it was going to be a good one, and it felt a lot better than last week. I'll tell you that. It was good. It felt a lot better than last week. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you in Bonus Land. If you don't go to Bonus Land, that's fine. But then there will be a day where I'll go, hey guys, it's the last episode of the show. Not enough people join Bonus Land. This isn't a viable business anymore. So we have to stop. But hope you had fun with 120. No. Because that's what's going to happen. All right. We're all going to be dead if you don't come to Bonus Land. Yep. I'm signing you up for the Israeli military if you don't. Your kids are going to be trans if you don't. All right. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in Bonus Land.
All the way to the back. Have to go down.
Turn right to Northwest 7th Street.
The following is a conversation with Brian Greene, theoretical physicist at Columbia and author of many amazing books on physics, including his latest, Until the End of Time, Mind, Matter, and Our Search for Meaning in an Evolving Universe. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Brian Greene.
On the 40th anniversary of the Beirut barracks bombings, President Biden had to cut a press conference short because jihadis attacked a U.S. military base in Syria.
I apologize. I have to go to the situation with another issue. Thank you.
The U.S. currently has about 900 troops in Syria and almost 3 times that number in Iraq, where Islamic militants have also targeted American troops since the war in the Holy Land broke out a couple weeks ago. Fortunately, the Americans have thus far made it out relatively unscathed, but the war is clearly into all-out war in the Middle East. With the GOP in disarray, many Republican leaders have made a habit of asking in terms of crisis what President Reagan might for almost 20 years, and he hasn't been in office in 34 years, and political circumstances change over time. But in this case, we actually do have an answer, because Ronald Reagan dealt with a far more devastating version of this exact problem, almost at the exact same spot 40 years ago. 40 years and 1 day ago, 2 trucks hit a building housing American troops in Lebanon. Those trucks were rigged with bombs and they blew up. The attack killed 241 American servicemen, along with 58 French military personnel and 6 civilians. And what did President Reagan do? That old cowboy invoked by so many reflexive war hawks. Ronald Reagan declined to retaliate in any serious way, and then he quickly withdrew American forces from the country. This is not the answer that the Gipper's most idolatrous and belligerent invokers might expect or desire. But that's what really happened. Because Ronald Reagan, one of the best foreign policy presidents we've ever had, consistently sought to avoid direct, overt military confrontation. Despite his bellicose reputation, Reagan was reticent to get the United States bogged down in foreign wars with ambiguous strategic objectives. As the usual suspects beat the war drums louder and louder over the coming weeks, remember that the president whose motto was peace through strength in almost identical circumstances, famously and wisely said no. I'm Michael Knowles, this is The Michael Knowles Show. Welcome back to the show. Guess what I had for dinner last night? I'll give you one guess. You guessed it, Good Ranchers. I had delicious. Usually I yesterday, and now the church has been bombed. This is a Greek Orthodox church in Gaza. It is the Church of St. Porphyrios, and people were killed.
Take exit on the right for
According to Palestine health officials, they say 16 people were killed. We don't know. It's the fog of war. We do know, however, that some people were killed because relatives of former Republican Congressman Justin Amash were sheltering in the church and were killed. Palestinian officials had said at least 500 Muslims and Christians had taken shelter in St. Porphyrios Church. We don't know those real numbers, but Israel needs to answer for this. Okay, I am as big a defender of the state of Israel's right to defend itself as there is, obviously. The Israeli government has a right to protect itself after Hamas militants slaughter over 1,000 people and rape and pillage and burn and do all sorts of terrible things, take hostages. But the Israelis have to answer for why they hit this church. And in fact, they have. Charlie Kirk raised this point yesterday, and an Israeli spokesperson for the IDF said, I understand your feelings and respect them. We did not target that or any church. We struck a Hamas military operative who coordinated rocket fire toward Israel from that vicinity. He was a legitimate target. We will continue to be careful of any sensitive facility. Will you? I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the answer. I'm glad the IDF is answering for it. But clearly they weren't all that careful because they blew up an old church, a really old church. And my reaction to this even is giving me pause. Every single innocent person who is killed is worth any number of old churches. Human beings are worth much more than beautiful old stuff. And yet, not all of them, because we've become so callous to the death of innocence, it's when the really old stuff, when the art, when the buildings, when the culture gets destroyed, that's sometimes we feel this is such a loss. It can never be replicated. Fortunately, I don't think the church was totally destroyed, but it appears to have been severely damaged. And that feeling of loss for our culture, that feeling of loss for beautiful art, and in this case something deeper than art, you're talking about a house of God, oriented toward the worship of God, points us and reminds us of the most significant loss in this war or any war, which is the loss of life for innocent civilians, which we write off. And we use euphemisms, and we say it's collateral damage. Collateral damage means the death of innocent people, not just going on in the Middle East, in the Ukraine war. The fact that Joe Biden has no interest in winding down the Ukraine war. The fact that there have been multiple opportunities for peace, and Joe Biden has said no thank you. Why? Because the war hawks in Washington say that the war in Ukraine is great for us because we get to deplete the Russian military, that's another euphemism, and we get to advance our strategic objectives, whatever those may be, and we don't even have to sacrifice American troops. We can just spend some money. But people are being killed. And while this drags on, innocent people are being killed. While this war in the Holy Land drags on, innocent people are being killed, and the irreplaceable art and artifacts of our culture are being destroyed as well. So the question is, even if this is a legit answer from the IDF, the question then has to be, what is the objective here? Is the objective the total destruction of Hamas? Good objective. I'm all for it. Is the objective the total destruction of Gaza? That's a little more dubious. Israel does generally a very good job of protecting civilians compared to other people, certainly compared to Hamas. But do we want to see the Gaza Strip totally destroyed? Is the objective here regime change in Iran? Is that in the interests of the United States? Is that in the interest of global stability? What's the objective? It's not just a question that the IDF has to answer. It's a question especially that the United States has to answer, because the United States keeps getting bogged down in these wars now for decades that don't seem to have a clear point to them. And in the meantime, the destruction only expands against things that are irreplaceable. Not just buildings, not just art, but people, too. The question is, how does this end? Speaking of terrorism, yours truly has been accused of terrorism by a professor at Harvard. This professor at Harvard came to my attention because I got a Google alert about some gay news outlet. It's called The Advocate. And the Gestapo titled this article, quote, "Stochastic Terrorism, Links Between the GOP, Right-Wing Influencers, and Neo-Nazi Violence." And then you see there on the cover, it's some neo-Nazis, and then a picture of Libs of TikTok, and then me. And somehow, if you connect the dots, we're Libs of TikTok, an Orthodox Jewish woman, and I, a man who got in trouble with this gay outlet for saying... They're going to come after you. You don't need to have an AK-47. You don't need to set off a bomb. You just need to use words that they don't like. They're going to use their positions of influence at the arguably most prestigious school in the country and in the federal government to stop you. It's not good. And we've got to prepare ourselves for a political battle here. And when you want to prepare your body and feel really good and have a great dinner, you've got to check out Good Ranchers. Right now, go to goodranchers.com. Actually, you can enter with code Good Ranchers. Surge in anti-Semitic attacks. Since this war broke out, there have been a lot of new attacks on Jews in the United States. What does KJP have to say about it?
Level of concern right now about the potential rise of anti-Semitism in light of everything that's going on in Israel.
So a couple of things. Look, we have not seen any credible threats. I mean, there's been always questions about credible threats, and so I just want to make sure that that's out there. But look, Muslim and those perceived to be Muslim have endured a disproportionate number of hate-fueled attacks. And certainly President Biden understands that many of our Muslim Arab Americans and Palestinian American loved ones and neighbors are worried about the hate being directed at their community.
Well, hold on. The question was, what do you think about all the attacks on Jews? And then Karine Jean-Pierre's answer is, yes, Islamophobia is a really big problem. No, hold on. We can talk about Islamophobia in a second. But I'm asking about the attacks on Jews. Yes. The Palestine supporters have suffered greatly. No. But Karine Jean-Pierre can't answer this.
At that community. And certainly so things...
KJP have to say about it?
Level of concern right now about potential rise of anti-Semitism in light of everything that's going on in Israel.
So a couple of things. Look, we have not seen any credible threats. There's been always questions about credible threats, and so just want to make sure that that's out there. But look, Muslim and those perceived to be Muslim have endured a disproportionate number of hate-fueled attacks. And certainly President Biden understands that many of our Muslim, Arab Americans and Palestinian American loved ones and neighbors are worried about the hate being directed at their community.
Well, hold on. The question was, what do you think about all the attacks on Jews? And then Karine Jean-Pierre's answer is, yes, Islamophobia is a really big problem. No, hold on. We can talk about Islamophobia in a second. But I'm asking about the attacks on Jews. Yes. The Palestine supporters of the Democrat Party previously had been a big supporter of Israel. Both parties in the United States were big supporters of Israel. The question of Israel became more of a partisan issue during the Obama administration because Barack Obama hated Bibi Netanyahu, and Bibi Netanyahu, leader of Israel, responded a little bit in kind and cozied up to Donald Trump and doesn't have a great relationship with Joe Biden. So Israel support all of a sudden becomes more of a Republican thing. Because, especially American evangelicals, are so vocally supportive of Israel, even in the popular culture, support for Israel has become coded as more of a right-wing thing than a left-wing thing. And also because Israel is a symbol of colonialism, much as European states in Africa have been symbols of colonialism, much as the United States of America has been a symbol of colonialism. The intersectional left has taken up the cause of the stateless Palestinians against the nation state of Israel. The oppression narrative is on the side of the Palestinians now, not on the side of Jews, even though the state of Israel was established for the Jews in large part because of the historical victimhood of the Jewish people. That doesn't matter. What have you done for me lately? Now that ideology is backing Palestine. Still, there are a lot of Israel supporters in the Democrat Party, so they can't get a clean win either way. But if Joe Biden's got to pick a side, they are going to side, at least a little, with the Palestinians against the Israelis. That's where the Democrat base is today. Joe Biden has never been a conviction politician. He doesn't have any actual beliefs. He wakes up in the morning, he licks his finger, and figures out which way the wind is blowing. And certainly among Democrats, the wind is blowing against the state of Israel for Palestine. So what do you say about anti-Semitism, Joe? I say Islamophobia is a big, big problem. Now, speaking of the future and the youths, you've been asking us for an alternative in kids' media. It is finally here. Before Eric's vacations, I couldn't bring any more entertainment. Speaking of the kids and Palestine, Greta Thunberg. She's taking a break from protesting Gaia and sun gods and the weather religion, and she is standing with Gaza and Palestine. Greta Thunberg just posted a tweet. It says, week 270, today we strike in solidarity with Palestine and Gaza. 270 weeks. At that point, I think you just lose your job. But she never had a job, so she's just striking. Striking is her job, and usually she strikes for the benefit of the environmental left, which profits and grows in power by consolidating the socially and politically acceptable energy use. But today, she's decided she's going to strike for the professional activist, the sort of marionette of the liberal regime, Greta Thunberg. It is also Justin Trudeau, the leader of America's Evil Top Hat Canada, who just tweets out, quote, as members of the Palestinian, Arab, and Black Muslim communities gathered for prayer yesterday, I wanted them to know this. We know if you're worried and hurting, we are here for you. We will not stop advocating for civilians to be protected and for international law to be upheld. I know a lot of people are confused about which side to be on here, because a lot of people say we don't really have a dog in this fight. The Holy Land is very far away. This is a conflict that's gone on in its present form for well over 100 years, and it's a conflict that has gone on broadly for millennia. And so we don't really pick a side here. But the side is going to pick you, I guess, is how I would say it. If you look around and look at the people who are supporting Palestine/Hamas versus the people who are supporting the state of Israel, broadly speaking, you are going to see the most prominent leftists who are wrong about the most things in the most egregious ways. They are generally going to be on the side of Palestine. And people with whom you generally tend to agree are who are right about generally the right number of things. They are broadly going to be supportive of the Israeli government. It's just, I'm not saying that it's a perfect one-to-one. I'm not saying that all the interests are totally aligned. But that's what happens. Rashida Tlaib, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Justin Trudeau, Justin Castro, Greta Thunberg, Joe Biden, all the rest of them, they are pretty vocally on the side of the Palestinians. And if the libs, if the people who are most wrong about everything are uniformly on the side of the Palestinians, then probably that's not the right side to totally be on, right? Politics is a team sport. And I know people don't like that, and it makes people uncomfortable, and we all bemoan tribalism. That's another one of these words that cropped up in the last 6-7 years that is largely meaningless, but it's just a word that's going around like a meme. But politics is tribal. And here we're talking about one of the most ancient tribes in the world, and multiple ancient tribes, actually, fighting over this. And so...
No bull!
It's ill-advised to put yourself on the side of Greta Thunberg and Justin Trudeau and the squad in favor of Palestine liberation, because the argument for Palestine liberation is the anti-colonial argument, which is ultimately just an anti-European, anti-dirty, rotten white man argument to destroy anything resembling Western civilization. That's what it's about. Someone put it in a pithy way, which was a lot of the left doesn't hate Israel because they're Jews. They hate Israel because they're white. And because the state of Israel appears to have a lot of resemblances to any other British colonial project, much like the United States, and the arguments that are being wielded right now against the state of Israel will, and in fact are currently being wielded against the U.S. as well. It's not a perfect overlap of interest, though, which is why I say the U.S. interest in this war remains, and has always been and it remains, to contain the war. And speaking of picking sides, Jon Stewart was just axed from Apple. And he had this new show, it's called The Problem with Jon Stewart. His first big show since he left The Daily Show. And the show gets canceled pretty early. Why did Apple TV cancel Jon Stewart? There are two competing narratives. One says they canceled him because he had low ratings. The other narrative, clearly being leaked by his team, is that they canceled him because he wanted to criticize China. He wanted to criticize artificial intelligence. And Apple is very warm with China and with artificial intelligence, so they had an ideological disagreement. They shut him up. Which is it? Well, we got the numbers. Some estimates put Jon Stewart's viewership on this Apple TV show as low as 40,000 U.S. homes. That is nothing. That is barely a blip. Forget about compared to a network TV audience or a cable TV audience. Compared to small podcasts, those are bad numbers. So, okay, he had the low ratings, but then the reports say that he was planning shows on China, on Israel actually too, and on AI. And Apple, because it does a lot of business with China, Apple, which would collapse if we decoupled with China, and artificial intelligence obviously is important to Apple. They don't like those topics, so they kill it. Which is it? Which destroyed Jon Stewart's show? The answer is both. It's obviously both. Jon Stewart has always had low ratings. He was a cultural phenomenon when he had The Daily Show on Comedy Central. That show didn't get a lot of viewers. It was relatively low rated, but the people who watched it tended to be journalists and the chattering political class, concentrated in the coasts, very liberal, who had an outsized microphone. So they made a big deal out of his show, even though relatively few people watched it in the country. The low ratings can be forgiven as long as you are dancing to the tune that the liberal elite are playing. That's the issue. When Jon Stewart was dancing as the court jester of the liberal regime, which is what his job was, the Daily Show, they loved him, and they made a big deal out of him, and they made him famous, and they made him wealthy, even though not a lot of people watch the show. But now that he's maybe turning against some of what the ruling class want, especially in China and AI, well, now those low ratings are not being forgiven, and they're going to take away his fame, and they're going to take away his money. And he's going to see how illusory all of those things actually were. And he's going to learn a lesson that a lot of us have forgotten, which is true in politics, it's true in business, and it's true in all of public life. He who pays the piper calls the tune. Now, speaking of dancing to other people's tune, I have got a very disturbing story that just came out. And it's disturbing in that it's super creepy and spooky and kind of zombie-like, and it's just in time for Halloween. But it's actually a satisfying story because it vindicates a lot of old wisdom. The story is this: blood transfusions might change your personality. If you get, a lot of people get blood transfusions. There is scientific evidence that you don't just get blood and you don't just get platelets. You get an increased risk of certain diseases. Okay, maybe you could say, well, it's just a protein or something that's going on with the blood. And you get potentially changes in your personality, in your mood, in your tastes, and it's really, really weird. Researchers at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden published a major study that showed that a cause of spontaneous brain hemorrhage could be transmitted via blood transfusion. As I said, that could just be some protein or something like that. But it might go deeper than that, and there's a lot of evidence that it does go deeper. 5 years ago, a study by Geneva University reported that nearly half of patients reported changes in their behavior and values after receiving blood transfusions. There have also been well-publicized stories, of people who had organ transplants, and then their tastes changed. In the U.S., there's a 47-year-old woman who had a lung transplant from an 18-year-old, and then immediately had a craving for beer and fried chicken, which were things that was not previously craved, but that every 18-year-old in the country does crave. The researchers interviewed 7 people who had received blood transfusions for things like hip replacements and other surgeries. They found out 3 of the 7 believed that their personalities had changed. One said he slept and dreamt a lot more than before. Another said his sense of taste had changed. He found this worrying. He said, I hope that the donor's blood cannot take over. This is really great news, even though it's spooky and creepy, because this is a vindication of classical anthropology. This is a vindication of the old way of viewing human nature, not the new way of viewing human. The new way of viewing human nature is that we're all just machines, man. We're like computers, plug and play, and we're like a hard drive, and different, just like in different parts of a machine, you can just pull out our parts and they're interoperable and you plug them into new people and it's no big deal. The classical understanding of human nature is not that. The classical understanding of human nature is that we are an integrated whole, that we are a primary substance, that you can't just plug and play our different parts, like on a car. On a car, you can go in, you take out a catalytic converter from one car, you can put it into another car, and it's going to work just fine. You can pull out the transmission here, you can plug it in. Because, to use the old terminology, the car and all these other created things, they're just artifacts. We make them, so they're not totally integrated in the way that a human being being the primary substance made by God. We actually are kind of like a catalytic converter. We actually are like a car, like any other artifact. You just plug us and play us, and there's so many people, especially prominent voices in the academy and in the government and the cultural elite, who say, yeah, we're just machines. We think we have free will, we think we have souls, we think we have desires and longings and meaning, but it's all just fake. It's an illusion made by firing pistons in our brain. Even the term pistons, to compare it to a car. And so you're just deluding yourself. But maybe not. Maybe our organs don't just plug and play like that. Maybe actually it's all part of that one person.
Thought of the human brain, the human body as steam engine.
Things start to go a little haywire.
Invented
for us. We are one thing that is integrated, not just in our body, but taking it one step further, taking more integrated body and soul. Maybe we're actually not machines, but human beings. Who knew? Every wise person for all of history is the answer. Until very recently, and then we said, those guys are dumb idiots, and we're modern, and we have cell phones, and we know that they're all wrong and we're right about everything. Well, maybe not. Maybe we actually are human beings. Speaking of the vindication of traditional wisdom, this is a shocking headline. If you're driving, you got to pull over. If you're standing up, please sit down. If you take a deep breath. Turns out that when the Kentucky Democrat governor, Beshear, during the COVID lockdowns, decided to let a bunch of criminals out of prison, turns out that those criminals that he let out of prison, they went on and committed more crimes. How could, you can't blame Andy Beshear here, right? How could he have possibly seen it coming that people who are known for committing a lot of crimes, if you let them out of their punishment and you just set them free in society, they're going to commit more crimes? How could any modern liberal who recognizes that no one is personally responsible for their crimes, and actually it's society's fault, and we need, the prison industrial complex is a terrible form of oppression and slavery, and actually we just need to give people hugs and let them free and let them be there. They don't even have free will. We can't. Anyway, who could have guessed? Normal people. Who could have guessed? Ordinary, normal people, with the wisdom of the ages and even a modicum of common sense, once again vindicated over the liberal elite. We're looking pretty good, aren't we? When you want to look really, really good, you got to check out Genucell. Right now, go to genucell.com/Knowles. Our friends over at Genucell have launched a new product called Genucell 3, which works fast on your underlying pathogens. Genucell.com/KNOWLES. My favorite comment is
River
Ronan
Gorge,
Arthur,
National Scenic Area.
3955, who says, I like to listen to Michael because he remains calm and collected during such crazy times. I tend to get frustrated, and he is my Xanax. I think that's a compliment. Michael Knowles, the human Xanax. I will choose to take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. Nearly 70% of inmates released by Andy Beshear through commutations during COVID went on to reoffend, with some committing violent felonies like assault and homicide. 1,702 individuals whose sentences were commuted by Beshear in 2020. The majority of them, 882, went on to commit felonies, and an additional 252 committed misdemeanors, leaving just over 500 who have not committed any crimes yet. It turns out you can't fix problems just by wishing them away. You can't. And it turns out that refusing to punish criminals is not compassionate. It's not charitable. It's not compassionate toward the future victims.
Baker City.
And the past victims, but especially the future victims of their crimes. Had Beshear just done his job and been normal and locked up with the criminals, 882, no, I'm sorry, over 1,000 victims would not have been victimized. Over 1,000 people would not have been victims of crimes, some of which were violent felonies. Homicide. So people are dead because Andy Beshear thought it would be really compassionate to let criminals out of prison. It's not compassionate. It's not charitable. It's not compassionate or charitable toward the criminals either. Well, Plato talks about this in Gorgias. It turns out all these really old guys, they were right about a lot of things. It is an act of to punish the criminal because the criminal has something wrong with him. It's kind of like a disease. He's got defects in his will and his intellect, and he does bad things. And when you do bad things, that harms you. It harms your soul. It will compromise your potential eternal reward. I mean, ultimately, it could send you to hell. But even if you don't believe in the soul, even if you don't believe in religion or anything that every wise person throughout all of history has believed, even if you don't believe in that, even just from the perspective of life on Earth, if you're a criminal and you keep murdering people and doing drugs and getting involved with the wrong crowd, you're going to harm your life. You're not going to be happy. You're going to wind up either dead of an overdose or killed in some violent crime, or you're going to wind up destroying your body. You're going to be living a bad life. Nobody says, you know, I love my child and I really want my child to have a good life, and that's why I'm going to encourage my child to get involved in crime. It's not good. It's not good for these people either. It is cruelty to do this. It is the kind of negligence that is so typical of liberals on the left and on the right, which says that other people, they're not my problem. Other people, they're not my business. No, I'm just going to do me, and you do you, and I'm an island entire unto myself, and how does it affect you? Look, man, how does it affect you if we radically redefine some social question? How does it affect you if we radically socially engineer some aspect of society? Oh, because I live in society with other people, and it warps the universe in which I am attempting to live a good and flourishing life. It affects me because man is a political animal and a social creature, and we're not just islands and atoms floating in outer space. How does it affect me? Because some stupid criminal released by Andy Bashir could murder me, God forbid. That's how it affects me. We gotta ditch this crazy, ideological, hyper-individualism on the left and on the right. It's different on the left and the right. On the right, it's don't take any of my money, and on the left, tell me what weird stuff I can do in back alleyways at night. But the point of it is ultimately the same. It's a denial of society, and it commiserates all of us. Now, speaking of crime and punishment, a judge, a Democrat judge in Colorado, has just greenlit
Cleaning a culvert on the railroad tracks next to I-84 East in Oregon, period.
Campaign to keep Trump off the ballot in Colorado. This judge, Sarah Wallace, was appointed by the Democrat governor.
There was a guy that looked like he was doing what Post 10 does, period.
Jared Polis, and she has denied a motion by Trump and the Colorado GOP to throttle a lawsuit seeking to block Trump from appearing on the ballot in Colorado. Why are they going to block Trump from appearing on the ballot? Because he's an evil rapist, insurrectionist, Ukraine colluding, Russia colluding, mean old orange man who we really hate, and an invisible ink in the Constitution that says that mean orange men can't be on the ballot. I think that's pretty much the substance of the lawsuit.
Orange man.
And this Colorado judge says, okay, go ahead. No, that's the substance of the campaign. And the judge says, yeah, the campaign can go ahead. Sure. Okay. The last time we had a situation like this, I will remind you, was 1860. People sometimes say that in 1860, Abraham Lincoln didn't appear on the ballot in the southern states, which is not quite true, because elections were conducted differently than they are today. You didn't have a formal ballot on a computer screen or even just printed out. It was the parties who produced the ballots. The GOP didn't even invest in the South because they were never going to win, and the GOP was a new party with not a lot of resources. But the effect of it was basically that Abraham Lincoln was not a candidate that one could even really plausibly vote for in a lot of the country. And then when he got elected president, that was the cause of the Civil War. Because half the country felt that it didn't have any representation, it didn't really have any say whatsoever. This is not an identical situation, but it's pretty close. If the liberals succeed at kicking Donald Trump off the ballot in 2024, it's going to tell us two things. One, it's going to tell us that Trump is obviously electable. One of the silliest lines I hear is that Donald Trump can't win the general election. He can't win a general election, which I know is false because he won at least one general election. He did. A lot of people who said the same thing in 2016, Donald Trump can never win a general election, they were quite surprised when he won the general election in 2016. But then they used the previous election in 2020 to say, well, see, now he actually can't win. He could. I'm not saying he will, I'm just saying he could. So it's going to, the fact that the Dems want to keep him off the ballot shows you they don't think it's going to be a slam dunk to defeat him at the ballot box. Even with the vote harvesting, even with the drop boxes, even with all of their nonsense and all of their shenanigans that open the elections to fraud, they still are not convinced they can beat him at the ballot box. So they want to prevent voters from even having a choice at the ballot box. That's the first thing it's going to tell you. The second thing it tells you is we are dangerously close to not having much of anything in common as a country. We are dangerously close to the conditions that we were at in 1860. And I'm not one of these catastrophists who says that we're always going to be on the brink of civil war and we're all going to, I'm certainly not encouraging civil war by any means. But it could happen. Just like people sometimes say, do you think we're living in the end times? My answer is, I don't think we are, but someone's going to be living in the end times. I guess we could be. That's kind of how I feel about civil war. I'm not saying that we're headed for civil war, but we could be. Civil wars happen, and the liberals would appear to be cultivating the conditions to make it much more likely.
What?
The show continues now. You do not want to miss it. Become a member and use code Knowles, KNWLAS, and check out for 2 months free on all abundance.
Everybody's awake right now.
If we now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusion, created by an alien intelligence that we don't understand, but it understands us, this is a kind of spiritual slavery that we won't be able to break out of. Let me show you why
we have the valve body element 60140 2014. This is a brand spanking new valve body. That you have in this little same part. You put it in, of course, and it didn't work right. It could be something I done, or it could be a brand new part. What do you guys think? Let me show you. This is a valve for one of the damn clutch sets. Watch this. Let it go. See what it does? Here's the turn. Fluid pressure pushes the valve. When fluid pressure is relieved, there's a spring back here. See the spring down here. See the spring? That spring pushes the valve that way. Let's move on to what I'm having. The direct clutches, which is the 3rd and 5th. This is a brand new valve body before. Keep it. Look at that. You push the valve, but it didn't come back. Watch it. Push the spring through that. So solenoid says, "Oh, come on." Valve comes on and doesn't go off. Apparently, this is not going to clean it. Let me show you why your mechanic has it.
I drank enough water today. Yeah, but you didn't get enough sleep. Okay, well, it's small victories. You also didn't stretch before you slept, so now you can't turn your head all the way to the left. I'm so old. That is also because you didn't stretch. Why do I feel so excited that it's rain for the first time in a long time? That's because you're over 30. No, don't say it. Don't say it. The plants are gonna love this. Now that you're getting older, you're gonna use cliches every time it rains. That's not true. Nobody knows how to drive in the rain. I drank enough water today. Yeah, but you didn't get enough sleep. Okay, well, it's small victories. You also didn't stretch before you slept, so now you can't turn your head all the way to the left. Why does my lower back hurt? That is also because you didn't stretch. Why do I feel so excited that it's rain? For the plants are gonna love this.
Vladimir Putin suffers cardiac arrest, sparking massive alarm in Kremlin inner circle. And a shout out to Timothy Whitaker in the super chat who asked, I had not seen this story, it's from 16 hours ago, totally missed this one. But I did just check it real quick, and there are a ton of outlets that are covering this, saying Vladimir Putin is alleged to have suffered a cardiac arrest in his private Moscow apartment on Sunday evening. A Telegram channel believed to be run by a former Kremlin insider reported that incident, saying the Russian leader was found by guards on the floor of the bedroom, lying on the floor, rolling his eyes. Doctors were reportedly called in immediately, and they later diagnosed the 71-year-old having suffered a cardiac arrest. It's different from a heart attack. Cardiac arrest is when your heart stops.
Something like this was reported about Putin a couple months ago, wasn't it?
He's been having a lot of medical issues.
Yeah.
That's horrible to hear. Well, I mean, the scary thing is, what happens to Russia without Putin?
Yeah, it's a big
He's not a
vacuum.
yeah,
Yeah.
yep. He's not a good dude.
Well, you know what? They might just start fighting among themselves and then lose all interest in Ukraine, and then we could just be like, okay, see ya.
Oh,
Yeah,
see you
this
next time.
might prevent World War III.
That would be
It's
helpful.
kind of a horrifying thing to think, like, if this man dies, World War III is averted.
Well, yeah, then Russian Civil War 3 or 4
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
They do that a lot.
Right.
Yeah, the thing
Yeah,
is,
they do.
whoever takes over for Russia,
that a lot.
we think they might go on themselves, but we don't actually know
Right.
if there's not a clear
That's what I-
successor to his throne. Could be even worse.
It's
Well,
a proxy war. This
Prigozhin,
is-
they have Prigozhin out of the way. Remember the,
Yeah.
so he's out of the way, and so a bunch of, because he would be much tougher on Ukraine than,
But the next guy might be too.
Right, I agree.
but didn't they get rid of most of those guys in that?
How do you know though?
Crash?
It's-
I don't know
it's
anything.
not Russia.
I don't know anything, which is why we didn't cover this story at Flip Millennial. I just couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's hard. And also when you see stuff like this, it's hard for me not to be like, when is the Kremlin statement saying like somebody slipped
Who
their
even knows?
poison is coming?
But yeah, I was interested in this story too, and I couldn't track down. I find it very difficult to cover overseas stuff because I really only know just the one language.
Well, especially with China and Russia, I think if anything, I was concerned about this as well. If there's power vacuum, this is before I even knew that he had a heart attack. I talked with a friend of mine. If there is a power vacuum in Russia, what's to say that China isn't going to go, knocking on Russia's door? I don't know. I'm just, it's just a whole other thing I'm throwing out there. But there's definitely an animosity between them.
Totally random, crazy thought that you probably start thinking about when you get older. It's like you could be taking a shower in the morning, and like let's say your wife or your husband or whatever is like, all right, I'm gonna go, walk the dog or whatever, and then you slip and hit your head, and you're dead.
That's why you should get married, because they'll come back after they walk the dog and be like, the shower is still running, and they'll check on you.
And that's the thing.
Unless
like,
they hate you.
but there are a lot of stories about
put
like
dish
elderly
on dish soap on the
people
floor.
who will just go missing, and then a week later, people are just like, let's go check up. They've been missing for a week, and they're like, oh, the man died.
Yeah.
Like you could just like Putin. So the report is like his guards heard a thump and then ran up and found him. I don't know if they actually had a heart attack, right? They're saying unconfirmed reports, but a bunch of outlets are carrying this rumor. And just imagine like for the average person who has a heart attack, there is no guard waiting downstairs to hear the thump.
That's why they invented the button thing. Although if you have a heart attack and you're
Life
unconscious,
alert.
you can't press your life alert button. Although there's, I think, one that like if you fall hard enough, it'll.
Right,
I
there's
don't know
like
totally.
there's like necklaces and stuff.
Oh,
too.
the iPhone does that.
Yeah.
There was a what is it like if you get into a car accident? It instantly calls 911 or
Oh
whatever.
yeah. There is that. I
I
remember when
technology's so crazy.
Well, like there's a story where a dude dropped the phone, and the phone thought it was a car accident, so it called the police, and they found it or something.
Oh wow.
Like fell off his bike or something like that.
I remember it was just a couple of years ago. My mom said, "Honey, I'm suddenly afraid of falling down."
that must be a
And
crazy
she's like,
feeling.
she's in her mid-70s. She's extremely
How to set Android messages to automate a message every day.
active. She just got back from a month traveling around
Italy, right?
Italy and Ireland and
Just living her best
wherever
expat
she
life.
was. Yeah, she just does whatever she wants. But she's still a little bit afraid of falling down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just kind of hope that when I'm old, I'm like fat, and so when I fall down, it
There's
doesn't.
some cushioning.
Nothing gets broken.
That is the argument for obesity right now. Although your bones get brittle, you can't walk around, you get the veins, you have a heart
Oh,
issue.
that seems bad.
The diabetes,
No, the good news is if you're fat, you won't get old.
Oh, if you're fat, you won't get old. So that's a win.
Wow, that's just stay
Really?
young forever.
The heart just takes you
Live
first.
fat, die young.
I'll
you know
just
what
stop
I'm saying?
working out altogether.
Wow.
I'm also equally concerned that Putin having a heart attack could lead to World War III.
Yeah, that's what
Really,
I
what's the alternate scenario? What do you think?
That without Putin stabilizing the region, it results in power struggles, and then it leads to conflict outside of Russia, which drags other people in. Putin may be a stabilizing force, stopping certain elements of Russian military from engaging in certain actions.
Right. Yeah, like look at Gaddafi after he went to Libya.
Oh yeah,
Collapsed.
but I mean worse than that. Let's say like Putin has a heart attack and dies, then a military leader says, "I'm the next in command, so I'm gonna do this thing." Fighting erupts inside Russia, but then this guy says, "Send in nuke, Kiev or whatever, something crazy."
Yeah, Putin's been a tough force for Russia for a long time, and I don't think that this war is just simple land dispute. I think it's definitely a proxy war to test the endurance of Russia, kind of caused by American influence. But yeah, I would rather Putin not die. I think he's protected a lot of the Christian community in Russia, and you've seen Zelensky shut down Orthodox churches in Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
They were Russian Orthodox, right? The Russian Orthodox Church.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting,
Yeah. And so, I don't know. I do think it would bring in World War III if he died.
Yeah,
I mean, the question at this point is, there are so many different scenarios to get us into World War III. Are there any scenarios to keep us out, to keep it from happening?
Put America first. Stay away from everyone else.
But that would still drag us
multiple
in.
arguments have been made for why that would result in World War.
Yeah, the first two other World Wars started when America stayed out. So I
That's
don't know if
right.
that'll-
Ben Shapiro's argument is that if Iran or other countries stage a ground invasion of Israel or begin airstrikes, Israel will respond with nuclear weapons, which will create regional conflict, which bleeds out to hemisphere, whatever, international. Yeah, and then the U.S. has no choice but to get involved.
Well, Mark Levin was on Fox News the other day, and he was just going, like, eviscerating the host, saying, well, Israel's surrounded, and they may have to nuclear weapons. Just infuriated, and I don't think it'll come to that point unless Israel intervenes. I just don't see that happening. But what I will say is, even if it does, bleed out into the international community, I still think America should stay out of it. I think we're a strong enough entity to keep to ourselves.
What about NATO? You don't think we should?
I think we should pull out of
defend
NATO.
You don't think we should defend our allies?
I think we should pull out of NATO.
So we should have no friends at all in the world.
I think our friends should be ourselves, and we should put America first because we haven't done that.
We're going to be like that. We're going to be like that girl in New York who marries herself. Stages a little wedding. And she's so happy. Oh my God, she is so happy.
I will say,
she has no
that
children. She has no man.
I will say,
she has a very nice dress.
That
and
girl
she is happy.
probably locks her apartment door, which is the thing I think America should do. I think
Yeah.
we should completely talk about the border.
And when she falls down in the shower, there is nobody there to help her.
I mean, we have a
There's
bunch of
nobody to
states
find
that
her.
are the size of European countries. I
Sure.
can't say what our interventionist strategy should be. I generally feel like before we delve in further to any international skirmish, we should have a stronger border policy. And then we can talk about it. It's hard to have these conversations knowing that we are like, yeah, you're bad and we want to support you, and also come across our border anytime, no questions asked. Also maybe from Canada if you fly there and hop up. Like, no, this is not good.
We need a strong national defense. Trump says it. This is coming straight from Trump's mouth. We have to put America first. That's not a controversial thing to say. We've got so many problems that are crippling us and leaving us basically paralyzed in the water. And our kids are killing themselves because they have no purpose. They're gender dysphoric. And we're focusing on a bunch of regional skirmishes thousands of miles halfway around the world. Let's focus on putting America first. Why is that so controversial?
I agree, but being isolationism.
Proceed northeast on I-840s in 1.5 miles. Continue straight on the I-840s tunnel. Then, after 1,000 feet, continue straight on I-840s.
Bonneville Highway.
Proceed east on I-840s in 1.25 miles. Continue straight on the I-840s tunnel. Then, after 1,000 feet, continue straight on I. Proceed east on.
Just ask you to be quiet for a little while. I-84 tunnel. Tunnel. Lights on for safety. Wow, you can really feel the air difference.
many things that are also need to source up. Our resources are not in the same level as other countries. We have natural gas and we have oil we should be drilling. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm sure you agree with that as well. But I still think that, like, okay, if you want to do that, we'll give ourselves like a 20-year timeline. Because we can't just do that tomorrow or we're screwed.
Yeah, well, I think, like you said, we should be an autonomous country.
And maybe we should build a time machine and go back and put the factories back in America. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we should have done. We've been on a bad path for a long time. I don't think that we should give up and say, like, well, we've already been engaged in all these things. Like, but I acknowledge, I think you're totally right. We aren't necessarily in the position to say, well, we're just going to do absolutely nothing. I do think that before everything else, we need to think about, especially if it's an international war and we know that the Biden administration is weak. The thing is, Americans are not used to conflict being fought on American soil. So I think it's really important that we secure the border, right?
Oh, it was like, it's been 7 million people since the Biden administration took office. And in Trump.
Alright, enough of this squirt talk, dude. Let's talk.
Still strong, dude.
Let's talk what we came here to talk.
By detractors.
It's time to discuss Crusades.
Yes, dude.
Yes. What is it, 1099? Is that what we're talking about here?
That's what we're talking
about. That's about as far as I got.
Talking Pope Gregory, bro. We're talking about Pope Gregory.
Get over there.
Planting the seeds. He planted the seeds.
Are we talking about Salahuddin?
Who was the Salahuddin?
Salahuddin.
You're going to have to instruct
Saladin.
It was the King Saladin, and yeah.
Goat.
That was the bro. See, I didn't get into exactly that side of it. So let me paint the picture. This is the picture I got from the beginning of the book. The book's called The Crusades by Thomas Asbridge.
All right, so shut up, Asbridge.
So they're saying that this guy's giving like a multiple account of like, here's what's going on in the Muslim world, here's what's going on in the Christian world.
Yeah.
He calls it the Latin world the whole time. But so apparently the fucking French, man, are apparently at the center of this.
The frogs are over there.
The frogs are big time, bro. He said
de Lucien, or whatever in there.
Yeah, the one there was was that the guy you're saying?
That was in the movie. Kingdom of Heaven. Yeah, we get to the Knights Templar.
Not yet. This is they tease you with the Lionheart, dude. They hit you with a little bit of Lionheart. I'm like, all right, I'm ready for that. But they so they go in, and there's just these dukes. Who that?
I don't know.
There's these they're explaining like how there was just these knights who were like, they were like, you know, they're not like the king, but they're just these disparate bands of just like military royalty that just rolled around. What you were saying earlier on basically ponies.
Yeah.
And they were just they would just like sit around and
just
like
to reiterate, the horses weren't big.
Tiny horses.
They rode ponies.
They armored ponies.
Yeah.
And like if you were like, there would just be these knights kicking around on like land, like, you know, with their vassals and shit, and they'd get hired every now and again to just like charge some dude on a pony.
Yeah.
Because that was like if you were trying to fight, a dude would just come run you over with a pony, and then you'd be like, all right, fucking, I'll pay the king or whatever what I owe. And they're like, you better, I'll fucking kill you.
Have you seen Kingdom of Heaven?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna love it.
I can't wait.
It's fucking tight.
Do they keep it pony?
Ridley Scott, dude.
Does he keep it fucking?
Nah, he doesn't keep it 100 on the ponies.
Come on, man. Nobody does. Nobody does.
Yeah, you can't do the Braveheart speech on a pony.
Why, dude?
You can't.
Dude, it's such an important detail all the time.
It's very important.
And they were crazy expensive. To have a pony was like unheard of. Like, no one else could afford a pony. So you're a knight, you're on your pony, and you had 4 servants.
Although I know the Arabs may have had stallions. They may have had.
I think they're on at least in the beginning. I think they're still on. They're on ponies as well. So it's pony on pony attack.
All ponies all the time.
They have these guys in the Christian world. It's just the knights kicking around, doing their thing. And there's this one guy from France who was just, he was a Frank, he was like 1000, so I don't think it was Francis barely even started. I don't think it was Francis barely even started yet. It was Frank's people. But his name was like Smoothie Folk or something. I forget the guy's name. But he was a brutal fucking dude, warlord. And he was just fucking people up. And then like towards the end of his life, he was like, he got really into Catholicism, Christianity, with the Roman Catholic Church. So he was like, back then, in order to like make up for your murderous deeds, they would go on these like epic pilgrimages to like Jerusalem. They're saying that's a huge part of how it started.
To kill a Muslim, you enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, dude. Was that
what the Pope said?
Pope Urban?
I'm not sure which Pope.
So Pope Gregory started off. Basically, you had these rich elite dudes going into the Holy Land. This guy's like a warlord. He's like, I'm a fucking Muslim. This fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And they were saying they were getting unfairly taxed because they said it's unclear who really started the aggression. Because the Christian account is like Pope Urban gave this huge speech in France being like, dude, they want to tax you so bad that like they're worried people are swallowing gold. So if they suspect you of smuggling gold by swallowing it, they'll cut you open and open up your insides to fucking look into what nature has kept hidden. So that's the Christians were coming through like, yo, they're slaughtering Christians. There was one lord who was going over on these pilgrimages who apparently had his eye pulled out.
Yeah.
They said it was like an apocryphal tale, but he carried his eye back and like, yo, fuck Muslims, they look like they did my eye.
Yeah.
So all these dudes were getting, so they had these like,
he was like, this used to be in my fucking head.
But a fucking Muslim
and a Muslim ripped out my fucking eye.
Because he refused to pay tax.
Get your swords, dude. We're going back.
They'd be like, we're going on holy. These guys were like, never taking shit ever in their life.
Yeah.
They were just in charge of it, basically everything and everyone they knew. Like, all right, time for pilgrimage, and they'd go through the towns, and like, they'd be like, who the fuck are you? And they'd pull a sword at them. I'd be like, give me half your shit. And they'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So these dudes were just running into buzzsaws. So they'd come back and be like, yo, fuck those guys.
Dude, you know, does it get into the fact that never set foot in Jerusalem? Ever?
I thought they said that's where
Yeah, they yapped about it. They made that up.
But he never did.
They just were like, no, this is ours. This is where Muhammad came. They're like, dude, Muhammad was never here. They're like, yeah.
Really?
This is ours. Jerusalem's ours. Like,
They didn't.
bro,
So they didn't get into that.
the Dome of the Rock, look into it.
Really?
Yeah, they teleported to Jerusalem, and then he ascended. It's like, dude, you guys are lying. You're cheating to get Jerusalem.
Yeah. Well, it's also weird too, like, because the more you
and the Jews can shut up about Jerusalem too.
Yeah, what's their claim?
I don't know, the fucking temple was there or something. It's Jesus, dude.
Yeah,
Jerusalem's ours.
JCO.
It's obviously Catholics.
I would agree.
For sure, dude. Jesus got the Jews killed him there.
The least they can do is give it up. The least they can do is give it up.
The Muslims have no say.
Dude,
other than it is in the Arab world.
Dude, I don't
other than
even-
it is on their land.
True.
But
I don't even, dude, they kind of Sprite remixed the religion.
they did.
And I know I was with Christianity.
We already had Coke.
We had Coke.
Gold. They were
Sprite
like,
remixed.
no, Coke Zero. We're like, dude, you guys need to shut the fuck up.
Dude, they really did mishmash. And it was like, oh, and then there was this guy, this whole thing was like, he had a reactionary revelation to Christianity and Judaism. Was like, yo, here's the deal, and we got it.
I could be completely wrong, but I thought Islam came out of Muhammad being like, I think he was a general, but it was kind of like, because he lived in heavy trade area, and he kind of came up with like codes of how to, like, it was good. It was like a moral way to make sure everything was cool with trading and how to operate and all that shit. I forget.
He went by the way of the sword towards the end.
Yeah, he did.
I heard a similar thing where, like, if you read the beginning of it, it's like, man, this is great, what beautiful verses, and then he apparently really dialed it up of like, yo, by the way.
Well, he was a man.
He was a man. He was a man.
He was a man. That's the thing. They were, you know.
He was just a dude.
He was a
Then he
dude.
teleported.
He could fall to it.
Then he teleported.
He did teleport and ride up on a chariot or some shit.
Yeah. So that did
But
happen.
we worship a God. Dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesus was not. I mean, he was a man.
He was a man.
He was the Holy Trinity.
There's a heresy stating that Jesus was a man. One dude who got just like taken over by the spirit. And as soon as he died on the cross, it just went up. And that was that. And the Pope was like, "Fucking!" There was a bunch of dudes like, "No fucking way, dude!
Yeah.
Bullshit! Get him out of here!
Yeah, set him on fire.
Get him the fuck out of here!
There's something bad to him.
Just dressed like maniacs.
Just like a moron.
Oh fucking shit, dude! That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here!
Think of the worst thing ever and do it to him. Get him out of here. Rip his fucking tongue out.
Yeah, they just were like, yeah, exactly. It came up with like a Muslim code. Here's what we're gonna do, and then like, yo, and in terms of like, yeah, dude, actually, like Abraham was kind of sick, Jesus was kind of sick. That was like, but then it became like genuinely like a militant.
Yeah.
And this is what they're arguing. Like, the military shit was built into Muslim theology. That was like an easy. There was no big quarrels to get into that. He was arguing like they really weren't that interested because they had already like the Muslim Empire had just been established and smashed.
Yeah, it was dominating.
Dominating, but then it fell apart to infighting. The Sunnis and Shiites go back that far. that?
They disagree on, it was on Muhammad's successor.
Oh, exactly, dude. On Fatima, they were like, I'm related to Fatima, his wife or niece or whatever. I'm related to all the
they're still going.
caliphs.
Sunnis and Shias are still bickering.
That was based on who was related to fucking Muhammad, which was crazy.
Yeah.
I had no idea that's what that was.
Oh, really?
No clue.
Yeah.
It went back that far.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck you, dude.
Iran and Saudi Arabia are still tearing the world apart because of that. Because they're like, dude, that was his uncle. Nuh-uh. You fucking fool.
Well, the funny part was, man, this is what I didn't realize.
And it's definitely Saudi Arabia and Iran tearing the world apart, not us.
We're just, did you saw Biden's speech?
I saw Biden's speech at the UN. He's across the town, dude. We're a couple miles away from sweet Joe Biden.
Yeah, dude. He's
giving a nice speech, rousing speech.
We're gonna cure hunger.
It's good to see John Kerry falling asleep during the president's fucking Jesus Christ, we're led by the oldest dumbasses.
You think they make them like
Trump dog would have said, wake up.
Yeah,
He would have said, Sleepy John.
Sleepy
Get
John
up.
Kerry, get up, dude. Wake up.
Fucking flip-flopper. Think I forgot you flip-flop John Kerry? I flip-flop every day.
He would hit the spatula on John Kerry, dude, and fucking...
Yeah, flip-flop, dude.
Flip them.
Wake up, you fucking flapjack. Get up, you pancake.
Oh, man, I don't know, again, I don't know if I'm just like a pathetic person, but Jesus Christ, is he one of the most unmoving speakers in the world?
Yeah, he's tough.
At least like Trump will like kind of bother people. At least he like is getting the blood flowing in some way.
Trump's like an early open micer.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like he can only offend, and he gets reactions, and he's like nice. Behind is just geezed up, dude.
Yeah, it's the.
And he turns on when he's trying to be motivating. He turns on the geese jet so hard.
Oh, it's crazy.
Squints. He's like, "This is the greatest country in the world."
No, it's dude. We can do anything we want. Come on, we can fix world hunger. Come on, guys.
He hit an end quote on the teleprompter.
What was it?
He was like FDR said in 1945. End quote. I was like, God damn it. I was cheering for him today. When you see the president in front of the UN, you're like, come on, dude. Like, dude, be good. And he wasn't so bad.
All it takes is one guy in front of the whole country to be like, yo, all of this shit is dumb and stupid. Let's just stop being fucking assholes. Please. We've all been dickheads. Yeah. This is all nonsense.
Yeah.
Please. Let's just stop and let's do cool stuff.
It would be cool for a president to go on, because everything he says, no matter what, if you're a U.S. president speaking to the UN, America's done. We did Iraq. You can't go up there and be like, Russia's pure evil for this. America stands for justice. Everyone's like, we remember.
It takes 2 seconds.
You gotta be like, look, we fucked up.
Yeah.
Sorry, Iraq.
Yeah.
We thought you guys were doing bad stuff. You were. You guys were definitely doing bad stuff.
Yep.
We handled it wrong. Our bad. Now Russia's doing it. That's bad. We need to stop Russia.
But the problem is the people responsible for Iraq are still alive. And they're going like, wait.
Dude, did you see, it's old, but you saw that Bush slip up where he says it?
What'd he say?
He's like, this disgusting invasion of Iraq, Ukraine.
No.
Yeah, he's like, totally unjustified invasion of Iraq. Ukraine.
Oh, no.
It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
And he slipped Michelle Obama. Where's Michelle Obama? I have to see her candy now.
Murderers.
Please, someone fucking take this from me. Yeah, man, that's all it would take. Then it'd be like, bro, we've all been dead. That's what I'm reading the Crusades book, and he's like, well, who really was it? It's like, dude, everyone was just being massive dickheads back then.
Yeah.
You had massive dickheads at the top of society clashing with each other, then recruiting the dumbasses of society
Wait till you,
stab each other.
So this is all the Crusades, or just the first?
All of them. He went to the first group, the People's Crusade. He went into that.
Wait till you get to the end,
bro. I'm excited.
The fucking 6th Crusade is like, they don't even go to the Middle East. They go to Constantinople and just sack a Christian city.
Really?
I thought you said living on post was quiet. It is. They weren't doing anything other than what they had to do. You had a team of cops roll up to somebody's house and pull them out in the middle of the night. Yeah, they could have had the sirens on there too, but they kept it relatively quiet. I didn't even know the MPs had vehicles like that. Yeah, they didn't have that last time. They didn't have it last time. How often does this happen? Probably like once a week or so. So like this might happen more than once in a week. Potentially, it depends kind of on what they did. I thought you said living on post was quiet. It is. They weren't doing anything.
math, science, history. Why do I have to be taught politics and math? Why do I have to go into a science class and talk about how racist America is? I mean, we saw what happened to people. We saw that people were literally being told to leave the university if they said something offensive. You can't say anything without being barked at by classmates and teachers alike.
Stuff like this is happening too, so we can't just blame the middle school teachers when they're trying to make it.
Differences between their islands.
Hi, this is Misha and welcome back to my channel. So today I wanted to make a video talking about why I left my old university and overall the left. So I'm just going to discuss some of the crazy things I saw in my old university, including the political agendas and
Rate up Oh, okay, they're gonna rate you off. For Fresh and Myron, okay. World Vicky 2, Predator 1.
Who is the Predator?
Who is World Vicky? No, they call you World Vicky. World Vicky 2.
No silicone.
I don't got no silicone. Come back.
I don't got no stuff like that. I don't like that. Can we get this? I don't got no silicone and call it a comeback hour. I'm not bad, baby. It's going to have fun. Eat it.
It's just like a bunch of baboons.
Beloved, have you ever wondered why?
I don't know if you know this, the war in the Middle East is just on the internet. And you can watch it. We watched like 3 hours of the war in Iraq.
Beloved, have you ever wondered why the hostage rescue and special forces guys put flashlights on the side of their helmets that point directly up? If you look at the side of these new tactical helmets, they have what they call M-LOK, which is a non-proprietary or open source mounting point that can be used for lots of different accessories. By putting a small piece of PIC rail on there, or Picatinny rail, you can mount a flashlight that points directly upwards. The reason for that is when you go into a room, you can turn it on and that light will shine directly up and bounce off the ceiling and create a nice, warm, diffused light that lights up the entire area rather than just a hot spot on the center. It's not perfect for every situation, but something you might want to consider on your tactical helmet.
I like it.
I drank enough water today. Yeah, but you didn't get enough sleep. Okay, well, it's small victories. You also didn't stretch before you slept, so now you can't turn your head all the way to the left. Why does my lower back hurt?
Benny, I'm a happy warrior. I don't like relishing in people's misery and destruction. I think it's bad juju. I think it's bad vibes. However, if you are a legitimate terrorist organization that wants the destruction of America, then I will absolutely not hold back when it comes to your complete and total destruction. And I'm not talking about Hamas here. I'm talking about, of course, the terrorist organization within Black Lives Matter. How can I say terrorist organization? Well, Black Lives Matter killed lots of people in the riots of 2020. Black Lives Matter is also a deeply fraudulent organization that has seen better days. Let's go checking out some of the headlines here about Black Lives Matter as of late. BLM's revenue dropped 88% in 2022. self-enrichment scandals and infighting over the money. Oh, who could have guessed this? Donations to Black Lives Matter have dropped off significantly since the organization's peak in 2020 following the death of George Floyd, that we now know was due to fentanyl based on the official autopsies released. No apologies and no refunds. In 2022, representing one of the left-wing group's worst revenues by far, according to records obtained by the Washington Free Beacon, Black Lives Matter global network raised $9 million in fiscal year ending in 2023, which is an 88% decrease from the year prior. Amazing. It's almost like having vapid, brain-dead, smooth-brained Marxists run your organization, like your Patrice Couleurs, enrich themselves and their families at the expense and do nothing for their actual mission. That's a bad thing. I look forward to the federal investment, full federal investigation. I really do. I know for a fact that the next time that we get the White House, then it's going to happen. Only 33% of BLM's $90 million in charitable donations help charitable foundations. Black Lives Matter burned through $90 million $22 million in expenses, including board members, consulting firms, Patrice Couleurs' brother in her security company, an LLC run by the father of Couleurs' child, former board members' consulting firm in connection with contracts dispute, pay out to former managing director of Black Lives Matter. Revenue less expenses, $33 million. Oh, and a $12 million purchase of luxury homes in LA and Toronto. $1 billion investment loss. Oh man. Black Lives Matter activists are being accused of fraud. Sean King saying that he freed hostages in the Hamas-Israel war. Nope. Apparently family never met ya. BLM co-founder Patrice Couleurs is quietly dumped by Warner Brothers after a multi-platform TV deal to create original shows telling black stories producing zero content. She signed a deal with Warner Brothers. Why? The deal did not result in any produced shows. Couleurs claimed she was working on various projects, including Teen Picture. What has Patrice Couleurs been up to? Well, here, ladies and gentlemen, is what Patrice Couleurs has been up to. She's literally painting herself gold, walking around naked at art shows. There you go. Somehow this helps the black community in America. Okay. So I would say that all of those are very humiliating, but you gotta really see the cherry on top. The most humiliating thing to add to Black Lives Matter as of late is the fact that Ted Cruz was able to expose one of their biggest donors, one of their biggest supporters, for scrubbing their website. Of all people, Ted Cruz was able to call out Coca-Cola, which, like many organizations, I'm not trying to dunk on Coca-Cola necessarily here. On occasion, I drink my own Coke Zero. On occasion, very rare, but I do. Ted Cruz called out Coca-Cola, being one of the major funder of Black Lives Matter, right? Many American corporations were duped and tricked, supporting fraudulent organization run by communist Marxists in America. Coca-Cola scrubbed, deleted language supporting BLM. That's getting called out. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican, called out Coca-Cola on his podcast, for supporting Black Lives Matter organization, Chicago chapter, recently posted it, I believe, X-posted a picture of a paraglider with the text "I stand with Palestine." Photos right here. So again, as I've often said, there's plenty of room, obviously, for criticism. No wars are perfect. People who tell you they're on the side of the angels in war are lying to you. Okay? So not trying to hard simp for one side or the other here. I know there are very passionate people on both sides. What I am trying to say here is that if you create icons or heroes out of the murderous jackal terrorists who use paragliders to land in Israel and then rape, murder, pillage, and take American hostages, kill Americans, and all the like, then you are siding with the terrorists by definition. You're evil. Ted Cruz called out Coca-Cola for supporting this group at the October episode of Ted Cruz's podcast, Coca-Cola. deleted his language on his website following morning. So Coca-Cola, Sprite, owned by Coca-Cola, gave $500,000 contribution to Black Lives Matter Global Network. So in a Sony commercial, BET Awards, of course. It's all just some
Wasson County with some bullet holes in it.
Level, like racial grifting. One of the oldest industries in America, racial grift. Truly, it's taking advantage, quite frankly, of our good nature and like our Christian guilt. Again, over like doing what? And ending slavery? Like that's what happened, right? Like America fought a civil war to end slavery. But that worked. Ted Cruz got him. Got him, Ted. Got him. Got him. Good for you. Coca-Cola struck references to possible appeal. Oh, really? This is good for, ain't good for business, huh? Too bad. Too bad. Again, plenty of reasons to be hopeful. NFL will be next. Here's Black Lives Matter on the back of NFL helmets. All you truly morons who watch the NFL. Sorry, I just gotta like go in like baseball, NFL.
Ontario. How many Ontario's are there?
I look forward to getting an answer. But you were seeing across the board brands, Target, Bud Light, obviously, Coca-Cola, being like, man, we will get destroyed if we go broke. We are finally making these companies go broke. We are finally adding teeth to the old moniker, go woke, go broke. It's such a neat. Once go woke, go broke. It's such a neat. Once zero. Hot thing. But hey, they scrubbed the BLM stuff on their website, so I guess that's a step in the right direction. On their website, so I guess that's a step in the right direction. Pleasures. Pleasures. Man, I've never seen one real winning. You're fighting. You're winning. You're seeing real persons. And that is the best you can ask for. Something. So yeah.
That just killed the industry. So they had all these big budgets, but what was happening from about the 90s until, through that period of getting through that streaming becoming a reality, was that all of the Christian labels, at least I think all of them, there might be some that aren't, but the major ones got bought by secular companies, like in New York. So when I first we signed with Sparrow Records. That was a Christian record label. By the time Zoe Girl was done, we had gone through being bought by EMI, and then at some point they got bought by Capitol. So when I get a royalty check, it's like 37 cents. It's math, glamorous.
I know.
It comes from Capitol. It comes from Capitol. So all of my experience in the industry in that heyday was that, you have a lot of really good people in the industry, and still are. I know people still that I communicate with. They love the Lord. They're trying to do good. So I'm not saying like every single person that works in CCM is nefarious or evil, but a lot of people are really motivated by money. And so like back, all of the motivations for what songs they wanted us to write, what types of style they wanted us to do, what type, even lyrically what they wanted us to do, all was what would trend to make the most money. And so there was no accountability as far as like, how's your spiritual life? Or, you know, we want to make sure that you guys are okay. It was just like you're a commodity when you're an artist. And so there's no foresight into even like, are you even a Christian? I don't think anybody even ever asked me that, right? It was just sort of like, this is the industry. So I think what's going on is you have a lot of kids who maybe grew up in church, they grew up in youth group, liked music, formed a band, get a deal. And it might be that they've never even trusted in Jesus as their personal savior. And so they know the Christian lingo really well. They know the Christian industry really well. They know what Christians want to hear. And they can do that. And they might even be totally sincere, but not realize like that they're not even Christians. And so I think when COVID happened and all of these, because we saw just a flood of deconstruction stories out of CCM in COVID.
Right.
I think they were all, you know, they had time to think. They're not on the road anymore. And they had time, their money is not coming in as much because you don't, let's just face it, you don't really make money from record sales. You have to tour, or you have to write, you have to sell merch. That's just, you don't make any money from selling records. The labels make all of that. So their money stream is cut off, and I think for the first time, maybe they were able to sit down and reflect and really honestly evaluate, am I even a Christian? Do I even believe this? Even though they're writing these anthems, because they know how to do that. And I'm not saying they would do it nefariously, but it was just sort of, they were in the machine, and it is a machine. And it's very persuasive. You know, I just remember so desperately in our first photo shoot wanting it not to be cheesy. And because we were a girl pop group with the Spice
Good luck.
Yeah,
Good luck with that.
when the Spice Girls were really popular.
Oh yeah.
So I was just thinking, these are just anything cheesy in this first photo shoot. And so they had us set on this scene, and we were like, can you guys throw popcorn at each other? And I was like, I really tried to do that. Yeah, kind of like a little popcorn, like hitting each other's toenails. And I was like, I really, please don't make us do that. I really don't. I just think that's so cheesy. And they were like,
read a book. Can we just be reading books?
and they were like, we promise this will never see the light of day. We just want to get the 25. I'm like, okay. And it's like on the back cover of the CD, or I think, but it was definitely in a magazine for sure. And so you kind of go along with it because you want to be that Christian cooperative.
Oh, dude, sure.
Yeah.
Sure, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And even songs that we like, I'm sort of embarrassed to admit it. But we had this song, I can't even open my eyes, see it.
You're turning red. I don't know why you're turning red.
Well, we had this song called, because I realize now how cheesy what we wanted to do was, but it was called Dismissed. And we wrote it like at the devil. Like, you've been dismissed, like, you know, I'm never gonna. And so I just remember that.
Corporate room has dismissed you.
Yeah, well, the corporate side was, we really want this song to be about. And so we.
This structure is very good. The communication is good. Keeps me moving. That's all I need. All like work with people is nice. They're good people to work with.
All the drivers seem to get along pretty good. We have a laugh once in a while. We can get together. The office staff seems to be very pleasant. They tend to laugh at some of our jokes.
And, you know, with having, you know, a dispatcher, it's kind of like you're a team.
My personal favorite thing about ET is the relationship that I have established with my dispatcher and the mechanics. The mechanics, it's nice to be able to know it's like continuity of repairs. It's always one. Where you talk to the
I met Rome, who was really nice when he approached me as a new driver. You know, this was funny because they all come up and they all start talking to you. They greet you, they introduce you to who they are and everything, and they just kind of make you feel like they're welcome.
Whatever I ask for a room and a room and I need to have that, so they always actually no problem. I want to be where I'm happy. Honestly, steel, lumber, shingles, peat moss,
The mileage is always there for you to rock. On the average, it can go well. After focus on their actual day.
Every month I make 10 to 12,000 miles. I think I'm the one who gets more miles in easy transport because I'm hardworking guy.
Whenever I have a few days off, I'm not coming to work. I miss the yard. I miss the people in the yard. I mean, from mechanic to the office to the warehouse, all everywhere in the yard. It makes me feel like I'm missing something whenever I don't come to work.
The good thing on the easy transport is the management staff districts are very communicative, very friendly, and the most important is they not bully drivers.
Everyone here is friendly, makes for a good atmosphere. When you're away for so long and we come back, and it's great to have friendly faces and smiles.
I think the best year is yet to come. Each year is always better than the previous.
I want to say thank you to Easy Transport, thank you to Ronan, thank you to Roman. They are like my family.
this poll changed rather dramatically. We've been doing polling analysis for a pretty long time on this YouTube channel, and for the most part, especially over the last 2 years or so, Harvard-Harris, 52%. Harris is probably the only reason. All of Afghanistan, for Pete's sakes. While the rest of Harris is probably the only reason. A pro-Biden outlier. But before we get into everything's fine, meanwhile over the left isn't even real. Bank runs are backed by fake fiat US dollars. The world is complicated. The answer is to divert a portion of your gold and silver. Alright folks, so there's only one word to describe this if you're a Democrat, and that is disaster. In other words, the disaster continues. Most recent Harvard-Harris poll shows Donald Trump leading Joe Biden by 4 points at 52% to 48. And again, keep in mind that's an popular vote. So this suggests that Donald Trump is possibly on track to win the popular vote, not just the electoral college. Chances are that's probably not going to happen, but that doesn't exactly need to happen. Where it really starts to get shocking though, and quite scary.
No, run!
The headlines that they've been promoting recently. Headlines like this: RNC is in full-blown panic mode. RFK Jr. independent run. Once again, the data is telling a very, very different story. In a three-way race, if Robert F. Kennedy Jr. decides to join, Joe Biden's support drops 12 points. You heard 12 points, double digits. Although, to be fair, Trump is also down double digits, but only 10. But his lead expands by 2. Trump at 42%, Joe Biden at 36%, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at 22%. And now if it's a four-way race with Cornel West, it gets even worse for Biden. In this scenario, Trump has a +7 lead at 41%, with Cornel West taking 2 points from Biden and 1 point from Trump. Again, I'm standing by my hypothesis that a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. run does not help Joe Biden, regardless of what the headlines say that the RNC is in full-blown panic. It simply isn't the case, especially considering Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just this week added to his campaign platform that he supports reparations. He announced his proposal on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne.
And so what I focus on are things that I believe I can change and make things better. And the two things that need to be changed is our education system, which is crippling a generation. I think it's a crime against a generation of our children. And we've got to fix that system. And everybody can get behind that, and politically it is doable. The other thing that we can do is to build opportunity for black neighborhoods to actually build businesses, and I know how to do that, and we can do it through empowerment zones, through tax credits, through loans, through direct grants, through education, because there's no accrued business knowledge in those, and there's no accrued income or inherited money, and that has to be made available. So I believe, yes, we can do that grant. If you're saying we're going to call it, we have to call it reparations. And it has to come in this form. I'm just saying to you, as a practical person, I'm not a politician. I've been around politics my whole life, and I know what's feasible and what's not. And I know that when a politician wants to pretend they're doing something, when they really don't have any intention to do it, they name a commission to know how to fix it. I don't need it, because I've been doing it my whole life.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is calling this targeted community repair. Now, while this is being presented as reparations in the media, it is a little bit different, as you heard him describe it. His official campaign website states that communities that were specifically targeted for destruction need to be specifically targeted for repair. During Jim Crow, black banks, businesses, hospitals, schools, and farms were targeted for destruction. Racists knew that without these, black community had no chance of building wealth. We must set federal dollars aside to rebuild black infrastructure. Targeted community repair will be available to devastated communities across the country, not just black. The criteria will be around need, not skin color. However, because there are so many black communities in need, this program will channel significant resources towards the rebuilding of these most devastated communities. So it's more of an investment in infrastructure. At least that's how it looks on the surface, but if you do a little bit more digging, this quote also exists on his website. These programs complement direct redress payments or tax credits to the descendants of victims of Jim Crow and other victims of persecution. RFK Jr. will find ways to offer this redress that are legal, fair, and with the approval of Americans of all races, Kennedy's website states. Well, that's kind of reparations, and probably the best question to ask at this point is, well, who does that speak to, or who does that appeal to? Young, leftist, big government voters. because he's talking about a big government plan to redirect funds and invest in particular communities, as well as sending tax credits and direct payments to descendants of slaves. That's not exactly a conservative priority. The infrastructure part, not really the end of the world. Investing in businesses, I think many conservatives can get on board with that kind of thing. But a social reparations task force or department, another wing of the government to spawn, spending billions in taxpayer dollars on programs that'll probably be rife with corruption and misuse of funds, not exactly appealing to small government conservatives. You know, this headline says it. RFK Jr. comes out in favor of reparations, carving out lane to Biden's left. Obviously, these types of policy stances are viewed as significantly left-wing. And so who is RFK Jr. going to pull votes from? Most likely Joe Biden. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is taking a pretty hardcore left stance with this one. You know, on this issue, voters have two options. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s targeted community repair program, or Donald Trump's initially proposed platinum plan for Black Americans. One was focused on investing in businesses, building up communities through entrepreneurship. The other is offering a big government approach. Repeating myself, but I think it's an important point. Robert F. Kennedy is a big government Democrat, and the more people have exposure to him and his policy solutions, I think the more apparent that becomes, the more appealing it is to your average Democrat voter, and the less appealing it is to your more small government, capitalist-minded, economic-focused conservative voter, whether it's a Republican or independent. Slightly to the right. The numbers continue to speak for themselves. This Harvard-Harris poll is absolutely devastating for Joe Biden's plans or ambitions of getting reelected. It's a double whammy. It's bad in both situations. It's bad in a head-to-head matchup. Donald Trump is absolutely BTFOing Joe Biden, and it's bad in a three-way race as well. And this is coming from voters who plan to largely vote Democrat down ballot, as the general congressional ballot data shows 51% supporting Democrats and 49% supporting Republicans. Of course, that doesn't speak to key races in important states, highly competitive elections targeting important seats that are basically going to decide the outcome. And sure, it's just one poll, but what it's showing here is important. It's showing that Trump is leading, even with voters who plan to vote Democrat down ballot. And Trump is leading in the popular vote in general.
So there's always this kind of, you know, this a general kind of theme of my channel is, you know, supporting new and alternatives to, for example, YouTube, or alternatives to Twitter, or alternatives to whatever social media that you like, because most of them don't work very well. One of the biggest complaints about YouTube in particular that creators have is that our viewers, the people who have raised their hand and said, hey, I want to see videos from this person, almost never see them. The average, like, well-known percentage of viewership to subscribers is about 10%. Once you're like a mature channel. So if you have 1.5 million subscribers, you regularly get about 150,000 views. That's not uncommon. As users, also saying, you know, why is all this crap on my homepage? Obviously, another complaint is, why are they arbitrarily banning people? Why is YouTube suspending, banning people? Why is Twitter or Twitch, why are they banning people? Well, it starts from the problem is a fundamental issue, is that when your viewers want to watch you, for example, they're not watching you, they're going to YouTube and they're subscribing to YouTube and hoping that YouTube shows people the videos. And we know that, you know, as creators, they generally don't do that. YouTube has a monopoly, a virtual monopoly on video content creation. You know, Rumble's growing, Odyssey's out there are other alternative sites, but YouTube still has probably 95% of video views. For streaming, like Twitch, they still have probably 90% or more of all available streamers. Well, then what happens when you get banned? When Twitch decides they ban you? Or as a creator, for example, when you want to support new tech, how do people find you? I publicly talked about I'm doing a live show on Rumble every day from noon to 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. I would absolutely love for people to come and watch that show, okay? Even if they don't want to leave YouTube and they want to watch my standalone videos on YouTube, I don't care. this is the problem, is that people don't switch over. You know, like, most people don't want to install another app. Most people don't want to, you know, deal with this BS. I understand that. By the way, I hope that you'll start joining me at noon on my Rumble channel. Get the Rumble app, where you can just go to my Rumble page and watch that live. But the monopoly and the arbitrary banning of these platforms like Twitch has been something that has been a major problem. And Right to Repair juggernaut Louis Rossmann has put together, with other people, I assume, an app that is extremely important. Its functionality. Now, as a content creator who's, you know, relies on ad revenue, it's always hard to like promote stuff that, for example, blocks ads. You're literally promoting something that takes money out of your pocket. It sucks, right? But the more important thing that this app does is it creates an ecosystem where content creators, you can actually subscribe to them. Like, you can subscribe to them, you can subscribe to me in particular, and you can see my videos. You want to see my videos on Odyssey, you want to see my videos on, you know, wherever, various platforms, you can do that.
Application would be with the stock app. So one thing you may notice when I decide to click on a video here is that it starts to play immediately, or at least as immediately as Spectrum Internet will allow, and it goes to my watch history. It doesn't really get to track me in the way that they would if I logged in. The choice there is in your hands. It's up to you. When you're using this application, you are not just searching one platform, you are searching every one of the platforms that you click in a separate way. So if I wanted to search for motherboard repair over here, I can search for motherboard repair, and I can see results from Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, all the different platforms that I have here. So I no longer, he comes out with this app that I think is actually pretty cool. You can verify yourself as a creator on it, and people can actually follow. Now, this isn't like one of those things where it's like Patreon or whatever, where you pay people. It's not like a way for creators to make money. It's a way, though, for people to stay out of, you know, out of the watchful eye, and backup content, by the way. So if you get banned off YouTube, you know, your viewers can still find you much easier. You know, they don't want to join Rumble, or they're not on Rumble, but they want to watch the Quarterings videos. They can still find me. This app will actually aggregate everything. You can see it as like, you can look at certain Patreon, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, Odyssey, YouTube, you know, all this kind of stuff all at once. I really think that this is a smart app, and I think that it's really important in the age of people getting banned and suspended from platforms. It's like, you know, again, it sucks because in the short term, creators will lose ad revenue, but it does ensure that your viewers that actually want to can find your content, and then they can, you know, support you directly. For example, I tell people like, oh, there's this app, right? And again, I'm not getting paid to promote this. In fact, I'm losing money to promote this. But I do think I really like the idea, and you have to stand by your principles. The principle is like, I really want to, you know, be able to have my viewers find my videos. This app looks like, I'm going to download it today. I'm going to try it. You know, you have one universal feed. You can do YouTube alongside paid content like Patreon, or even platforms like Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey, things like that. Log into your platforms and receive the same recommendations you can get on your website, and you can import subscriptions and playlists from any supported platform. You can also use background play, offline playback, live streams, and chat. This is a pretty interesting development. I think it's pretty smart, and you can cast. You can also do this stuff. He talks about longer term when people, this part, to consumers as well as content creators over the content that they produce. Again, we would love to have a system, once hardware is fully developed, for you to simply just click a button and take that content creator's content and export it to a decentralized database, where if that person, all their videos get deleted from YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, and everything else, they're still available for everybody to be able to watch. That's something that is on our roadmap. If that content creator is deleted from Odyssey, YouTube, and Twitch, we want there to be a system where all of their videos still show up in your feed and you continue to watch them as if nothing ever happened. We want the content creators to feel like they own their identity. More importantly, we want content creators to feel like they can have a direct connection to their audience.
So essentially, if I can explain how this works, I haven't done a great job yet, but let's say that I got banned off YouTube, but I was publishing my videos somewhere else. This app would allow me to plug that in so that all of my viewers still see my videos. Now, it changes the landscape to where, content creators need to work harder to get their viewers to support them directly. But for example, my viewers do. Like people, maybe they don't watch my ads or buy any sponsored products, but they buy coffee from me. Or maybe you try out sponsors, or you try out. So at the end of the day, it's still a universal good that your viewers actually get to find your videos, right? Even if you get banned, right? Like if you had, for example, Alex Jones in here, and you subscribe to him, wherever he's publishing his videos, you open the app, you see them just like they were on YouTube or anywhere else. I think this is definitely something I think is very smart. I really think that this is, I know he's been working on this for a while. Oh, by the way, the software is completely open source. You don't have to pay for it. I think they ask for a couple bucks, but I would always say pay for it. But again, this is not an ad, like I said. In fact, I think it's more important that you can reach your viewers.
No.
Especially once you're, a larger creator, you've got to get more creative on generating revenue. So you sell merch, or you sell coffee, or you do ad reads, or whatever the case is, but at least they can actually still find your content. So I think that this is a really, really interesting app, and takes away a lot of the power that YouTube has. It takes a lot of power away from Twitch, banning people, things of that nature, because now your viewers can find you no matter what. So it'll be interesting to see if this actually takes off. I absolutely wish him the best. It's certainly an interesting time to be alive with all the censorship and stuff like that going on. So I'm here for it. Good for Lewis and his company. And I just wanted to give them some shine because I think I think that they're doing a really good thing here to help preserve content.
We are now at a lesbian divorce rate of 72%.
Well, damn. To fuel to the fire heat, there were 306 divorces of female same-sex couples, and only 167 divorces of male same-sex couples. Wow!
I think the reason why lesbians have such a high divorce rate is because nobody in the relationship likes to cook. They just eat out all the time.
Tell me why it's more worth it to be single than to have income.
Living have a 75% divorce rate. Y'all can't put up with yourselves.
We all saw that video, bro. Very good content that man is over there sharing. So we definitely got to review this. And this lady who is a married woman, her name is Jenny of All Trades on TikTok. I saw her before speaking facts, but this particular post she did, it now has a lot of lesbian and modern women very upset and very uptight about it. And we all know why. Women do not like any stats that will hold them accountable for their actions.
I could not resist, so I had to look it up. From the Office of National Statistics, from a 2019 study, in ever-increasing numbers, we are now at a lesbian divorce rate of 72%.
Well, damn.
So the top 4 reasons that they are reporting getting divorced is feeling ignored, inequality in the partnership, adultery, and domestic violence.
I would love to hear these women explain how misogyny, narcissistic, and controlling men affected these lesbian relationships. So these are once again some stats that you will never hear a woman talk about. Because you want to know why?
And he definitely got a point when he said these are stats that you'll never hear the women talking about. They don't want to talk about this particular. They're going to go on to something else. They will rather do another post that's going to blame men for whatever.
So these are once again some stats that you will never hear a woman talk about. Because you want to know why? Because it shows that sometimes women can be the problem. And this is coming from other women, with men do not play a part in this at all whatsoever. And this is the first time I've heard this before. The day that some of you start to learn what self-reflection is and understanding how to play a part in the destruction of your relationship and or your life.
In the words of the great Al Bundy, don't try to understand women. Women understand women. They hate each other.
These are big ones. These are the whammy-bammy, big kahunas right here. Adultery and DV. I see it right there. Those are the big ones. Those are the ones that they charge men up with. The evil men, it's wow. So when y'all get together, the reason that y'all are separating at a nearly 80% rate is because of cheating and domestic violence. The thing that they say that men are the most just ruthlessly worst at. Men are just bad people. Like what we just put right there, those two, those are the reasons that some women use for why they started dating women to begin with. But those are part of the top reasons why they divorce other women.
Ever-increasing numbers, we are now at a lesbian divorce rate of 72%. Personally, I feel like this lends some weight to men's arguments and complaints about how women are behaving in relationships.
Okay, first of all, fellas, women don't care about statistics. Let's get that out of the way. Women do not care about statistics. They don't care. They're always looking for the reason that this statistic exists. So, I'm gonna have to say this. The woman will divorce you for not communicating well, for the sex being bad, for you not making enough money, for you not lining up with her spiritually. Men have very simple ways of living. So, for example, if your woman isn't communicating effectively, you're either going to figure it out and work through it, or you're going to invoke that never-ending doctrine that men have to learn by the age of 6. It is what it is. The lack of communication for a man just doesn't seem like a reason to get a divorce. For women, top-tier reason.
This was a very good post that I think all men should say just for future arguments with your lady. Let her know that she can go get in a relationship with a woman and it still would work out even. They still will have the same relationship problems as you and her.
Alright, I'll make this quick. I'm extremely disillusioned. 72% of lesbian relationships end in divorce. It's much higher than our gay male counterparts, and it is much higher than the straight relationships. And while we can suppose a lot of things here as to why that is, the most concerning to me are the domestic violence statistics between women and the emotional abuse statistics between women. It has left me disillusioned, and I was already pretty disillusioned anyway, having exclusively been with women for the last 10-12 years of my life, having been married and divorced to a woman. I already was pretty disillusioned. But looking at the statistics and the fact that they match my own experiences and validate my own experiences with women, I'm just going to leave that there.
well, ain't this something? You know how many women done left men and have ran to girl-on-girl relationships thinking that was going to save them too? And apparently it's failing horribly more than anything. But I'm sure they'll find a way to still blame a man for this.
What do you think is more likely to divorce? Lesbian couples or gay male couples? We now have 10 to 15 years of research that show that lesbians divorce at a higher rate than gay male couples. There's only speculation why, and there are two reasons that I know of. One is that women initiate divorce at much higher rates than do men. And two, often lesbian couples move in too quickly. They're socially conditioned to be other-focused. And so when they partner, they're very much into each other really quickly, which doesn't have to be a bad thing, but sometimes that means that you partner with the wrong person, and then you want to uncouple more quickly. So I was surprised at this. I actually thought it would be gay men. I don't know why I thought that. Maybe my sexism in my head, I don't know. But what do you think the reasons are that lesbians divorce at a higher rate than gay male couples?
And we all know a bunch of women who dated men and then they ran to other women thinking that was going to be the answer. But as you can see, all relationships are hard, especially when people move in together and start really getting close and you see how that person is. Then you see the true colors of that person in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night. So I think the biggest issue is that people are not used to living with other people. People like their own space. People are selfish. These women can't even deal with themselves. We all see the truth in what that is saying.
I told myself I was going to I found a lot of significant information on the lesbian divorce rate is not 72%, okay guys, it's not. I know this theater has 100,000 like what I'm sitting and saying how much people.
I've had a long career in multiple industries. If you list my sins, I sound like the worst person on earth. But if you put those against the things I've done right, it makes much more sense.
The value of getting inspiration is very much underrated, no question. But I'm not trying to be anyone's savior. That is not I'm just trying to think about the future and not be sad.
I mean, this is something that is important to get done, and we should just keep doing it or die trying. And I don't need a source of strength.
The quitting is not even like...
It's not in my nature. And I don't care about optimism or pessimism that we're going to get it done.
Tesla was under the most relentless short seller attack in the history of the stock market. Tesla was the most shorted stock in the history of stock markets. So, this was affecting our ability to hire people. It was affecting our ability to sell cars. Yeah, it was terrible. They wanted Tesla to die so bad they could taste it.
Well, most of them have paid the price.
Yes. Where are they now?
Just work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in, 80 to 100-hour weeks every week. So all those things improve the odds of success.
So when people tell me well, what can you do to encourage entrepreneurs to start companies? I'm like, if you need encouragement, don't start a company. We basically messed up almost every aspect of the Model 3 production line. From cells to packs to motors, body line, the paint shop, final assembly, everything. Everything was messed up. I lived in the Fremont and Nevada factories for 3 years, fixing that production line, running around like a maniac through every part factory, living with the team. I slept on the floor so that the team who was going through a hard time could see me on the floor. That they knew that I was not in some angry. Whatever pain they experienced, I had it more. I mean, there wasn't any other way to make it work. The 3 years of hell, 2017, 18, and 19, were 3 years, the longest period of excruciating pain in my life. There wasn't any other way, and we barely made it, and we were on the ragged edge of bankruptcy the entire time.
Do you feel that this challenge of figuring out the new way of manufacturing, you actually have an edge now, that it's different, that you've figured out how to do this?
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth. I can tell you how every damn part in that car is made. But I'm not afraid of dying. I think we'll come into relief. So,
although you may not be able to see the vision of SpaceX come true in your life.
Well, I'd like to live long enough to see that.
Being at a net worth of 230 billion, roughly, being perceived as the richest person. Do you know John Law?
I don't know.
John Law used to be the richest person on Earth 300 years ago.
Okay.
He was a poker player, a gambler. He was the biggest art collector on Earth, so a lot of superlatives.
Wow.
In the end, he went bankrupt.
What? It's a pretty far to fall.
Did you ever thought about that option, that something could go wrong and that you could one day lose everything?
I mean, there's been many times where I expected to lose everything. Not, you know, I mean, who starts a car company and a rocket company expecting them to succeed? Surely not me. I thought they both had less than a 10% chance of success. If I go bankrupt, fine, whatever. I don't care.
So many people so many young people from across the globe. If you had an advice to the young people globally who want to be like Elon Musk, what's your advice?
I think that probably they shouldn't want to be you. I think it sounds better than it is. Yeah, it's not as much fun being the same thing. There's definitely, it could be worse for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard starting a company. I mean, you have to basically prepare to work constantly, you know, from when you wake up to when you go to sleep. And you have to be willing to deal with a lot of difficult problems and thorny problems. You have to be willing to deal with an enormous amount of stress. And you just got to push yourself super, super hard. I wouldn't recommend it for most people.
Yeah.
Try to be useful. You do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. You know, you're contributing more than you consume. You know, like try to have a positive net contribution to society. I think that's the thing to aim for. You know, not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of times the people you want as leaders are people who don't want to be leaders. So if you can live a useful life, that is a good life. A life worth having lived. I would just encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, Boring Company are philanthropy. If you say philanthropy is love of humanity, they are philanthropy. Tesla is accelerating sustainable energy. This is a love of full and you finally awake. For a near 12-year-old game, Skyrim lets you do so much. With a little help from modding, we can achieve such diverse playstyles that it's no wonder people continue to play the game to this day. So imagine my surprise when I learned that with modding, I could play Skyrim by importing some moldy old save game data from my previous playthroughs into one save. Seeing the gang back together is going to be something else, and we're just happy to be here. The rules of this playthrough are simple. Sir Chad Warblebub in the MBE will not get any kills, because that wouldn't be very wholesome. We'll be playing legendary difficulty with the win condition being the defeat of Alvin. My companions must loot all of their own, with me only being allowed to arrange the gear, not give them new. Realize what they do the gang. We have Professor Blobelstein. A man out of time. A child if the child were a grown man. A war hero, having led the Stormcloak army across Skyrim with his highly specialized SEAL team kindergarten. Dr. Norbzine, PhD. I think that would use around. Basically, nothing nefarious going on here. He's just Nazim after redoing his vows with Arlen. A rather accomplished
established fellow, if I don't say so myself. He's turned over a new leaf, and he's kind of a nice guy now. I guess you could say the old Nazim is gone. Glob Unga Bunga. He kind of just looks around. He suffers from a rare condition called ataxia, so there'll be times you look him in the eyes, and what looks back at you is absolutely nothing. He makes funny noises too. It's all very tragic, really. Snorbenblorben, a rather sly fellow. Out in a crowd, he's not much of a force, but in the shadows, he becomes a phantom. A dealer of death. Then there's many Koboldovnas. Well, hello. On the surface, he is simply a senile old man who has to sell by days. But beneath all that lies the Dragonborn of legend. In his own universe, he destroyed Alduin in one punch. This is the one we have to look out for in this challenge. Doubling up as a test and loot run, we head on out to Embershard Mine. Sure, that is my task. Now, this is the prize. Where we see many Marborben doesn't actually contribute to combat. Seemingly neither does Norbzim or Snorbenblorben, who I suspect only knows spells that require too much mana for his level. It's a little crowded in here, but it's never not entertaining. And all the boys are picking up the gear that they are now equipping, so that suits me. This also sets a good benchmark for where we are right now as a group of like-minded and highly skilled individuals trying to make a way through a run set to the highest difficulty in Skyrim. Overall a good run. It's easy now at level 1, but as I inevitably level up doing things I probably will not need to do, the enemies will scale and this will end up becoming more difficult. But at this time, no changes are needed. We need only the gang. And we, the gang, follow our dreams. We stop by Anissa's cabin and make our way up to the mountain to Bleakmoor's Barrow. We will need to go to pick up the Dragonstone tablet and progress the main story quest. Glob has a pickaxe, which is really helpful because he assists with mining raw materials, like the brain from this bandit's cranium. Anyway, we're not supposed to know about the Dragonstone tablet just yet, but we are universe-hopping, otherworldly beings accompanied by a very muscular man-child. And simply knowing that we don't know the things we know is to knowing things again for the first time again, maybe. As a matter of fact, knowing about unknowns before they are known and knowing about unknowns that you don't know are completely different scenarios. If you know about unknowns before they are known, you might be inquisitive. And if you know about unknowns you don't know, you're telepathic. This group possesses neither of these traits. A fun observation is that Norbzim will sometimes take part in combat and other times in the same play session and the same dungeon. We'll ignore conflict entirely, instead allowing Manny to take some hits and watch on as our big man with ataxia destroys our enemies. We clear the final chamber, grab the Dragonstone, return to Riverwood, hand the claw to Lucan, who refuses to look us in the eye, instead opting for a post-Vietnam 1,000-yard stare. We pet his domesticated rabbits and place a basket on his head, and take all of his stuff. I start to celebrate, and this is where I notice something strange. Professor Blorblestein isn't here anymore. Manny is cooking, Snorbenblorben is sneezing, Norbzim is being shaven, and Glob is destroying Lucas Valerius' kitchen furniture. And to this point that I start to backtrack, and instead of going through all of Bleakmoor's Barrow and its undead crypts to see where we, the adults, left our young professor unattended, I methodically Skyrim jump up the mountain to the ruined hidden exit. I discover Professor Blorblestein just standing in the final chamber where we looted the Dragonstone tablet. Just standing there for hours. Anyway, he's okay, so I tell him to come along and think nothing of it. But he's not okay. And by thinking nothing of it, I was right signs. I started to notice changes. I'm out and about in Whiterun, continuing the quest, reminiscing with my old friend Heimskir, who tells me I have come. I've come. But obviously I haven't, because Sir Chad Bobby practices semen retention with maximum gains in the gym. Gains so powerful it makes the woman fawn over him. Thereafter, immediately dematerializes, so the lustful essence returns to the boy. We're all succubi, Miss Go. But I digress. I'm concerned right now for our little professor, who's been saying things I don't think he means. In a voice I didn't set him in the Proteus mod. But again, I think nothing of it, because Skyrim is full of all sorts of oddities strapped together to keep it functional, and this mod might not be any different. We travel to the guard tower and dispatch the dragon there, absorb its soul, and make a detour to Riften in order to collect a very, very important spell that will allow us to never get caught in a doorway behind 5 companions ever again. Telekinesis. I very much doubt we can sneak over to the telekinesis spell tome as Sir Chatters, because years at the squat rack have caused his perfectly chiseled glutes to become dummy thick, and the clap of his ass cheeks will surely alert the guards. So we switch to someone we know is proficient at sneaking and who lacks the thickness. With the telekinesis spell gained, I can shelter my companions at will, and we're prepared for the next leg of the journey. But first I'm interrupted in my conversation with this creepy person here by Glorb's Crotch, who hands me a letter. I'd actually forgotten all about this small DLC with one of the multitude of patches the game received over the years, but this presents us a golden opportunity to future-proof some of our companions when the game starts to scale unfavorably. See, the letter contains specific instructions for something bigger at the docks in Woodtown. I'm given the option to donate different amounts. I instead pray for his prosperity, because a man such as Chadley Kugelborg's prayers are immense indeed. He then travelled to the shrine nearby, where Lyra, the warrior who handed the letter to Glorb's Crotch, will be waiting for you. She will then frighten Glorb away and electrocute you to death. So you reload and watch on as Dr. Norbzine, pretty huge doctorate, right hooks her to death. This is desirable because we then allow our companions to strip her still warm corpse bare, and rearrange all the gear so that now Glorb is our ebony god. He's still wearing Vittorio Vici's flower headdress though, because he is Vittorio Vici. He is speed. It's a magnificent day to be climbing up the steps to High Hrothgar. A day for progress. A day for giving. Snorbin Blorbin lends a hand to the locals with their cabbage patch. The gift of charity is truly inspiring. Manny is an old man and having parking problems, so our charity to him is to assist him with climbing up the mountain. We make the journey up the 7,000 steps, which I think are more like 100, but we do this as companions, arm in arm, a group of like-minded individuals. We dispose of a dragon. Snorbin Blorbin paralyzes a troll, and everyone stands around it, appreciating the moment, relishing in our good company. You're gonna pay! We reach the summit and play bowling with arm gear in an attempt to speed up the dialogue. It's working. Master Einar grants us his understanding of Bro. We head outside for the next lesson. We learn Whirlwind Sprint, converse with the Greybeards, but this is only one word of power in the Whirlwind Sprint tree of skills. And if we want to conquer long distances in the fashion we do, then we will have to have the remaining 2 words.
So something changed. What?
You want us to break the law? Is that what you want? You want us to not comply with the law?
Oh yes! Peter's question made our beloved Karen nervous. I had a feeling that she might cry. It's okay, Karen. Peter doesn't bite. Subscribe to the channel, like it, and let's go!
Karen shot there.
Future border projects from the same allocation of funding that was appropriated in 2019? I mean, is this the end of it?
Look, I don't know about any additional funding from the fiscal 2019. I can speak to this right now as it relates to the structure that we are being compelled by law to have to deal with. Anything specifically about order or what's next or how they're moving, I would certainly refer to DHS.
Back on Commander, where exactly is Commander the dog right now? Is he in Wilmington?
I'm not going to go beyond saying that he's law.
Two questions. One stupid one about a dog and about financing. And Karen didn't answer any of these questions. It proves once again that no matter what you ask her, you will never answer. What is the point of you if you say to address this question to other people?
You've reiterated that the president's position is consistent when it comes to the border wall. His DHS secretary previously said it seems that his secretary has changed his mind. So, will the president, or has the president inquired what caused that evolution?
What caused the evolution of?
Anyway,
Well, you just heard from the president. I'm not going to get into.
I'm curious perhaps what they oversaw.
I'm just saying that you just heard from the president. He was asked directly the question. I don't have anything else to add than that.
Is there any comment on reports that US F-16 shot down a Turkish drone that was nearing American forces in Syria?
So we did see those reports as I was walking out here. I would have to certainly confer with the National Security Council. I just don't have anything to share on that. But in the meantime, I would refer to the Department of Defense.
What is wrong with you? Karen, will there be a day when you will have something to say? But I'm not surprised that the opinion of Biden and his team is changing very quickly. Like any politician, you first promise one thing, but then when the people choose you, you do something else. And why the hell do you?
What you're seeing here is a gentle touch causing a grown man in China to collapse on the ground. Then suddenly, a mysterious force causes this auntie to collapse to the ground. A light shoulder tap forces this next woman to the ground, and the shover suddenly collapses too. What is happening in China that so many people are inexplicably collapsing to the ground all around the country of China?
There's got to be some TikTok.
This is going to be easy to explain, but difficult for most people to understand. So it's best I just show you. This old man slipped and fell in the rain. He couldn't get back up again, but no one dared help him, out of fear of getting blamed for his fall, and so just left him there. Thankfully, the person recording the video called for help. He didn't dare touch him himself, mind, but at least he called for help. Does your privacy matter to you? If so, you probably will not be able to go after all of them yourself, because you can companies and get your identity safe. Ning.com. See this old man here, who's crossing a very busy road, tripped and collapsed. What I mean by it's easy to explain but difficult to understand? I can guarantee that you, and perhaps the majority of my audience watching this video right now, would have either helped the old man or at least called an ambulance and waited with the old guy until they arrived, right? In China, however, the bad governance of the CCP has caused a sickness in society, a cowardly unwillingness to help those in need. And don't try to blame it on the bystander effect. This is way beyond that. This is a uniquely mainland Chinese societal problem. I've seen it countless times with my own eyes, and I've often stepped in to help. Now, it's not that the people of China don't want to help each other. They're just shit scared of doing so. I have a great example. I was walking through the Lohong train station in Shenzhen, where I used to live, and an old guy trying to carry a very heavy wheelie bag up some stairs lost his footing and fell down. Didn't fall down too far, because I climbed 2 stairs. So he was some distance away from me, but I immediately rushed over to help. Scores of people passing by, but as soon as I laid hands on him to pick him up, other members of the public stepped in to help him. You see, I would be the one to take the blame, since I touched him first. So now that initial barrier to helping your fellow Chinese citizen was removed. Plenty of people were suddenly willing to lend a hand. Another instance of this was when I was dating a Chinese girl and we were busy walking back home after eating at a restaurant, and a presumably drunken driver rolled his car right in front of us. He'd taken the corner too fast, hit the sidewalk, and flipped the car over onto his roof. I immediately ran over and saw that there was a family inside and started to pull out a young boy that was in the back seat. He was rather bewildered and luckily not injured. The girl I was with, though, tried to physically pull me away and was screaming and telling me not to get involved. I could not believe how callous and uncaring she and the rest of the onlookers were. There was a child and a family in need of assistance, and they were all too shit scared to step in and help. This really destroyed a lot of my faith in Chinese society. So, how is this related to people collapsing all over China? Well, it's one and the same. If someone is injured, the other party involved in the scuffle or incident that led to that injury will be held liable. To pay heavy medical bills and compensation, sometimes for years to come. And the Chinese Communist government has made being a good Samaritan almost impossible, since the government courts have, in very famous court cases, sided with obvious scammers. Remember, there's an entire generation of people in China that lack basic education and morals. Remember the grab hags? Yes. They're the ones that will fall over, and if someone tries to help them, will blame the Good Samaritan, saying that it was in fact the Good Samaritan that injured them. And then when taken to court, these grab hags have in the past won compensation from their would-be rescuers, leading to this absolutely disgusting state of affairs in China. Parents now tell their children to never help people in need.
Better than anything else. You have to do it the best in the world. But what's your thing that you bring to the party? What's the thing that you... Here's a great question. What do you find easy that other people find hard? It's interesting you talked about being shy when you were 16.
Yeah.
And yet you've lent into it to a degree where your whole life is putting people at ease and welcoming them and talking to them.
Yeah.
And you were nervous talking to a bank teller. I was entirely dyslexic as I couldn't read until I was about 11. And I spend my life now reading also. I was so terrified of reading out loud.
How did you fix dyslexia? How does dyslexia manifest itself?
I don't think it's a real thing.
Really?
Well, because you can't take a blood test for it, so it's just it's a way of thinking.
So what did you see when you said you couldn't read until you were like, what did you see?
When I write, so people, I think when you write, when most people write, they sort of just write the word. I need to think of every letter in the word as I write. And so as I read individual words. So I'm quite, I read pretty slowly even now, like compared to, I don't know what my reading age is, but it's definitely not commensurate with where I should be. But I managed to kind of game the system. You find your way around it.
Did you take lessons?
No. I mean, I got into Cambridge. I did very well academically.
Right, but how did you overcome?
You just basically, I figured out early on that pattern recognition thing of going, okay, I need to get A's in my A-levels, like whatever you call the end of school. I need to graduate with a whatever. I need to do very well. So I found the brightest guy in the school, and I said, "Can I read your essays?" He said, "Yeah." I read what he'd done, and I didn't copy the essay, but I copied the structure. And so I kind of learned to go, okay, well, in academia, what do you need to do to kind of game the system, and how can I get around it? And it's just that thing. You go, well, you have to. I think there's a fair bit of acceptance in it. You have to go, well, my mind works a bit differently to other people's. I'm not as gifted in that, so it's going to take me longer to read something.
What do they say what is dyslexia, like technically? Like when they give you a definition of it, like what's the root cause? Google dyslexia.
I would Google it, but I wouldn't be able to spell it. I often get a thing like with spell check on my computer, it will just go, huh?
Right, what are you trying to say?
I don't even know what you're shooting for there.
Right.
Give me a clue, put it in a sentence.
But isn't
like,
that
it's
a
no
beautiful
idea.
thing, though, that you do get that little red squiggly line under your words?
I mean,
oh, my goodness.
I say I wrote a book, I co-wrote a book.
Yeah.
With
Microsoft
spell check.
Word.
Yeah. Without spell check, it's not anything. What the hell is this?
Yeah, for sure.
But
it's oftentimes where when I'm typing the text.
Learning disability. I was in like special ed till I was all the way through sort of primary school.
It happens because of disruptions in how your brain processes writing, so you can understand it. Most people learn they have dyslexia during childhood, and it's typically a lifelong issue. This form of dyslexia is also known as developmental dyslexia. Dyslexia falls under the umbrella of specific learning disorder. This disorder has three main subtypes: reading, dyslexia, writing, dysgraphia, and math, dyscalculia.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's one of those things where I don't think that's helpful. For me, I don't think it's helpful to have, I don't think the label ever helped me. I remember getting like properly diagnosed at university just so I could get a free laptop. And they would give you an extra half an hour in the exam. But like, my written word isn't, I'm not great at cursing.
So it's interesting. Slow down processing can affect everything that follows. That includes slowed reading because you have trouble processing and understanding words, difficulties with writing and spelling, problems with how you store words and their meanings in your memory, trouble forming sentences to communicate more complex ideas. Dyslexia is uncommon overall but widespread enough to be well known. 7% of the population worldwide.
I'd say that's pretty widespread.
Yeah, it's pretty widespread.
Yeah.
May affect up to 20% of people worldwide.
Yeah.
Well, what causes it? Okay, what's the symptoms?
And then moving up.
Genetics.
That's
Highly genetic and runs
It's all
families.
genetics, isn't it?
That's a good point. I wonder what it is about genetics that cause it. A child with one parent with dyslexia has a 30 to 50% chance of inheriting it.
Well, I wonder what the advantage was. There's always a Darwinian advantage somewhere.
Well, it says if you have dyslexia rather, you're neurodivergent. It means your brain formed or works differently than expected. Research shows that people with dyslexia have differences in brain structure, function, and chemistry. So a bunch of things that can happen: infections, toxic exposures, and other events can disrupt fetal development and increase the odds of later development of dyslexia.
Oh, we did find it. Here's my thing. I don't think it's helpful to have it. I mean, I went to, arguably the best university in the UK. I guess Oxford would have issues with that, but I think Cambridge was great. And did very well academically. And it was hard. It was harder for me to do than it was for my friends that were just naturally gifted academically. But I really wanted that thing. And what was the driver to get that thing? Well, the driver was the humiliation of being in special ed class and not being able to read out in class. And I remember my friend telling me the stories of what was happening in Lord of the Rings because I couldn't read it. So I was going, what happens? And being really excited by that. So that thing of like that poor kid feeling less than, going, well, I need to get this academic achievement to do something. So you going up to the bank teller shyly at 16, the gift that shy kid gave you was the drive for this. So it's all gratitude. It's all like, well, great. What are you motivated by? Not everyone's motivated towards something. Sometimes it's just away from something. So if you grew up and you weren't wealthy as a kid, I mean, it was great for us because it was pre-internet. So I grew up in Slough, and we didn't, have many foreign holidays. Fine, it didn't matter. My mother was fantastic, and it was a great childhood. And I didn't have to look at everyone else's childhood on my phone. I didn't have to look at what everyone else had. I just knew the people around me, and we were all kind of in the same boat. It's lovely. I kind of think that comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah,
it's just
that's
so
a great
true.
quote. Yeah, it really is. And you can, instead of having that experience, you can compare and be inspired. And that's just a switch that you have to make in your mind. And that's the difference between being jealous and envious, right? But envious, you can use that as fuel.
This position is more important than position. If you keep going back to kind of gratitude, like, okay, we're fine. You can kind of do anything.
Yes.
Because it's quite empowering as well. That thing of like, it's just a happy mood to be in.
Yeah, you can choose to interface with life in a more positive way. And sometimes people need things that happen, of near-death experiences, tragedies, psychedelic, something that like snaps you out of this state. Hey woman, this man ain't got no heart. It's going on pop tonight. I'll show you a real man. What?
Jimmy Carr, welcome to the show. Thank you very much. I'm a big fan of it. I'm kind of nervous about talking to you in a weird way because I like the show. I really like you as a kind of cultural entity. I think it's a really interesting kind of journey you've had. And I get so much from this show. That phrase, I think you use it probably more than any other phrase. Does it grow corn? And for me, this show really kind of grows corn. There's so many little things that I've taken from this that I've kind of gone, oh, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do something with that. So kind of the practical application of the wisdom, what you get out of people, seems to be very easy to integrate into life.
Right, so the bar's been set high for you today then, if you start
I better around. Well, I mean, dicking around is sort of what I do. So the other thing is like, I kind of get more nervous being myself than being sort of the comedic persona, just being funny. Just being on things, being funny, I find very easy. It's an interesting sort of life lesson. The idea of like, what do you find easy that other people find difficult? Go for that. Do that for a living. There's going to be money there. There's going to be some gold. You're going to be okay. If you find it easy and everyone else is going, that's impossible. So you're standing up in front of people being funny. I find very easy. Like these kind of conversations, I slightly second guess yourself.
It's what you're used to, I think. It's what you spend a lot of time becoming acclimatized to doing.
Yeah, I suppose. You know, it's just that thing of, I always said in comedy, people sort of talk about how many years they've been doing comedy and it seems faintly ridiculous. It's kind of, it's like when you talk to an airline pilot, they've got a really good view on it. They talk about how many hours they've got in the sky. And for me, like, there's no substitute for stage time. And I'm sure for you, there's no substitute for this, for actually doing it. Everything else is kind of, it doesn't matter how many years you've had a podcast. And it's something about the frequency of your show as well. It's always there. There's always something new.
You talk about the most important question to ask yourself being, what do you want?
Yeah, I mean, I talk about that an awful lot. I studied a lot of study and was very interested in sort of NLP. And that question of what do you want in the micro, in the macro, being the absolute key in sort of life. Because sort of, I suppose it's that thing of what does something represent? Someone might say, well, I want a Ferrari. Actually, what I want is status. So it's kind of asking yourself, what game are you going to play? I read a lot of that Rene Girard stuff about sort of magnetic desires. So this idea that you've got what you really want, a kind of a fundamental level it's about you and what you perceive you should have compared to others. So this idea of kind of being honest about what you want and why you want it.
Well, splitting apart what is a genuine desire that's come from being self-authored and what is just the things that you've taken from the way you dealt with past trauma and what your parents valued and what society says that you should, and the paths of least resistance and your genetic predisposition. This beautiful quote that says, ultimately comfort of becoming aware of our mental afflictions and the discomfort ruled by them.
I mean, it's like, I don't think anyone gets there, by the way. I think there's slightly, I think sometimes when I hear people kind of interview talking about this stuff, there's a sense of, oh, well, you know, I'm enlightened now and I know, knowing that I only want that thing because you've got that thing, and I want the new iPhone because you've got the new iPhone. Knowing that doesn't really make any difference. Because when you're out there in the world, you've still got to live a life and do something.
Correct.
But it's about what, that Will Storr book I thought was phenomenal. The Status Game. I mean, all these books are great, actually. He's a really interesting, sort of underrated writer. He's wonderful. But that thing of like going, well, actually, you pick what status game you play in. You can have everything. You can't have everything. It's that thing of just the words you...
no. No, no, no. No to that. Hush.
question to ask yourself is, what pain are you willing to endure in your life, rather than what pleasure do you want? Because any pleasure or any pursuit.
Have you ever ghosted somebody, and if so, why?
Because I was in a relationship.
Yes, definitely. And probably because I didn't want to confront him.
And I'm really bad at confrontation. Honestly, that's why.
I have not ghosted somebody. I'm pretty honest about telling them that I don't want communication, and for whatever reason it is. I had only known them for one night, and they had called me 6 times and texted me 12 times the night right after meeting, and it scared me away, to be honest.
Are women more likely to give out their number and ghost men, or are men more likely to get a girl's number and not call?
I'll get your number and ghost you.
Women are most definitely more likely to get a guy's number and ghost them. Because it's kind of hard to say no then and there, so when we get the number, we can just like block them and be like, okay.
It's hard being a woman when you're asked for your number and you kind of feel a pressure to say yes, even if you're not interested.
Women are definitely more likely to go ghost men because men are fucking creepy as hell, and there's a lot more of them that are being creepy as hell than women are. So for sure, you know, they are going to say, oh yeah, sure, you take my number, and then just forget about it. And I know for sure that that's men.
Why do women typically approach men?
Intimidation. If you're like out at a bar or something, you know, maybe you just want a free drink.
I don't think it's very traditional. I think it's always kind of in the way that a man will approach a woman.
Also, I think it's a big confidence thing for women. You know, I know it's hard definitely to approach a man in any context, and I think doing it and succeeding, even in just saying hello, can be a big confidence booster.
If women are the ones who fear rejection, why are women always the ones complaining about men not showing their emotions?
I don't know. I don't know if they're necessarily putting their emotions on the line just because they're the ones approaching us, you know what I mean? Because it isn't like a two-way street when we're both having a conversation. We kind of have to both be emotionally available. Just because you're the one that approaches me doesn't necessarily mean that you're more emotionally aware of your feelings than I am, you know?
Let me ask you this. Who's more likely to play hard to get, men or women?
Probably, yeah, women. Definitely.
So then wouldn't that mean that women are the ones who are more emotionally unavailable?
I think that's... Okay, because I think women have more emotional intelligence, then yes, I agree, you're right. I think you're right.
Initially, girls will play hard to get, but...
Drive to road behind you on I-84 or reroute from current location.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, this is Aaron with Fort Air.
Hi. How you doing?
Hey, we received a short application here from you.
Yeah, just a moment ago, I think.
We received a short application here from you. Yeah, getting automatically gets connected. I just want to see what type of driving opportunity you're looking for.
Okay, so right now I'm driving with Schneider National Incorporated Carriers, and I've been driving since July, so about 5 months of experience. And I'm looking for more pay, basically. I've already done some team driving. It's not for me. I want to do solo, but I'm willing to stay on the road for months.
And how much tractor trailer experience do you have?
About 5 months in dry van, solo.
Gotcha, so we do require at least 12 months on our end.
Okay, I'll contact you guys in 6 or 7 months.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Rejection, wouldn't that mean men are the ones who are more emotionally available because they're the first ones to be vulnerable?
Ooh, honestly, I would say yes when you put it in those terms, although I don't think we think about it that way in society.
Do you believe that being in love requires you to be vulnerable?
Yes.
How can you be vulnerable without being taken advantage of?
Just be yourself.
And you will be taken advantage of. You have to know that your partner has your best interest in mind, because it's a big aspect of trust. Trust is always the most important thing about relationships, and that's why you need to be vulnerable in order to have love, and you can't, be vulnerable unless you trust it.
Who's more likely to play hard to get, men or women?
Honestly, I think women. I think women are very calculated, not necessarily in a bad way when it comes to dating, but there's a lot of thought that goes into literally every.
Women, wouldn't that mean women are the ones?
It can be hard for a woman. Games and playing hard to get can kind of be like a defense mechanism almost. Like will be the first to approach you, and like the way you approach us is like how we're gonna go about it. So you have that.
So if women will approach because they, you know, want the man to do it, then why are you, don't we say that women are the ones who are emotional? I think that's a question that's very common.
Long-term behavior is not a long-term aspect of female behavior. You know, if they're waiting around, they're looking for something, you know, that's the best indicator that they see something else other than just seeking that short-term attention.
Dating is so hard nowadays. Like, if you really want to be with somebody, you don't need to question it. You know, they will make it known. So if you have to question whether someone likes you, they probably don't like you.
But since women are the ones who are more emotionally unavailable, how is a man supposed to know?
That's a good question. Because that woman will make it known when she is available.
So then why aren't women the ones who pursue and chase men?
I just don't think that can be a general thing. I mean, I think women don't chase men because of the stereotype that men are at the end of the day, I think times are changing and men are hopefully being more, you know, emotional and women are taking a step forward. But some guys don't like a forward woman. Trust me, I know that from experience.
Why wouldn't they like that when it makes it easier for them?
Some men like that damsel kind of. Everyone's different, you know. Like the puzzle piece, you find your puzzle piece. You know, some people like someone who's more head on, and then other people just like someone. I think we all like to change their animals.
I think that. Why are women the ones?
We're all on stories of women being caretakers and nurturers and how we learn how to
withhold their emotions.
I think both. I actually think both because my boyfriend, he's actually like an onion. You have to fill him up for him to talk about how he feels, and sometimes
They experience emotions.
I feel like they do, yeah.
Issues with that. Why do women always complain that men don't express their emotions?
They don't always show their emotions to men. It's about kind of turning that around and thinking that a man can also be emotional but maybe has trouble opening up. But I think actions can also say a lot about emotion and doesn't necessarily need to be just.
Do you believe that being emotional entitles women to sympathy or special treatment?
I think that depends on the person. That's not really on the women. If we're more emotional just because we have more, you know, more emotions, we're more expressive sexually, doesn't necessarily mean we want sympathy or we want to get that. But if that's the way that the man feels, like they're like, oh, you crying, so I automatically feel that. That's not really our fault in that. You see what I'm saying?
Where is the line between being very emotional and being bipolar?
When you get diagnosed with bipolar.
Why do women often say they want a man to be more in their feminine side, but you rarely hear men say they want women to be more in their masculine side?
Men in their feminine side are just sexy. I mean, when they're vulnerable and they can just be themselves and they kind of, you know, they like to be pampered too. So I think that has a lot to do with toxic masculinity, which I think that when a woman sees a man who kind of sort of embraces that quote unquote feminine side, I think it goes back to emotion and showing that a man really can be emotional and be vulnerable.
Is it harder for men to express their emotions, or is it harder for women to withhold their emotions?
Harder for women to withhold their emotions, for sure.
Harder for a man to express. Is it harder for women to be logical or for men to be emotional?
Women. Women.
I would say men emotional. Again, it's very traditional, the guy's not showing emotion. If men are more logical and women are more emotional, why can't we just accept that men and women are probably more sexually compatible than they are?
I think because today, a lot of people, specifically in Generation Z, have kind of gone away from that stereotype and that way of thinking. And I think that that's probably something that people have always kind of really thought, but today we're just not comfortable about it. So I think people really do believe that men and women can be efficiently compatible as well as sexually. They just wouldn't speak it out loud.
Can you think of a time when being emotional got you into trouble?
Oh, absolutely. Got me into trouble, meaning like I got told by my ex-boyfriend that I was manipulative, which was emotional. Maybe just kind of expressing too much and speaking more than I should have, when I should have just not said something.
Has there been a time when being rational kept you out of trouble?
Yeah. Me personally, I'm definitely a problem solver. But I am also very emotional, so I kind of have to use both sides, especially if in a situation where I find myself getting emotional and just trouble from myself.
Has there ever been a time when being rational kept you out of trouble?
No.
Can you think of any situation where being rational would outweigh being emotional?
No. I think sometimes being too rational and lost confidence that you had to be vulnerable with others.
Many women want men to be more emotional. Why should men be expected to be more emotional like women instead of women expected to be more rational like men?
To be honest, men just need to be emotional because, like, y'all just suck nowadays. I'm sorry. Sorry, these situationships out here just suck, so expressing feelings kind of raw and open with you.
Hey, Johnny, what do you got for me? Hey, Mike, how's it going? Great.
Why are you back?
I am, sure thing. Where am I headed to? About 30 miles away from the first. What's the shipper's number? I'm going to call me because the load is ready. Nah, don't bother. Just head there in a second. Okay, if you say so, I'll head there now. 12 seconds later. Johnny, I called the shipper. He said the load is not ready until 3 o'clock. Don't worry, they'll load you earlier. Johnny, it's 10 a.m. I can chill for the next 3 hours and get there at 3. Are you sure? Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I pick up every week there. Just go there, they'll load you earlier. All right, whatever. Just 1 hour later. Well, Johnny, I'm at the shipper. They told me the load is not ready. It's only ready at 3. Why not? Because my appointment is for 3 p.m. Okay, time tight. It might load you a little earlier. Johnny, serious. Welcome to trouble. 3 hours later.
Sir, you are back into the dock. We're ready for your appointment.
Great, thank you. I'm pulling in.
Okay, so in any case, you've been single your whole life, you've never been in a relationship, you've never had a boyfriend. Besides this guy, have there been any other guys?
No, just him.
Just him? Nothing? Not even another friends with benefits or another situationship?
No, just him.
Just him? Okay, so from, and you're 23, is that correct? Or no, sorry, 24.
I was
You're
22.
About to turn 25, okay.
Yeah.
So 22 to 24, so...
Why is that so hard?
It's not, it's just... So there's been no other guys in the picture?
See, little. No.
Okay.
I lost my virginity at 22.
To him?
I put it up, yeah.
How you knew? Oh, well, you knew him for a year, and then how quickly after you guys started dating did you guys hook up? Like right when?
Pretty much a couple weeks after.
A couple weeks after, and then so the first guy you hooked up with, he pretty much ghosted you, or what?
No, he didn't ghost me. He did tell me like, oh, like I'm actually seeing someone right now.
Good times. Okay. So you're not on dating apps, are you?
No.
There hasn't been a rebound? Like, there's been no other guys?
No. Yeah. I usually stay at home and watch TV shows and watch soccer content. That's what I do. I'm just putting it out there. Oh, football. I'm gonna call it football, not soccer. The rest of the world calls it football.
Well, I have some notes here that you provided before the show. The craziest story was that you used your dad's backup credit card to book a hotel to meet your friends with benefits, aka this guy. You drove on the freeway for the first time?
Yeah,
to meet my friends? Is this like Clueless?
No. Compared to the average person, I did get my driver's license pretty late.
Okay.
Even after getting my driver's license, I was never confident enough to drive on the freeway by myself. But because I wanted to see him and he wanted to see me, I took the risk and I just drove the freeway without any backups.
Okay, sounds like Clueless. You said that your dad found out about the car.
Yeah, I was an idiot.
What happened with your dad? Because you booked a hotel to meet your friends with benefits. Why didn't you go to his place or vice versa?
He said his place was not available. Okay, that was not the first time we hooked up though. Actually, we hooked up before that.
Keep going.
That just startled me. I'm sorry. He paid for the first round.
The first hotel?
Like the first time.
Prostitution?
What? No. I'm not a prostitute.
Oh, so sorry. I heard he paid for the first round. I got confused. I'm sorry. I
I'm hard of hearing.
Your mind is so depressing that women and men are splitting the bill 50-50 on a hotel room.
Yeah, he paid for the first hotel, and a couple days later, it was a phone. So, okay.
Stop, just pick it up.
Yeah, he paid for the first, hotel, and then I paid for the second. I told him,
Wait, you lost your, wait, please, okay. Was it, you lost your virginity in a hotel? I guess that, is that bad? Was it a hotel?
no, it was actually super common to lose your virginity in a hotel.
Is it?
Yeah. I know a couple people. Oh, you know the stats? No.
Are there stats on that?
She said no, the stats.
Was it a 3-star hotel, 4-star hotel?
It was like four-star. It wasn't San Dimas. Yeah, it was a nice hotel.
Okay, alright.
Wait, you drove all the way over there? Yeah, for the first time. I drove it for the first time.
Is he live with his family? Was that the problem?
Yeah, he does live with his parents actually, because he does his business with his dad.
Okay, I got it. But what's the whole situation with your dad?
Well, he found out about it because I guess he probably saw the transaction. No, I was an idiot. I should have known, like, not to use that. But I did it because I wanted to see him. But, like, but since it was the second round, I offered to pay for the hotel. Book it because I thought it would be fair that way. That whole thing sounds like. No, I didn't.
But so your dad came to the hotel?
No.
Oh, he found out later.
He found a couple days later when he actually, because he lives in Florida, he came to California to visit me. It was like the parents' weekend. He found out about the hotel. He was like asking me, where is this place? And like, it was so awkward. I just wanted to get out of the car because I didn't want to explain why I used his credit card, why I spent like almost $120 about the whole like car. The car and like left. He was so upset, he started like crying. And then my mom was like, you need to go follow him and get him back. So I got out of the car as well. I told him like, I'm sorry, like, please come back. And then my dad told me to get lost. And then he said he wouldn't come back to LA again after what I did.
When was this, a year ago, 2 years ago?
This is 2 years ago.
So what did you do to your parents? What are the words that come out of your mouth?
Yeah, I told them that I had sex with my friend. From Spain. Like, I told him,
Did you need to go into that much detail?
I mean, that's
maybe that, I mean, I don't really,
going into detail would be like, well, here's the position that we
no,
did.
I don't want to talk about that.
Say like, I met up with this guy. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Especially when you're explaining it to like your father.
We did some Kama Sutra shit.
I can't lie.
I don't think fathers like to think about their daughters in that context.
I know, but I didn't know how was I supposed to.
No, you don't need to lie. I met up with one of my friends.
Well, no, they knew. My mom knew. Like, she's not dumb. She knew why. No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
But, like, you obviously lost your virginity, too, that night, right? Yeah. So, like, it was a big deal for you, probably, in your brain, and probably just spitting things out.
No, the first time the guy paid for it. This is the second hotel thing.
But it's still the same guy. It's the same guy.
So just so I can recapture what happened. Second time you're hooking up with a guy, you book a hotel. Your dad, I guess it's your dad's credit card or something. Yes. He sees the statement on his credit card. He asks you about it, asking you why did you book a hotel. You explain to him that you were going to meet your fuck buddy, I guess, and so you tell him that, and then he.
No, okay, I didn't voluntarily say it. My mom asked, did you go see a guy? She kind of knew what was up, and I told her yes. That's all I said. I said yes.
And so your dad, did he disown you?
He didn't disown me, but he was upset with me for a while.
What was he upset by? The credit card thing, or the fact that you put that with the dude?
That I hooked up with the dude.
It wasn't the money involved?
No, it's just the fact that I hooked up with the dude.
Their meatball donated $100.
Yeah, that's really
So, how long was your dad mad for?
About like a week and a half.
And then
I wrote a really long apology text. Huh? The text?
Well, is that too prying? Is that?
I have this little.
Just
a little. Because I thought this was supposed to be like a trauma something session. And that's basically what this has felt like. Like I feel a little bad. I'm kind of like taken at her. Yeah.
Dear Dad, did you write it in
got anything?
Yeah, I'm full Korean. Both of my parents are Korean. Yeah, a little bit.
Was it in English or was it in?
It was in English.
Okay, just is that racist?
No.
No, I was asking because if we wanted to read the letter, if it's in Korean, I don't think my audience would understand.
I
Or
think
people
she could
understand.
translate it.
Oh, she could translate it.
Yeah, I could translate it. I can like summarize it.
Is
But
that, was it a text message? Or was it a handwritten
No, it was
letter?
a text message.
Text message?
Yeah.
Should we read it? Chat, do we read the letter?
I have to scroll all the way back to 2 years ago.
You can look up keywords on the messengers.
Chat, do we read the...
This is starting to feel like an invasion of privacy.
I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
Are you
okay?
comfortable with that?
No.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. You answered
Okay.
How did they get ID when you brought the card to the hotel? Don't they usually like ask for ID?
Yeah.
So how did you?
I think the desk people were probably racist, and because of the last name, they didn't know
Is that the opposite of racist?
I mean, they were Chinese, so.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. I don't know. I think probably the easiest conversational thread that we can go on this, you say you're a highly feminist, independent woman. Who do you think on the first date should pay?
I would say the man.
Okay, we'll go around the table on this. We'll start with you, then we'll go around. Go ahead, Rachel.
Whoever asked the other person out on the date.
Whoever asks should pay. Okay. What about you?
The man. Man.
Okay. Violet.
Man.
The man should pay. Okay. The man next to him.
Oh my.
The man. So just to address your thing really quick, whoever asks should pay. I want to go around the table on this again. More often than not, are you asking guys out or are guys asking you out? Go ahead. Have you ever asked a guy out?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
More often than not, though.
I read too many of those Science He's Cheating articles. Have you read those? They're all the same. It's like, oh, did he buy you flowers? He feels guilty. Oh, did he call you babe? He doesn't know your name. Was he nice to your family? He slept with your mom. Read too many of those Science He's...
Man, I figured out why they're all being mean. Okay, what's going on? Well, I think that's just how people in the military show love. Like when they say that I'm ugly, I think they actually mean that I'm like average or above average. Okay, that's kind of weird, but what else? Yeah, and when they say that I'm stupid, it means that they think I'm smart. People are saying you're stupid? Yeah, and then when they tell me they want me to get hit by a car, it means they really enjoy my presence and they want all my future endeavors to succeed. Oh my God! Why do you think this? Well, we were at a bar and they were all making fun of me, kind of like what I just described. And then somebody from outside the group made fun of me and they beat the shit out of him. What? What? Did you join a gang? Some of the guys were in a gang before they joined. It's funny that you mentioned that. And I figured out why they're all...
Beat the shit out of him.
Just early things and whatever podcast. I know this. Yeah. Okay. Number one, y'all might not know this, and I have no problem with pro-posting, but she made a hit piece on us back when we were going through the fucking situation with Ada Sabrina. Okay? I have a serious, as you guys know, loyalty is extremely important to me.
Murmuration!
You talk shit about me, I will not forget. And she made a hit piece on us. Y'all might not know about this, and I'm not saying this to attack or whatever, but facts are facts. She made a hit piece on us back when all this shit was going on in August of 2021. At the worst time, she kicked us when we were down. It's money. Let's just call it all the way 1,000. I understand the business strategy, but we don't align with that. If you guys have asked us a million times, we don't align in our belief system. That's not to knock him or who he is or how he runs his business. We actually wish him the best.
There you go.
But he doesn't have the same values as us, and I personally think he's in it for the money, and that's not why we're in it. We're in it for completely different reasons.
There you go.
Here's your answer. What do you guys say to that?
I appreciate you being forthcoming with it, man. Anytime that it was mentioned, I knew that, you know, you didn't want to go into their names, and I was being respectful of that. And
How'd you get to the game today?
Yeah, good team, great team, 100%.
What'd you have for dinner last night?
100% of 100%.
Yeah, I get that, of course, 100% or whatever 100% was. You know what? Can you just do me a favor and tell me one specific thing, like just one actual original observation that you had about today's game? The game that you won, almost single-handedly. Do you think that you can do that, Oz?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, God damn it! Welcome back to the Morty Jepson Show. I'm Morty Jepson. We're here today continuing our conversation with unbelievable mega superstar, Young Business. Now, Young Business, I gotta tell you, we've been tiptoeing around a particular subject all day, and I think it's time to broach it. You separated recently with your actress girlfriend, Tina Bouquet? No, and everyone wants to know. Mark, what's that? We ain't gonna talk about that. I'm not here to talk about that. I understand. I just want to hear your side of the story. You don't want to hear. I told you I'm listen. In your music, Young Business, you do a lot of autobiographical songs, and lots of people understand that you're talking about your own personal experiences. Your fans would like to know what's going on with you and Tina. No, you don't want to know. Wait, you want to know. I just want to clarify. You want to know. All I want to clarify. All I want to do is clarify. I want to hear your side of the story. I'll tell you my side of your side of the story. How about that? The interview's over. Please, Young Business. Done. There's no need for the interview to be over. Interview's over. Young Business. Yeah, all young motherfuckers. Young Business, there's no need for the language or any of this. Oh, yeah, I told you I'm going to talk about that. You want to talk about the album? Because I'd be more than happy to talk about the album. This is a C word. Or it looks like it's well on its way to going platinum. Or CD. Well on its way to going platinum. We can talk about this. It's kind of a album, would you say? It's fine with me. When I talk about the album, talk about the album. How about Tanks of Truth? Tanks of Truth. Is that a treatise on the conflict with ISIS? I mean, talk to me about this. Young Business, please. I'm begging you. Sit down. Take it deep breath. Oh, let's discuss. No, let's discuss the album. It's done, Mark. It's done. So, walk this on yourself, Lord. Young Business, I would really love it on yourself. Young Business, I would really love if you had a seat and we could just talk together about anything you want. We won't mention Tina's name again. Young Business. Youthful commerce. Where does it go? Lewis, help me. Oh, get the off me, Lewis. Lewis, go. Leave it be. Exacerbate the situation. Attached to. It's probably coming over. The cord is blending in with the color of the carpet. Okay, I just think that Young Business, why don't you drop the mic cables there and have a seat? Well, he's to call back in the army of FUBAR. Now I just okay, let me just tell you. Don't get involved. See, to get you out of here. Amy, please. Can we just get this in? Listen here. No, if you let go of it. Let me get in there. Don't get in it. Don't see. I'm trying to get around the back. Don't step on my jacket. $1,500 jacket, bitch. Why do we have black cords and a black carpet? Alright, well, I told y'all I wasn't going to let Lewis. I swear to God, we're going to take care of it. Just stay put. Now you got... Oh, you see, you've got my stuff. So, you ain't... Go. May I help you? Don't touch the jack. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Look, okay, just raise your knee. Right here. Oh, I got the sinus. You know what? Here.
Okay, have a seat here. Put your fanny. I'm not. Don't take fanny. Don't. All right. How you do? You do it. What you do this every? Don't. You ain't taking the pants off. They're cold. God damn it. Where's Jerry? This is right here. He's so guy for 27 years. Spanish. All right. All right. No, Cole. For God's sake. All right, Lewis. Hold that. Don't do anything but hold that. No. We gotta put. No. You gotta take them. No, you can't take the pants off on the shoe. You can't take the pants off on the shoe. Lewis, get your white ass out the mud. You ain't helping nobody. Spanish. All right. Get the shoes on. Okay, left one first. All right, well, do whatever you want then. Fine. Thank you. 1, 2. Thank you. I told y'all I wasn't gonna talk about that. Without Baldwin.
Welcome back. We're here talking with all-star shooting guard Charlie Sanders about his amazing career. Now, Charlie, you grew up in a tough neighborhood, didn't you?
That's right. Drugs, violence. My whole life I had to deal with adversity.
That continued when you went on to the pros?
That's right. You know, fines, injuries, everything. No matter how.
Adversity Johnson, what's your take on this?
I don't know, girl. I just like with him. Come on, adversity. Deal with me, dog. Deal with it.
Always. Wherever we go. It's... Come on, no, don't. Don't drink my water. Don't drink my water. Adversity, leave me some. Leave me a sip. Damn, come on, man. Oh, deal with it. He doesn't. I'm sorry. No, he doesn't pick up social cues. What? Here. Billy Twister. Come on.
Are you okay?
No. I am here with Osmonds Bunchek, the rookie out of Stanford University, who is undoubtedly the MVP of today's game with an interception that he runs back for a touchdown in the last 30 seconds of the contest. Osmonds, can you walk us through what happened on that last play? It was amazing.
Yeah, we knew we had to go out there, give 100%. We executed. It just went our way today.
And was the quarterback giving you any clues today, Oz? It looked like you knew that ball was going to be there. What was happening?
We wanted to have some fun, execute. Play one quarter at a time, give 100%.
Okay. Let's talk about last week's game. You guys lost a heartbreaker. Give me your state of mind, then versus now.
Wanted to do play, give it 100%, execution-wise. Execute.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something completely different. That's not about football. Look at me, Oz. Just look at me for a second. I'm going to ask you a question. Right here. Attaboy. So you and your wife recently had... Right here. Stay with me. You and your wife recently had twins, okay? How's it feel to be a new dad?
We wanted them to stay as a team, execute, give 100%, play by play.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do a little test right now. Hey Oz, how'd you get to the game today?
Yeah, good team, great team, 100%.
What dad for dinner last night?
100% of us.
Oh, what? Can you just do me a favor and tell me one specific thing, like just actual, original observation that you had about today's game?
Here, give me the name of a mythical creature. I don't trust it. I don't know. Pegasus. Pegasus, perfect. Just roll, watch, and learn.
Hi there, Rick Nicholsby, Channel 6 News. Bad reports of a Pegasus in the area. Has anybody seen anything like that?
Oh, yeah, man, I've seen the Pegasus. I've seen it every day. I need to do, man. We both seen that Pegasus. I saw my own 2 eyes, man. That horse got a big old snake head on top of it. Ain't got no snake head, fool. That horse has some big wings, man. Yeah, that horse has big old wings, man. Like 2 sets of wings, yeah. But y'all see the Pegasus? Oh, yeah, everybody up here see the Pegasus, man.
Curiosity has brought out large crowds to see the alleged Pegasus in this South Lenox neighborhood.
Look, there it is.
I'm gonna find it, break it, and then ride it to the Pegasus treasure.
Residents say the creature resembles this amateur sketch.
Get the f*** out my car. Sid's gotta pay for that too. I ain't got no compass from no Pegasus, bitch. He landed on my roof, man. Look at my roof, man. He busted it up. He busted the whole thing up, man. Yeah, he been sitting up there every day.
While many revel in the possibility of seeing the winged horse, others are not so welcoming.
I just know this neighborhood will be better it if that Pegasus is put down.
I tell you this, God ain't put no wings on no horse. Now see, if this was a white control would be up in here with a Pegasus trap.
That's right. They can't take our Pegasus. This is our Pegasus. Hey, Pegasus up in this mother. Hey man, why you interrupting me? I'm trying to talk about Pegasus. You. Hey, don't be disrespecting Pegasus. I love Pegasus.
Yes, we're here live on the scene in South Lennox, where riot had broken out over the alleged appearance of a flying horse.
What a mind-blowing finish to an incredible game tonight with Charlie Sanders winning the game in literally the last second. Unbelievable, truly spectacular. Charlie Sanders, how does it feel?
Hey, yo, I want to say something to everybody watching. Yo, you can do anything. Anything's possible. The world is yours.
Charlie, did you think that that game was going to end that way tonight?
No, there are no limits, huh? You can swim across the Atlantic. You can jump real high and touch the moon.
Fantastic. Charlie Sanders, fresh off of his victory, it just feels like he's ready to touch the moon.
I can fly! Anybody can fly! If you believe in yourself, the way I believe in myself tonight, you will fly!
And what's next for Charlie Sanders and the Orange? Not literally.
Yes! Literally, kids, young kids, I want you to go up on the roofs right now. Let's fly into the night sky. Okay. People will see you flying, and then you can do anything. You can do anything.
Okay, well, we just want to remind the people, of course, you cannot actually fly.
Yeah. Oh, yo, screw that negativity, man. Hey, boys and girls, ages can and cannot do. Listen to my voice. You are evil.
Okay, well, obviously we understand. Charlie is super excited right now. No one is
Kids, you can turn yourself into a car and have a friend drive you onto the freeway.
No, well, that's just a metaphor, Ted.
Inside, you still have the power of childish innocence. Get a friend on your back and make a beeline for the next ramp to the freeway, y'all.
Okay, don't do it.
To the freeway.
He's speaking figuratively, Bob.
Once you get there, ain't nothing figurative about this. You will turn into a robot.
First and foremost, I just want to say 12 families who lost children. I'm sorry. My statements were irresponsible. I have subsequently looked up the terms literally and metaphorically and found that whereas I was not incorrect, they did not mean what I thought they meant.
This is the fight everybody's been waiting for. But when I get Andre in the ring, man, it's going to be smooth and quick. And it's going to be like 1, 2, 1, 2, boom, and you out.
Man, you, Claudius Lewis. I'm gonna you right in the ass. Yeah, I'm gonna bend you over and right in the ass.
You know what? Andre, he like to be trying to get into his opponent's heads by saying crazy stuff. He ain't gonna get into my head. He ain't gonna get into my head.
No, I'm not gonna get in your head. I'm gonna get in your ass. Just like I said, just right up in there in that tiny little minuscule ass of yours. This is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take you to a nice, high, fancy, highfalutin restaurant, and I'm gonna buy you things, wine and dine you. We're gonna find some things that we have in common, and they're gonna become inside jokes to us. And then we're just gonna laugh about them in a taxi all the way to your house, where I'm gonna you in the ass.
Oh, okay, now, just me personally, I've never, I ain't never seen Andre take it that far before, but whatever.
Yeah, whatever, I'll tell you whatever. I'm finally gonna feel comfortable taking you out to dinner parties, and then all of our friends who are also couples, they're just gonna laugh at us because we're that couple that holds hands all the time. Let me tell you something, Claudius, we love each other so very much, and no matter how tired I am, no matter how much bullshit I've dealt with over the day, I'm just gonna leave it at the door when I you in the ass.
Okay, you know what, man? It's time for you to stop all that nonsense right now, all right?
Did say dinner party. Snuggle on the couch every night. I'm gonna let you pick the movie, even though you always pick the movie. Then I'm gonna take you out for a walk on the beach, and the moonlight's gonna bounce off of your scalp, and I'm just gonna kiss you so tenderly while the waves break, and then right there, right then, I'm gonna in the sandy ass.
All right, it's time for you to shut your whore mouth. Yes, it is time. It's time for you to
Shut your mouth. We gonna spend the golden years together. Yeah. I'm gonna support you all the way through your run through city council. Yeah, that's right. You're gonna be tired and exhausted and overworked. But we're still gonna find the energy to go antiquing on the weekend. Oh, really? And you're gonna be on your deathbed. And you're gonna be sitting there and you're gonna be dying. I'm gonna be right beside you and I'm gonna be crying. And right at that moment, when you cross over from this world into the next, I'm gonna you in the ass. Really? I wish you tried. Oh, you do? I wish you would try, man. No, I love the village as much as the next guy, but I'm telling you, if we continue to self-segregate ourselves, the entire gay community is going to continue to be marginalized. I was just saying this to Claudius the other night, right after I him in the ass. Anyway, enough politics. Cheers, everyone.
Rick Nicklesby reporting live from a gruesome scene. A cult known as QET, or Quest for Eternal Truth, has apparently taken their own lives in a mass suicide. Police confirmed that cyanide-laced cherry Kool-Aid was also on the premises. Excuse me, hi, Rick Nicklesby, Channel 6. Hi, are you two from the neighborhood?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay, were you two members of the cult that lived here?
The cult? What cult? Was this a cult? Oh, I had no idea this was a cult. What? Okay, let's say the term cult is a little judgmental. I would say the same thing. Yeah, not knowing the full doctrine.
Well, apparently they believed that there was a spaceship waiting for them behind the moon.
Okay, well, you know, that still is really possible. It's possible, right? I mean, who knows what is out there in the universe behind the moon?
Okay, well, it appears they killed themselves in order to board the ship.
Right, and that's where we disagree with them right there. Or would have. We would have disagreed with them had we been there on our departure day. Their departure day, which is the day that they did this. I mean, that's what you could call it if you wanted to. But I ain't in no cult, though.
I mean, what I always wonder is how, or am starting to wonder, since you brought this to our attention, why, if there was a spaceship in the sky, why wouldn't it just beam us up? Beam them up.
Right, just beam them up. Why can't you just beam them up alive? Why you gotta be dead to get beamed up? You know what I'm saying? I've been saying that for weeks, for seconds, because you, Rick Nicklesby, you told us that, you know, and that's how I knew, because seconds or 50 seconds ago, you said it. I didn't know anything about it until you had said it, because I ain't in no cult.
Okay, well then why would someone join a cult?
Charismatic leadership, you know, like a compelling person. Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. I mean, hypothetically, they could have had tacos on Tuesday, which would have been a draw. I mean, that would have been a plus.
Okay, so this is a tragic day for this community and for the members of the Quest for Earthly Truth. I'm Rick Nicklesby, reporting.
You see? Yep. You see? Everybody jump the gun! We're ready! And that's what we're here to say, is that we are the new Black Panther Party.
What's the biggest problem facing them?
Well, you know, we're supposed to be in this era of so-called post-racial harmony with all people in America, but us blacks are being murdered all over the place, and we get the same treatment time and time again. We're not even second-class citizens. We third-class. Stand up, Black America, and declare to white America that we aren't going to take this no more. Okay?
Why come out now, it seems?
You know what? You have 400 years to get it right, America, but you don't know how to treat your people. All people. It's time to take back. It's time for us to fight back. And we don't take your phony words anymore. We're not going to do it. We want concrete results. No, you hear what we're saying to you? United States of America? What are you supposed to do when the whole world is watching and no one is saying anything? We will not be silent.
Okay, you, sir. Anything you wanted to say?
No, I'm good. Thank you for being here, Mother Majesty. Thank you for having me. Before the break, we heard your song, She Nomenon, from the new hit album, Girl Army. Oh. Well, thank you so much. start scratch. You know, this whole album is about girls and empowering girls and, you know, kind of just showing girls they can be strong and powerful and do what they want to do and not what the media says they need to do. All right, let's see now. We got some young females here who have some questions for you. Is that okay? Oh, it's always okay. It's always okay. I always want to hear my girl, Army.
Hi, Majesty. It is so cool to meet you.
Thank you so much. I think you're beautiful just like that.
Yeah, so, okay, last week I took your advice from your song Get Some, and I launched it till he wanted it. But I ended up losing my virginity to a guy that I don't know.
You see, it is time for girls to take back their power nowadays because it's your body and it's your mind, and you should use that to feel sexy and empowered.
But now I'm pregnant.
Miracles. Next question.
Hi, Majesty. I'm Cassie. I think your album rocks.
Thank you so much, Cassie. I think you should never change your skin.
Okay. So, in your song Friday Night Freakdown...
Thank you so much, Cassie.
You say, bend it over, touch the ground, he'll ride you like his merry-go-round.
Yes, I do.
Is that about butt sex?
What it's about, Cassie, is us reclaiming our bodies as women because, you know, for a long time, being sexy was about being sexy for a man. But this is about being sexy for yourself.
But I've got herpes in my butt.
Okay, let's change tracks for a sec. We gonna go to commercial. When we come back, Mother Majesty is going to unfurl her new song. What is it about?
Oh, okay, it's kind of a love song, and it's about finding strength after having your heart broken.
All right, we gonna go to commercial. When we come back, Mother Majesty wins. Who got next on this blackberry pie?
Here's your drink for your Majesty.
Thank you so much.
That's right, girls. Being overly sexual and being strong are the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
We are constantly pointing at sensitive to make a quick buck. Let me ask you to this question. Being announced on October 11th, 4 days after Hamas welcomed X, the nation of Qatar took credit for the negotiations that led to the mother and daughter's release from Hamas. Then after the release of Natalie and her mother, big black activist Sean King, aka Talcum X, claimed on social media that he was working behind the scenes to get the two Americans released. Sean King wrote online that they are his friends and supporters. King announced on October 11th, 4 days after Hamas slaughtered 1,300 Jews and took another 200 hostage, that he was going to take action. His wife posted about King's plans. On Friday, Sean King wrote on social media that he was behind the scenes working for the release of an American mother and daughter. Here's the original post. Hamas just freed the teenager Natalie Rainin and her mother. I'm grateful. As I said last week, Natalie and her family have been supporters of mine and protested police violence in America alongside us. I am also thankful for the Qatari government for helping to negotiate with
Population of Israel.
Dozens of us worked frantically behind the scenes to help make this possible and spoke to Natalie's family this afternoon, and they are anxiously awaiting more updates. Not everyone was buying it. Several pundits doubted King's outlandish claims. Now this. The Rainin family released a statement on Saturday. They've never even heard of Sean King. The con man gets caught again. The family's message was initially released in Hebrew. This is the original post, and once translated, I guess we can just use the auto Google Translate from Hebrew. Sean King and the conspiracy theory about the kidnappings. I will immediately detail the sequence in Yehudi Renan. Says that they have no idea who Sean King is and that they first found out about his existence after their release and reading the posts. No, the rest of the translation isn't exactly of the highest quality and not exactly that relevant. It's just more leftist grifting. How many fake icons, fake actors, race baiters, and grifters need to be exposed in the world of leftist Twitter? Whether it's Harry Sisson and his Gen Z for Biden bought and paid for DNC shilling, whether it's Joe from Jurors, the Krasenstein brothers, or Brooklyn crackhead dad, or Tariq Nasheed and his infamous little muckraking arc. It seems like the grift is is never ending. Literally anything for clout, anything for clicks, anything to be a leftist activist cult. You know, it's this sort of perverse system of online clout chasing and financial gain, which in a way exists on both sides. I mean, the right has, like, Miles Strong, for instance, but he is not nearly as bad as the leftist individuals who occupy the activist spaces online. And it's these types of actions that prove that. The constant lying, most importantly, the emotional manipulation, using such sensitive topics, as I always say, whether it's the rape or grifting on, you know, whatever the police encounter of the day is. By the way, there's another one that we keep posting about, a traffic stop, a speeding stop, where an individual, I mean, tragically his life was taken, but he was not cooperating, assaulted an officer, attempted to choke him, which is, again, key context that leftists constantly emit for their reporting or activism. You know, this dishonest sort of planting seeds of chaos with such sensitive topics.
Hey, Johnny, I'm empty. What do you got for me? Hey, Bob. Perfect timing. I'm over here going to do it. And it's paying $1.25 a month. Johnny, I can't run for $1.25, but I'm not looking to pay anybody to do a run. I need to get paid. Fair enough, Bob. I'll keep looking and I'll tell you what's happening. Hey, Bob, I got another load. The migratories are going to Wisconsin with something 35 miles. Johnny, dude, I need at least $1.85 a mile. What do you not understand? Come on, man. You're a tough negotiator. Come on. Johnny, I got bills to pay and my truck does not run on water. I hear you. You really? Yeah, Bob. I'll see what else I can find. Nothing under $1.85 per mile. What do you call? Oh, detail. Hey, Bob, you won't believe that I found something for you paying $2 a mile. It's going from Chicago, Illinois to Pennsylvania. That's more like it, Johnny. This is what we pay you for, Johnny. I'll send you the details right away. Safe travel. Can't believe Johnny pulled through. It's really not the worst thing about it.
But maybe that's just what I wanted to do. When in reality, the real deal is safe in a hiding spot.
That's the real you, all right.
That's right. Go. It's bake sales deadline is this Friday, alright? Come on, guys. For the children. Alright? Now, are there any questions before we wrap it up today? What is your question, Cletus? Yes. Why do we hate these? Why the sky blue? What the hell are you going on about, Cletus? No, I'm just saying. For as long as I've been here, school game never did nothing to me. That's all I'm saying. They do everything, Cletus. Yeah. Free the white man's air. Yeah. Live the white man's life. Yeah. Let him eat the white man's food. Let him cook. Okay, but how is that harmful to us? Hell, if anything, we're the problem. Sweet white man, hold your tongue, boy. Hear me out. Just last week, we hung that really nice black fella that worked over there at Flores Flowers. He sure was. Gave my daughter some free flowers. And that's why we hung them. 2 weeks ago, in the town over, we shot up that really nice black jazz club. Been because a white woman was in there having fun. She should be having fun with her own kind. And yesterday, we burned down an entire community because Jackson had a dream about chocolate. Dark chocolate is bad. What's your point, Cletus? I just think there should be some structure. Now, I love what we're doing here, fellas. Okay? But I think we should leave the irrelevant niggas alone. Go after niggas making a change. Like that goddamn Martin Luther King.
That makes a lot of sense. I agree. It does. I agree.
Better than all of the other plans. Hell, we know enough senators, governors, folks to make that happen. We should do it. Yeah, we can. Okay, no more senseless crime to those black-backed monkeys. Hold on now. Only sensible crime that works in our favor. And if we're gonna be the biggest, baddest clan, we're gonna need a new name. Fellas, from now on, we are known as the CIA.
David Russell Williams enrolled in the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1987 and was soon promoted to captain. From that moment on, he would have been addressed as Sir by his subordinates and Captain Williams by his superiors. Described as an elite pilot and shining bright star of the military, he quickly rose through the ranks and was promoted to colonel in June of 2004, while also being appointed the role of commanding officer at CFB Trenton, Canada's largest Air Force base. He was essentially in full command of over 7,000 military personnel, all of whom would have then referred to him as Colonel or Colonel Williams without exception. This would have afforded him an extensive amount of psychosocial equanimity and confidence, and wasn't exclusive to his work life. His designated title of Colonel would have been printed on all forms of identification, and every formal encounter would sanctify this military standing. A doctor, lawyer, police officer, or any other figure of authority would recognize and comply to the traditional courtesy of addressing him by his professional rank, boosting his composure and self-assurance each and every time as his elevated social standing and military achievements were accentuated for all to see. There was one exception, however, and that was the day Jim Smith. Before clarifying the psychological relevance as to why a senior detective would purposefully refrain from addressing a highly respected military commander by his formal title,
I imagine you've heard the voice of Tara Strong somewhere. She is a very famous voice actress who has been on a ton of shows. She was Timmy Turner in Fairly Odd Parents. I believe she's Batgirl, and I think she was also Harley Quinn. So she's done a lot. She was fired from a job, she says, for being Jewish. In reality, it was for defending Israel in the wake of the attacks from Hamas. Now, this one strikes the core of my being, my friends. You see, Tara Strong has me blocked. I met her 10 or so years ago. I've been a fan of hers and all the while. I think she was Ben 10 in Ben Tennyson. She's done a whole bunch of different voices. She was in Drawn Together. She played that princess and made a whole bunch of really offensive jokes. And I met her a long time ago. And she is one of those individuals who did not know what she was signing on to when she began defending the cult of the psychotic left. And you know what? For this, she will reap what she has sown. I asked this question last week because I have many friends in Hollywood who are like liberal leftists, but who are Jewish. Well, a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood, right? And
Black Lives Matter when they outright say end Israel. And it's just like, dude, nothing there. And I think the reality was they were only defending these issues from like BLMs because it was marketable. And it was deemed socially, important. Well, if you want to get this role, these are the politics you got to have. And so I'll get into this in a little bit about a question that I once asked a friend of mine who's an actress. And I will talk about this. Here's the story from Post Millennial. Beloved voice actress Tara Strong was fired from her role in the independent animated series Boxtown after posting her support for Israel in its war against Hamas terrorists on social media. On Monday, she posted, on X, just found out on Twitter regarding her termination. Well, let me read the tweets for you. This is actually a relatively old story. I mean, this was posted October 13th. Boxtown says, hello all, just wanted to offer a quick update on Boxtown. We'll be recasting the role of Bill, previously played by Tara Strong. We'll have more info soon on open auditions. Thanks for y'all's understanding as we reoriented to figure out next steps. Yo, I tried watching Rick and Morty without Justin Roiland, and it's just so awful. Like, there's a couple things they can get right that are funny, but like, the second episode is out. I watched the first one, and it was really bad. Dude, I'm sorry. There are people who are trying to defend Rick and Morty because they love the show so much. Like, you can do the voices without the original voice actor, and it's like, nah, you can't, man. You just can't do it. I don't understand if, like, Justin Roiland suffered a cardiac arrest and died suddenly, and they were like, we want to keep the show going. That would be sad. But in this instance, Justin Roiland was falsely accused of, like, domestic abuse or something, was exonerated, and they took away all of his job. Now, people are still critical of him because of some leaked DMs and stuff. Whatever, man. I'm not here to adjudicate all that. That's wrong if that's the case. But, like, you can't do these shows. Now, Tara Strong, defending Israel over these attacks, she says, just put that on Twitter. This is what happens when you help fans get shows made, I guess. Fired for being Jewish. Glad I helped you get your Kickstarter money. Please lose my email address and pray for my family in Israel and in Gaza. I just want to stop right there and say, Tara, I'm sorry, dude. You are insane. You know what really bothers me? Yo, they're criticizing you over your stance on Israel and war. They're not firing you because you're Jewish. Okay? And it's like, dude, that doesn't work on regular people. You can't just say that. Now, I still think Tara Strong is in the right to defend Israel. She's allowed to, and she shouldn't be fired for it. But just say that. I don't know why they try and turn it into this. She's voiced Batgirl, Harley Quinn, as well as characters in the Powerpuff Girls. Oh yeah, she was Bubbles, right? Rugrats and Teen Titans.
Ladies, there are two men you are attracted to. They have the same physical qualities, the same amount of money, $170,000 per year, and have a good personality. However, one is a lawyer and one is a plumber. Which one are you picking?
Interesting question. We'll go around the table on that. Let's start with you, Look at that.
I have to choose one.
Yeah.
I'd probably go for probably the lawyer. They're both very time consuming, right? My dad's a plumber.
They make the same amount of money.
Yeah, so I wonder which one's going to be away from home more, because I do want to have
right now
more time.
7 to 9, like 7 a.m. to 9
Your dad's a
Then
lawyer?
probably it's a plumber.
Oh, plumber.
Yeah, he has his own company.
Because lawyers can have cases and be stressed out, and you gotta support them through that.
I imagine the plumber's job is less time consuming. I don't know.
It's just dirty.
It seems more like a simple life. Lawyer, like you might have some, just struggling with your husband with that.
Whoever I got the better connection with. So.
Yeah, but
is everything the same except for occupation?
Can you read it one more time? Hold on.
Pretty much.
Ladies, there are two men you're attracted to. They have the same amount of physical qualities, make the same amount of money, $170K per year, and have a good personality. However, one is a lawyer and one is a plumber. Which one are you thinking?
No, but they make the same.
They make the same.
Yeah. So it's literally just choosing between, do you want him to be a lawyer or a plumber?
It's like kind of, that.
I mean, obviously, there's going to be probably the educational accomplishments of the lawyer. He's had to get his JD. He's probably done undergrad. A plumber, he's
in the trade, so probably, if education is important to you, perhaps. And also, I think the crux of the question is, attorneys, typically, there's a bit more prestige, there's a bit more status there than the plumber. Not to say plumbers are fantastic people and they're incredibly important to society, that's not what I'm trying to say. But it's a more prestigious job. Okay, what about you? You're just saying that because your friend's dad?
No, because I know I would be less likely to get divorced. Lawyers like hurt me a lot.
Okay, that's fair. What about you?
Do I have to pick one? I just don't really feel like it's my place to pick.
What do you mean? It's not your place to pick.
Okay, I'm a lawyer. Sure, lawyer.
Okay.
Let's go with lawyer. I'll go with the person that has similar interests as me.
That's not really the question, though.
They both have similar
We've asked the question 2 times now.
Everything's the same but no.
Oh.
They have good personality, you're attracted to both. One's a lawyer, one's a plumber.
Okay, I don't know.
What?
She's lawyer plumber. Thank you. I'll pick the lawyer.
Alright, Matt?
Me next?
Yeah, go ahead.
I really don't care. I think the plumber is more of a self-starter, knows more about starting a business and teach kids that. But the lawyer might have more social connections that will also help the kids. It's about the kids. I don't know. I really don't care.
Okay.
It's big. I just don't care. You got it?
You got to pick.
It's would you rather. I would do like eeny, meeny, miny, moe at that point.
And then, okay, who would you end?
Damn, this really isn't that complicated.
No, it's
question.
Lawyer or plumber. You ready to go?
I don't know, plumber. I feel like I'd probably pick the lawyer. I don't know. I could be wrong about this, but I feel like lawyers' job positions are a little more stable. People are always going to have growth.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, people always need...
You said last time you're into corporate guys. Also, being a lawyer might have moral implications where you have to defend the criminal.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
That's their job. Yeah, it's their job, but it has complications when it comes to ethics.
So wait, you think criminal defense attorneys are immoral?
No, I can say that. I just said it has ethical complications.
What? But what are the... Even a lawyer who knows his client is guilty, even somebody who it's evident that they're guilty, they still deserve having I'm butchering this, but you still deserve being represented by an attorney who can make sure to protect your rights when it comes to the judicial system and make sure there's no I'm totally butchering.
Yeah, but if you're defending OJ, you have to live with that still, right? As a lawyer,
I'm okay with
you're going to do your job, but you still have to live with
system
that.
works. I'm just saying, do I want to marry someone who is a criminal defense attorney? Maybe not.
The correct answer was lawyer.
There was a correct answer. Wait.
Yeah, but you could also argue a criminal defense attorney might also defend somebody who's innocent too. I mean, people who are criminal defense attorneys have many clients throughout their entire career, some of which who might be guilty, some of which who might be innocent. So, but ultimately, I can't, there's a precise explanation for this, but even if you know that the client is guilty, they still deserve adequate and fair legal representation through the criminal justice system. I can't.
There's an innocent until proven guilty.
No.
I'm not saying that they deserve that. I'm just saying, do I want to be married to the criminal defense attorney? Maybe not. Maybe he's more likely to have a relativistic worldview about morality.
No, but I guess what I'm saying, even people who are actually guilty of the crime they commit are deserving of a vigorous legal defense.
Yes. But do I want to marry the guy defending him? I don't think so.
I don't think it's immoral to choose to defend somebody who's guilty of a crime.
I'm not saying that's
Okay, anyways, this is now the whatever legal podcast, but hold on. So
on, dude. I might start doing that. Dinner with my wife, sitting the same side in the booth, sunglasses on.
True. Don't talk to her once.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I had to go from taping straight to Kansas City. So I went from DC to Kansas City, and I got there at 7 o'clock when the show started. Like my flight got delayed, I had to drive straight to the show, change in the green room, and go right on stage. And while I was on stage, I was like, where the fuck am I? Like in my head, while I was talking, doing stand-up, I was like, what? I don't know what city I'm in. I was like, oh yeah, Kansas City.
It's disorienting.
It was very disorienting. It showed in the set.
Really? Yeah,
I think so. I was like,
hey guys. Yeah. I had the weirdest, I didn't have like a panic attack, but I had like the beginnings of a panic attack. I was on my way walking with Gardini to one of the shows in Spokane. I was totally deprived, so I've been drinking like coffee. I went out to eat a lot of food and stuff, so I'm like feeling kind of weird.
Whale up the bell.
I'm the whale, dude. I am the whale. I was having a fucking like just like feeling kind of weird, and then I spilled water. I opened a water bottle, and the water got on my hands. I was trying to get the water off my hands, and I was like, and they wouldn't stop being wet. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And I forgot I had fucking put lotion on my hands. Not self-care. It was like I obviously used it for self-care, and I was like sitting there, I'm like waiting out my room. I was just like, my hands felt dry.
Why you? Oh, it was
just in my room. I obviously masturbated with it, but I just put it on.
You're attributing this particular lotion to the time you were drying your hair.
This is the truth. This was the truth. I had obviously self-cared, and then it was like, my hands are dry. I was sitting there doing nothing in my hotel. I was like, have my hands always been this cracked? It's like something's fucked up with my hands. I put lotion on them. I was just all sleep deprived and bugged out. Put lotion on. Forgot I had to put that lotion on my, which I don't like that feeling at all. I'm walking. I was like, you're wearing like leather gloves. It feels weird. So I'm like, I get water on my hands, and I'm like, why is the fucking water? The lotion was just like melting and like coming off. So I'm like, what is this stuff on my hand? I was just like, I'm about to freak out. And I was like, am I fucking making this all up right? And I was like, no, I have lotion on my hand. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're retarded guys.
Gardini's like talking to me. I'm like, yeah, for sure. Fuck, I might have a fucking call an ambulance.
That is a bad feeling though. If you ever jack off with that lotion and it smells like, you smell good. What is all about? Fucking body wash. That's not like here's my arm. It's like, that doesn't smell there. Oh no. That's a double fisting lotion.
You were talking about before how they fucking like bolted into the wall.
That's the worst.
It's always like, come on, dude. Don't make me get up and walk to the phone or fucking get to the bathroom and come back again. Please don't make me do that.
Oh, they make you do it.
They do.
You gotta get a massive handful of that. You gotta get a snowball. What you gotta do to get a snowball? Like a painter. It's just my power.
I mean, I just like how God made your fingers and they store extra lotion when you need it.
True.
Fucking pop that out.
Little ribs, you know.
Right here, your lotion holders.
Yeah, that is truly the only time I really go hard with lotion.
Oh man, it's all right. Yeah, you have to.
It's disgusting place.
Because on the Gardini, there is no worse feeling in the world than leaving a show and then just quietly sitting back in your hotel room at nighttime. It makes you freak out. I don't know what, I've been trying to like, all weekend I was like, whatever dude, it's all in my head. I want to take bottles. You had to, it's totally understandable.
Take the bottle after a show is very fun.
Numb yourself out. Dude, I will leave stone sober from a show and then you sit in a room by yourself and you're just like, Jesus Christ, something's wrong.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
What's all the, truthfully, it's just the adrenaline.
True, yeah.
It's a real weird adrenaline crash. Sitting back in like a shitty hotel room in Spokane, Washington.
Yeah.
I try to get this Netflix to work on this hotel TV. That goddamn login's not working. The fuck's on my Netflix?
I get freaked out because I go, I'm just in it's a blank canvas of time, and I go, what do I do now? I go, I'll watch a YouTube video.
You know, one thing I can do.
That's the fucking. Or eat.
All right.
I'm like a beta.
Yeah,
I'm like, or I'll feed.
Then you wail out.
That I am the whale.
Have I ever said that on here? Well, my bastard niece did. I hate her. There was the thumbnail for The Whale was on TV at my sister's house. Of course, my sister told me this.
Really? Oh, she didn't say
I wasn't
either.
there.
That's fucked.
My sister called me to go, hey, just so you know, our fucking my 3-year-old niece was looking at the television queue and the thumbnail for the whale was on, which is just his fat fucking face. It looks a lot like me, especially, no, I swear to God, I mean, just his face. If you're 3 years old, she goes, Uncle Shane. I got the phone call and it was like, hey, just so you know, Zaza, I thought you were the whale. I was like, all right, well, thanks. I just said for real. I was like, all right, good call. I'll talk to you later. Thanks. Haven't talked to you in 3 weeks.
I told you my belly looks like Peppa Pig's dad.
Because of that, I haven't watched that movie.
You have to watch
I
it.
can't watch it, dude. If I think people think I look like the whale,
You don't look like the fucking whale. You're not thinking.
But Zaza thought I did.
Hey, dude, I don't think Google Peppa Pig's dad, dude. Check out Peppa Pig's dad's belly, dude. My belly doesn't fucking look like that. What the fuck, dude? Dude, she got me Peppa Pig's dad, my breath stinks. The other day, we're sitting there and she like rubbed my stomach. She goes, what are those bumps? I'm like, they're pimples. She's like, why do you have pimples? You gotta get those off.
You don't look like Peppa Pig's dad.
He has a shitty goatee like me.
If I wore glasses, I'd be ruined. Nah, you don't look like
She said my belly looks like Peppa Pig's dad's belly.
That is your family. Peppa Pig family. That's why she thinks you look like that, because the family dynamic's perfect.
That's true. She said your belly specifically looks like Peppa Pig's dad. Your belly.
Belly doesn't look like that.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm the whale, dude. I watched the movie and I said, that is me. That is exactly. You just talk.
What is the
You gotta watch the movie, dude.
I refuse to
You
watch.
gotta Captain.